Experts are calling on Chinese authorities to be more transparent after a mysterious outbreak of viral pneumonia hospitalized dozens.
We have therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
The death toll in the continent of Europe from the virus continues to rise at an alarming rate.
The U.S. now has more reported cases of the coronavirus than any other country in the world.
Turkey has delivered personal protective equipment to the United States.
Turkey has delivered medical equipment to 3 of Europe's worst-hit countries.
Doctors say treating COVID-19 is like piecing together a potentially deadly jigsaw puzzle.
Hello and welcome everyone to the 4th annual TRT World Forum, Shifting Dynamics, the International Order in a Post-Pandemic World. We're broadcasting to you live from Istanbul, albeit in an unprecedented virtual venue that truly is symbolic of the trying times we've experienced over the course of 2020. Now, when the novel coronavirus took hold and was declared a global pandemic, so many fragilities and shortcomings, as well as strengths, were exposed. Governments around the world were tested like never before. Some cheered, some criticized for either protecting their people or failing to do so. But it wasn't just about how governments responded, it was also about how their populations reacted and behaved. We'd become accustomed to political elections being arguably the strongest indication of how united or divided a society was and where their values generally stood, until the pandemic exposed divisions and differences and in general behavior we hadn't seen before. Now, while support poured in for overworked doctors and nurses, and TikTok videos went viral as they danced, trying to keep their spirits up, the anti-maskers and conspiracy theorists also gained momentum in Europe and the United States, some even claiming the entire virus was a hoax. Our economies faced recessions, even depressions, while all forms of media were seen as both the messengers of life-saving knowledge as well as the source of dangerous misinformation and conspiracy theories. So how has all of this changed or reshaped our world, and what lessons have we learned? Well, that's what we'll be discussing over the next 2 days in our various debate panels. But before those get started, let's hear from the Chairman and Director General of the TRT Network, Mr. Ibrahim Aren.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to our 4th annual TRT World Forum. Due to the unprecedented situation in which we find our world today, we are unable to meet in person. However, with crisis comes opportunity. Thus, because we are hosting our forum virtually this year, we have the opportunity to reach more people than ever, which perhaps makes this year's event the most global to date. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, we at TRT and in Turkey would like to extend our warmest welcome. The forum aims to provide a truly global platform for decision makers, opinion shapers, thought leaders, academics, politicians, and members of civil society to convene and critically engage with the most pressing issues of our time. Since the TRT World Forum was launched in 2017, we have made great efforts to emphasize that as members of a global community, we are all in this together. At the same time, we recognize that some voices are heard more readily than others. That is why, through all the issues we have covered over the years, we have striven and continue to strive to amplify the voices of those who are all too often ignored. This is the core philosophy underlying TRT's global outreach, whether through our international news channels, TRT World and TRT Arabi, or through our popular entertainment programming that has struck a chord with so many around the world. At TRT, we have internalized the value of being a voice for the voiceless, and we launched the TRT World Forum with the same sensitivity. At TRT, we are deeply engaged with the issues of our time and believe that knowledge is the first step to overcoming them. We have pledged not to differentiate between the suffering of people regardless of their ethnicity, color, or religion. Likewise, we do not compromise on people's right to security and peace. Security and protection not only from physical harm, but also from xenophobic and racist discourses that seek to vilify and dehumanize. We believe in inspiration and the power of ideas, and recognize that knowledge is produced in a variety of ways in order to serve different purposes. With this belief in mind, we launched the TRT World Forum, a global platform to discuss the most pressing issues of our time with some of the world's leading experts. Peace and security are, in our view, two fundamental human rights which have largely been taken for granted in the post-Cold War era. Many believed that the world would experience an era of unprecedented peace in which humanity would subsequently thrive. However, in recent years, our increasingly fragmented world has witnessed the aggravation of conflicts, in turn jeopardizing the lives of millions of people. The coronavirus pandemic and its fallout, which represents perhaps the greatest threat to human security in a generation, has arguably deepened these divisions, while at the same time providing potential openings for the world to make great strides in dampening the flames of division. It is with great pride that I can say that the TRT World Forum has carried our media network to a new level in both reach and impact, and over the course of these last 4 years, we have built upon our successes. Each year, we have brought together more than 1,500 speakers and participants to discuss, debate, and develop innovative solutions to some of the most critical global issues. With the attendance of over 120 speakers and 1,400 participants from all over the world, TRT World Forum 2019, Globalization and in Retreat, Risks and Opportunities, hosted 6 keynote speeches, 3 exclusive talks, 8 public sessions, and 15 closed sessions, along with numerous meetings that took place between diplomats, participants, and speakers. In addition to the conference itself, the forum's proceedings were documented in 2 books and more than a dozen conference papers, as well as being live streams across the world. The main question we pursued last year was related to the global nature of our problems and lack of initiatives and capabilities to address them. The timeliness of our theme surprised even us. Approximately 2 months after the forum, the novel coronavirus appeared in the city of Wuhan, China. It spread quickly in the country, infecting and killing thousands. Subsequently, it spread around the world, disrupting the social and economic order and collapsing health systems, leading to hardened borders, while simultaneously rendering them meaningless. The incredible speed at which the virus spread exemplified how problems in one region cannot be easily contained. Unfortunately, the lack of a coordinated and effective response to the initial phase of the pandemic was not unlike how other pressing issues have too often been addressed. As borders closed and the flow of goods and people all but came to a halt, the institutions that make up the core of the international system seemed unable to develop a unified response, throwing many of our assumptions regarding globalization and progress out the window. This year's forum, organized under the theme Shifting Dynamics, the international order in a post-pandemic world, is timely not only because the coronavirus pandemic has acted as an accelerator of changes already underway, but perhaps more importantly, because it has underlined the extent to which our world is truly a globalized society. This year's forum will consist of several keynote speeches and exclusive talks, 8 public sessions, and 10 expert roundtable sessions with the attendance of leading politicians, experts, specialists, policymakers, civil servants, and journalists from diverse backgrounds to discuss topics including the future of multilateralism and global solidarity, threats to public health in a hyper-globalized world, emergent realities in foreign affairs and interstate relations, and the future of work, travel, industry, and humanitarian aid, among others. In organizing an event around the theme of shifts in the international order in the post-pandemic era, we are seeking to not only elucidate the voice of the powerful, but also of the disadvantaged and oppressed. While the pandemic undoubtedly has presented opportunities for positive reform, it has also exposed and in some senses reinforced the growing chasm between the haves and the have-nots, both within countries and between them. Thus, if we, as the world, fail once again to seize the opportunity to set historic wrongs right and withdraw into an insular and provincial us versus them mindset, we will have squandered the chance to make positive change come out of what has otherwise been a difficult and dark year. Ultimately, our world's most disadvantaged are the ones most at risk of feeling the severe impacts of this pandemic for years to come. Given this, we do not see discussion as merely an exercise in mental gymnastics, but rather as a concrete tool to address real-world problems. The global pandemic of 2020 revealed once again how the world is inseparably connected. It has motivated us to work even harder and speak even louder. It has renewed our belief that, whether we like it or not, we are all indeed in the same boat. In the years to come, we hope to emphasize this point further across many more TRT World Forums. Before I end my speech, I would like to thank our President, who is with us again this year. I also want to thank all my colleagues, especially those who work hard to create this year's forum. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Ibrahim Eren for that. I now have the pleasure of introducing Fahrettin Altun, Communications Director of the Republic of Turkey.
Distinguished guests, let me start out by congratulating our hosts for making this year's TRT World Forum a reality. I am sure that it took more effort to organize this year's event than 3 previous meetings combined. So thank you for your hard work and extraordinary commitment. It is a pleasure to address this distinguished audience today. Looking back, last year's forum seems like a lifetime ago. Browsing last year's photo gallery, I found myself thinking that we took so many things for granted. Conventions, movie theaters, birthday parties. The pandemic changed our lives in so many ways. Surgical masks and disinfectant bottles are now part of everyday life. We flinch at the sight of actors entering a crowded room without their face masks on television. International air travel, once perfectly ordinary, has become nearly elusive. Even grocery shopping is something that requires planning. Against the backdrop of those massive changes in our daily lives, the 2020 TRT World Forum focuses on a key question. What awaits the international order after COVID-19? Do we go back to business as usual? Do we let fear get the best of us? Or do we build more resilient political, economic, and social systems? More specifically, what kind of future do we envision for our children? Esteemed participants, before answering those questions, let us take a step back and take stock of our lessons learned. First, the COVID-19 pandemic established that no country can fully isolate itself from the world. The way that the virus spread to the most remote corners of the world within weeks would have been unimaginable in the past. From the global supply chain to local communities, we have witnessed the near collapse of our global order. At the same time, we remember that, deep down, we are all human. The second lesson of the pandemic was that people and nations are stronger together. In the face of a once-a-generation crisis, we turn to each other for support. We counted on each other to flatten the curve and keep our healthcare system going. Again, looking for a cure, we pooled our resources and brought together our top minds. Interconnectedness may have seemed like a weakness, but it also proved to be a source of strength. During this difficult time, Turkey's actions reflected those lessons learned. From the United States and Europe to Africa and Asia, we answered the call of our friends and allies. The Turkish people shared their surgical masks and ventilators and personal protective equipment with fellow humans around the world. Under the leadership of our President, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, we delivered a message of hope to the world. There is hope after despair. There are many suns after darkness. On the home front, too, did the Turkish people rise to the challenge of COVID-19. Our medical workers, including doctors and nurses, have been on the front lines against our invisible enemy. Our service sector, too, played an essential role in helping communities across Turkey to meet their needs. Dear guests, the third and final lesson we must draw from history is that humanity tends to point fingers rather than come together in the face of crises. From the Inquisition to World War II, people told themselves that others were responsible for their problems. Unfortunately, we face a similar danger today. Some societies blamed COVID-19 pandemic on immigrants. Others used the public health emergency to target, intimidate, and alienate minorities, starting with Muslims. Contrary to conventional wisdom, such developments are not taking place in the developing world. We witness similar efforts in countries like France, whose government is allegedly creating a register of Muslim children. Elsewhere in Europe, we see far-right extremists wielding enough power to dictate policy. At the same time, Europe's Turkish community, a minority, faces aggressive discrimination, even though Özlem Türeci and her husband, Uğur Şahin, discovered a promising vaccine. For everyone's sake, we urge our European friends, in particular, to get in front of anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim sentiment before history repeats itself. Instead of rejecting comparisons to the demonization of European Jewry in the 1920s, let us work together to reject racism and extremism. The key to preventing future tragedies is to shed light on the facts. In this regard, I would like to acknowledge the extraordinary work of TRT's international channels. TRT World, along with TRT Arabic, Russian, and German, report the news with a focus on people and values. They have developed an authentic language in news reporting to give voice to the voiceless. Dear participants, since the COVID-19 pandemic affected all aspects of life, we must augment out efforts to combat disinformation and hatred with complementary steps in other areas, including foreign policy. Turkey believes in working together to overcome the COVID-19 challenge and to build a better future. International cooperation, however, can only thrive on the basis of equality, mutual interests, and shared values. That is the message we send to our friends and allies, old and new, as humanity turns over a fresh leaf. With the European Union, we desire and pursue a closer relationship. Our cooperation and collaboration is key to countering the message of hate and discrimination in Europe. Treating Turkey with respect is the Union's only way of proving that it has nothing against Muslims around the world. Friendship, however, is incompatible with double talk and condescension. Therefore, the idea that Turkey must earn Europe's friendship by making concessions is both unfair and unrealistic. Instead, we tell our European counterparts that dialogue is only way forward. Same goes for our long-standing strategic partnership with the United States. In recent years, Turkey, a NATO ally, has been treated with unprecedented hostility in Washington, D.C. Our unwavering commitment to fighting terrorists, whether they call themselves PKK or Daesh, has been incomprehensibly misportrayed. Ironically, the U.S. foreign policy doesn't necessarily serve American interests either. It is our sincere hope that the United States, under its new administration, will repair its strained relationship with its traditional allies and show due respect to their vital interests. Only with respect can we start working towards a more resilient and more representative world order. Dear guests, as humanity becomes less dependent on any single nation for political leadership and economic growth, we must build a new order that looks out for everyone's rights and interests. In this new period, we must commit to promoting interdependence against domination, solidarity against rivalry, and cooperation against competition. Going forward, humanity must focus on two key areas of improvement. First, we must create new alternatives to the existing global supply chain to improve our economic order's ability to absorb future shocks. There's no reason to believe that COVID-19 pandemic will be the last public health emergency in history. As the world becomes more and more interconnected, there is a good chance that we will experience similar challenges in the future. In the anticipation of those crises, we must establish mechanisms that improve our odds. Obviously, the new global supply chain should serve to create opportunities and empower disadvantaged nations to serve as a source of peace. Turkey, with its young and skilled population, is more than ready to contribute to that process. Secondly, there is need to double down on multilateralism and international organizations. Starting with the United Nations, we must reform and improve our organizations so that they can keep the peace and facilitate human progress for decades to come. Needless to say, there is clear and overdue need to reform United Nations Security Council. As our president repeatedly said in the past, The post-World War II balance of power no longer reflects the realities of our world. To bridge that gap and make the United Nations relevant again, we must all accept that the world is bigger than five. Only by reforming the Security Council can we ensure that the change trickles down to other parts of our international system. Turkey, as a long-standing advocate of UN reform, is willing and able to contribute to a meaningful reform agenda internationally. Once again, I appreciate this opportunity to address the TRT World Forum and offer my heartfelt congratulations to the Organization Committee. I look forward to following the informative and interesting discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fahrettin Altun. And now we have the honor of introducing the President of the Turkish Republic, Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
TRT World Forum'un kıymetli katılımcıları, iş, medya ve akademi dünyamızın değerli mensupları,
business, media, and academic world, ladies and gentlemen, dear youth, I would like to greet you all with the most profound feelings and respect. Organized for the fourth time, it is a pleasure to participate to the TRT World Forum, even through video conferencing. For our country, for our region, and for the world, I believe the TRT World Forum is an important platform, and I wish the best of success. This year's forum is about shifting dynamics, the international order in a post-pandemic world. For 2 days, virtual sessions will address issues such as digitalization and technology, trade, Syria, Yemen, and Karabakh conflicts, and many other subjects, each and every one of which are of great importance. From our country and internationally, there are many scientists, many people from the media, and also politics, and I would like to thank to them for sharing their ideas with us. I congratulate wholeheartedly the TRT World and all the other authorities and institutions that contributed to the fruition of this event. Distinguished participants, coronavirus pandemic has left many wounds in our lives, in bilateral relations, in trade, shopping habits, and in many, many other areas. We have been faced with the need to make profound changes. Media, international relations, and politics also have been impacted by this wave of change. The new media tools have become more widespread in the post-pandemic world. Other than trade in media and press, digitalization has started to come to the foreground. The traditional media has not fully lost its influence. Of course, we cannot say that, but we cannot deny the fact that we are faced with a new reality. The experts of the field will discuss issues at TRT World, and I believe this will be opening up new horizons for us. As a politician, I would like to underline one subject. Like everything else in our lives, technology as well is there to facilitate human life, make it easier. And digitalization is to see the humanity from a holistic point of view. And it will be making many things easier for us. But if there is no auditing, arbitrary actions, then digitalization will take us only to fascism. Therefore, digitalization, while expanding the scope of liberties, should not lead to new ways of unfairness. and lack of equity. Over the past years, with the dissemination of social media platforms, we unfortunately see undesired consequences. Limitless freedom and unaudited space cause new forms of victimization. From time to time, the current jurisdiction justice order also falls insufficient for that, and it opens the doors, crack open for new ways of victimization. And the person exposed to that is not able to find a platform where they can look for their rights. So this cannot be called freedom if someone gets away with whatever they do, whatever he or she does. Therefore, the social media should be well audited. The states take certain steps with good intentions to protect their citizens, and some try to defame it by taking it into the brackets of freedom of speech. But Turkey has been voicing and has been vocal about such things over the past years, and state that no one is superior or has supremacy over the rule of law. And we have now the mandatory act of appointing a representative, a trustee for the inspection of social media related issues. And we always act in line with freedom and liberties. We aim to protect our young people, especially children who are more sensitive. Our wish is that these institutions that consider themselves more supreme than the legal institutions should support the voluntary actions. Otherwise, Turkey will continue to protect the rights of its citizens under any condition. Distinguished participants, the study is ongoing in the world are to be brought to the attention of the international community, and it has been becoming ever more important. Turkey has been facing challenges about this subject over the past years. The success of Turkey internationally, the big transformation it has achieved within the country, are not addressed and covered very effectively across the world. And on the contrary, our success is manipulated by some and expressed in other forms. To explore the realities, some look into Turkey. In particular, as of 2013, the process that started with Gezi Park protests made our country face many unfair behaviors and many unjust actions. Many international media outlets showed the protesters as innocent people, and even they covered those on the covers of many magazines. But when the same thing happened in European countries, those who tried to taught us a lesson about freedom of speech or media acted like three monkeys. They ignored the yellow vests for weeks, and they never talked about the disproportionate response of the police in France. Even they did not structure up even a single sentence about the unfair acts ongoing there. And when it came to the state terror, that reminded everyone the acts committed against the Palestinians. Many turned a blind eye, and such things are not covered in the media. Only a few days ago, an ambulance transporting an injured person was stopped, and the wounded person was taken into custody, and this was never covered by the international media. Almost every day, headlines that target me personally are not even worth of mentioning here. So we are used to, and we have grown used to such partial behaviors. But other than those, what upsets us the most is the attack to our holy values. It is really a disgrace, a shame that media outlets act like the flagships of such actions. Such ugliness poisons people's ability to coexist. If we cannot stop this arrogant, this conceitful behavior, the whole humanity, together with Europe, will suffer from that. Therefore, our door that opens into the world, TRT, in particular TRT World, have many responsibilities to shoulder. With a different language, it is important to tell the story yet again, and also make those who were silenced speak up and turn the cameras and perspectives towards those who have fallen invisible for years, and I believe this is of great importance. TRT World will stand with the oppressed and will be the voice of just in the face of lack of justice, and the representative of equity in the face of lack of equity. TRT World, with many international recognized journalists, I believe, have filled an important gap. They have a heavy but a very positive responsibility they have taken from the Director General to all the technical staff. I wholeheartedly congratulate all the TRT staff. As I conclude, I once again hope that the fourth TRT World Forum will be successful, and I would like to thank to everyone who contributed to the fruition of the event on behalf of my nation, and I personally extend my special thanks. I once again would like to extend my love and respect with each and every one of you. Thank you very much. Stay in health.
Welcome back to our studio. Let's pause for a moment, actually, and enjoy the music of an extraordinary violinist and pianist, Cihat Aşkın and Eren Aydoğan. Welcome back to the studio. I'm Andrea Sankey. Now let's get to the core of our 2020 forum and to our first panel discussion. Now, over the next 90 minutes, we will explore how the media shaped the narrative during the pandemic. Now, many have called 2020 the year of the infodemic, where all forms of media disseminated both life-saving information as well as misinformation and even disinformation regarding the novel coronavirus. Many also noted how the pandemic was politicized. We witnessed certain Western countries, Western leaders, namely the United States, for example, first congratulate China for its coronavirus management, only to turn and blame China outright for deliberately hiding crucial information that put the world at risk. Every medical conclusion, data on cases and deaths, as well as every accusation against politicians and even doctors and health workers were also taken up on social media, which sometimes spread unsubstantiated claims and lies, really, as well as manipulation. So, let's begin our panel discussion now. Infodemic, how the international media impacted the pandemic, with media leaders from various corners of the globe. Starting from Turkey, we have Ibrahim Eren, Chairman and Director General of the TRT network. Representing European broadcasters, Noel Curran, Director General of the European Broadcasting Union. From Asia, Javed Motagi is the Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union. From Africa, Gregoire Njaka is the CEO of the African Union of Broadcasting. And finally, from Italy, Marcello Foa, President of Italy's public broadcaster, the RAI Television and Radio Network. Thanks all so much for being with us. Marcello, I introduced you last, so I will begin with you. You're in Italy, the country, of course, that became the first epicenter outside of China to genuinely come under attack from this virus. Tell us first how your coverage evolved as a public broadcaster and when you realized how much the information you disseminated meant to your fellow Italians as well as to the rest of the world.
Well, this was a very challenging moment in early March, because our way of producing news, producing entertainment, producing culture, and also supporting the government, which requested RAI to produce new programs for schools, for example, educational programs. And what was very good is that our structure, despite the fact that we are a big company with 13,000 employees, reacted very rapidly. And so we were able to realize some major changes, keeping all our TV channels alive. So we didn't have to close any TV channel, but of course we were obliged to cancel some shows live because it was impossible to have the public in our studios. But we were able to provide what we should say is a sound information 24 hours a day in all our channels. We were able to create very rapidly a sort of internal commission with some scientists, medicals, and journalists here in Rome that were able to exchange news, to check the news about the virus that would have been broadcasted. So we were very open and very precise on checking the news we were giving to our public. And then we created, for example, so this was a very challenging moment, very positive, and also we were able to create new channels in our digital platforms with excellent results. Overall, we saw that even the younger public that usually doesn't look TV or doesn't see RAI as a sort of very fashionable brand for them, it became to be a very we established a very lasting relations with them. So overall, it was excellent results at the end of the day.
Right. Congratulations on that. I mean, and you were up against something else rather specific because, again, Italy was really the first European country, Western nation, to get hit as hard as the pandemic could possibly hit. And in Italy, there was a joke, that people didn't die from coronavirus, they died with coronavirus. So you knew there was a lot of public skepticism. How did that shape your coverage?
Well, we were severely affected by CNN showing this horrible chart saying that the virus spread from Italy around the world. This was such a damage for Italy, unbelievable. And this was totally a fake news. We reacted, we said, okay, we stay on our course and we show the Italian government and the Italian public TV show that it's not true. And in fact, when the other countries were affected severely by the coronavirus, even more severely than Italy, everybody realized that what had been spread by CNN was totally wrong. And what we saw that keeping a serious attitude was the best way, instead of challenging, starting polemics on a daily basis. And we think that this serious attitude was a good one, and therefore at the end of the day we realized that also the perception of Italy changed, and so from skepticism or critical attitude from the international community, we arrived with sort of good positive image, because also good friends in Europe realized that Italian did take some severe measures that were effective. So at the end, we were on a positive image track.
Really interesting to get your perspective from Italy, especially in the early stages of the pandemic. Let me turn to Ibrahim Eren as the director of Turkey's public broadcaster. Did you follow any, sort of lead from other channels whose countries were hit first? I mean, like RAI. And tell us what steps you took to ensure that you would keep people informed, accurately and safely without causing panic.
Surely the pandemic has disrupted people's health systems, and also it affected the media organizations in many ways. And in my capacity as the DG of the TRT, we try to adopt a multi-layer approach, which consists of, the first one is securing our most important assets, namely our journalists and staff. And so for your question, to make news to provide accurate and timely information and discrediting fake news. The first one is make sure that our journalists and staff are secure. And so we set up news operations in their living rooms, as you know, and our correspondents in the field took extreme precautions to keep themselves and their colleagues safe. And also we try to continue to attract our audiences through quality and innovation communication practices. Yes, news are important, but they were in their homes and they were doing nothing in their homes. So we made a through engaging formats. Home is full of life. So we change all of our schedule in our main entertainment channel in the daytime. So, and we just focus on the more healthy issues and sports and diet and those kind of issues that you are going to face when you stay at home. And about the fake news, one of the biggest issues and challenges were media coverage, as you said. And even the if you remember, United Nations General Secretary Antonio Guterres said our common enemy is COVID-19, but our enemy is also an infodemic and of misinformation. But what I have seen in this period was the audiences were really keen into tuning into the public service news sources, and we gave accurate information from the first sources from the doctors and minister of health, so that people tune into the public service media to get enough information. As you may remember, it's almost 1 year now. The first days were like people were talking about there is no coronavirus, there is no nothing like that, don't believe in the coronavirus, that kind of stuff. And also people were refusing to use any of the medicines they have. So we tried to give the hospitals, and we made a documentary about the hospitals, that how the doctors are trying to fight against coronaviruses. So we tried to create an empathy for the doctors, that there's a virus and they are fighting against it. So we both supported the hospitals, the doctors, and the for spreading the good news in Turkey.
Right.
And also the last thing was which was in our multi-layered approach, was to continue to develop our digital to keep youth engaged, because the youth, the young people, they are the ones who are not much affected, but also they are very risky for the elder ones. And we need to engage them with our news and the programming. So we really invested our digital programming rather than linear programming for the youth and the young people. So this was the first reactions we gave to the coronavirus, Andrea.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'd like to switch our focus now to Asia. Javed Motagi, this all started really in Asia. So I want to hear your experience working in particular with the country where the outbreak started. And tell us if you felt you were actually getting the information you needed out of China, and was there honesty and transparency there, and how did you act on it?
Well, thank you very much. As others said, that COVID-19 changed the way we work, the way we live. But it didn't change the responsibility of broadcaster. Broadcaster remains responsible to broadcast accurate news and information, entertain people, inform people. And for that, we at the ABU had another challenge, because we are a union with 270 members across the globe, different time zones, and members are working from home. Most of them are MCO, and we at the Secretariat should fulfill the wishes of members, at the same time should get information from members and disseminate to the public and also to other broadcasters. What we did is we enhanced and expand our news exchange network that we usually do. We have a project, Asia Vision News, which we broadcast some 18,000 news stories per year. And we get onto that, and we within the 2020, 7,000 news stories about COVID-19 was disseminated through Asia Vision. And we got this news information from 34 countries in Asia, including China, that you said. Actually, China was the first country who started contributing to the Asia Vision, as well as others. And we also had partnership with other sister unions, getting news from Africa, from Europe, from the Arab countries. This Asia Vision enabled us to disseminate massive information, accurate information, the storytelling from the broadcasters are directly to the public as big as over 3 billion audience that we have in ABU. So this was, in a way, changing the challenges to opportunities. These are challenges that we all facing, but you have to find a way forward. It was a solidarity content exchange network in response to COVID-19. And this was launched in April 2020. And this was a network, a content exchange network, enabling broadcasters to contribute to that, and then we disseminate the information to all countries in the region. You might be surprised to hear that 1,100 copyright-free program content from 36 countries we received and distributed to the countries across the globe. And I have to say that in this process of dissemination of news, not only China, but also other countries affected in the region, like India, like Turkey, Iran, and etc. They all contributed, and the practically Asia Vision became a network for for exchange of ideas, exchange of experience, and how to tackle things together.
Okay. Javad, I'm wondering, though, if I can get your sentiments on what you heard Marcello say, that he felt all Italian broadcasters were up against the messaging, particularly of the biggest international broadcaster, arguably second to BBC, maybe, the CNN, and how the information that they were disseminating seemed to manage to take priority over a lot of Italian media. It confused the public. It made Italians feel like they were battling, Italians in broadcasting feel like they had to battle elements of fake news coming out of a giant broadcaster. Did you find that in Asia, that your broadcasters were competing with the big players?
Well, competitions exist everywhere. And everywhere, every country has right to disseminate information. But when we look at the news, and fake news is there, naturally, fake news is not a new phenomenon. It has been there. But the fact is, it's the role of public service broadcasters to tackle that, to become a reference point and to tell the story to the public, what is fake and what is not fake. And this is a task for public broadcasters to become the reference point when it comes to when audience receives massive information from everywhere in the world. And naturally, in Asia, some broadcasters may like to disseminate more information about whatever they have. And it is up to the public broadcasters in receiving countries to assess, to check, and to see which one has to be disseminated to the public. And in this respect, I think ABU did a good job, because we also were in a position to invite CEOs and senior broadcasters to talk, because when you talk together, you create an atmosphere for dialogue, and that helps you to have a better understanding. And we did not leave Europe out, actually. We invited RAI is a good contributor through the EBU, and we invite all of them to contribute to this, as I said, service that we offer to members. And we believe that Asia has its say. And I don't agree that it's dominated by the so-called international media, mainstream media.
Good to hear. Let me turn to Africa then. Gregoire Njaka, I'd like you to help us understand what African broadcasters were up against here in trying to disseminate, accurate information and helping mostly people understand the need to halt entire economies where millions of people are surviving only on daily wages.
Okay, thank you. I would like to say that in Africa, the situation was very, very difficult. And the most preoccupant things in Africa was a psychological one. At the beginning of the coronavirus, we faced a big challenge. It was the challenge of fake news. How could we fight fake news? The first news which they brought up was that a black man cannot die of. This news came in Africa. Everybody said, okay, we cannot die of coronavirus. We can continue our daily life. We had to fight against that. The second one was that and this came even from the World Health Organization. The Director General made a statement which brought a lot of confusion in Africa. He said that when the coronavirus will reach Africa, it will be African will die because our health system is not good and so on. So psychologically, we were marked by that. We were marked by this preoccupation. But at the end of the day, as you can see, what he said was not exactly what happened. The other fake news we received in Africa was that consuming and spraying alcohol all over, as well as being exposed to strong sunlight, will protect you from virus, which is not also a fake news. And we also receive another fake news is that the coronavirus is only for the old people. So our fight was to help our members to educate people to face coronavirus, but also to fight against fake news. So we had a lot of experience here with our sisters organization, in particular EBU and ABU, where we receive a lot of information from them that we also brought to our members. And I would like to thank the Director General because they brought a lot of useful information for us. So we took note that the best way in Africa to fight against all these fake news was to listen to public media, public state media. That's what we did. And we organized for the first time in Africa, we brought together more than 300 artists in a live program, on a live show. And this show was broadcast many times in our members' country. And some of our sisters organization took that also. And we developed with our members also the educative program. You know, in Africa, we have a particular situation. We don't have electricity in all the territories. There are territories where there's no electricity, but we have to use media to inform people, to try to help our members, to face these situations. So we were trying to make in sort that where it's possible, we can send the information we are receiving from our member sisters to our members organization, so that they should educate people. And I can say that today, all our members have educative programs. That all of them have educative program. This we took it from our sisters organization union, and we implemented that in our countries. So in Africa, since up to today, the biggest battle is the battle of fake news. For instance, now they say if you have contacted coronavirus, you have immunity for all your life, which is not true. So we have to fight on the daily basis to help our members and to help the population to face the spread of coronavirus.
Right. Gregoire, thank you for that. Let me turn to Noel Curran now. And I want to pick up on this because we keep hearing the phrase fake news repeated here. But to be fair, that perhaps unfairly puts the blame on journalists and news channels for reporting news irresponsibly, when the truth was, over the course of this pandemic, doctors and scientists were learning as we went along. In the case of Africa that Gregoire brought up, when they said it was going to be an absolute disaster, they didn't quite understand how the coronavirus was affected by weather, for example. Later, they determined, because of the climates of certain African countries, it made it more difficult for the virus to spread. So as scientists and doctors were learning more about exactly how the virus behaved and how dangerous the pandemic would actually be, how did you manage the coverage in Europe, which was most detrimentally affected, especially over the winter months?
Thanks, Andrea. Good to join you. I think this is very complicated, the issue of misinformation, disinformation. Some of it is straightforward, the kind of lies that you broadcast elsewhere. Quite a lot deliberate, quite a lot on an unprecedented scale, and actually quite a lot of it quite sinister and dangerous, around possible cures, about things that you would do and take, as Gregoire has just said, to stop you getting the virus. And in a way that was more straightforward, but was so large, the volume of it was unprecedented, that it was difficult to deal with. And I think the platforms made a better effort than they have done previously, but still fell short. And I think that raises a whole series of other questions. There was also misinformation. Senior political figures around the world were saying things that no scientists believed. And that spread. Certain celebrities, through their social media campaign, when they have a lot of influence because of their own perspectives, also spread information that was incorrect. So it was quite multifaceted. And then the point you make, and it's an important point, is people talk about the politicians versus the scientists, or the people of misinformation versus the scientists. The scientists didn't agree. The scientists still don't agree. Different countries took a different approach based on approach in Europe, other countries. So there wasn't a single science here. There was a single science on a lot of it, on a lot of the issues, and still is, but there wasn't on everything. And then that became difficult. I think in terms of the second part of your question, Andreas, to how we handled it, we in the EBU, we set up content exchanges, news operation went into overdrive. We did lives, we did content appeals, we did webinars, but a lot of the really important stuff around this was in exchange. Every Friday, the editors-in-chief in all of the major broadcasters in Europe met, organized through the EBU, and they talked about these issues, and they talked about what they were struggling with and what they weren't. I joined several of those meetings, and they were very open conversations. Right at the start, the editor-in-chief from RAI had a massive influence on European coverage by articulating the scale of what Italy was facing and the day-to-day of what they were facing. So I think it was a multifaceted approach. We have had fact-checking operations all around Europe. We've been exchanging information. Complicated, unprecedented. I believe public service media, and everyone here I think has had the same experience, has stepped up. The public have responded. Trust levels are unprecedented in terms of the response the public have had to our output, and audiences have increased, both in digital and linear. So I think that's a testament to the work that was done by journalists and others in public service media around Europe and the world.
Right. Noel, let me just stick with you for a second, and I'd actually like to have all of our panelists comment on this question, because so much of the reporting from the onset has been and continues to be the numbers. We're constantly being bombarded with case numbers, with the infection rates that can sometimes sound very alarming, but when they're not placed in a per capita context, they can also be misleading. Ibrahim Eran had mentioned that TRT was trying to talk a little bit more about the experience of the doctors in all this. when you actually would really see how people are affected by the virus rather than constantly reporting the case numbers somewhat out of context. So Noel, let me start with you. Did you feel that tended in part to be somewhat misleading by constantly reporting the number of infections rather than looking at per capita numbers and the actual danger, you know, the people that were desperately and dangerously infected and were actually sick?
Yeah, I think the numbers issue is just, again, it is incredibly complicated. And I'll give you my own personal view on it. You know, as a former journalist and editor at Current Affairs, we weren't sure what we were dealing with. We weren't sure, we were grappling with incubation periods, with how many percentage of people would end up in intensive care, all of this. So the case numbers became critical, and particularly in countries where the cases were rising exponentially. My own personal view is that as time went on, we didn't nuance those numbers enough. And I mean the media generally. We didn't concentrate enough on hospital bed occupation and capacity. We didn't, when we were doing comparisons between countries, I think it was harder to find the per capita comparison. And if also we didn't compare some of the figures to other viruses and other illnesses. And then on top of that, we don't have figures for how many people are going to die of cancer because they didn't get a checkup. Those figures aren't available, but we know that people are going to die of other illnesses because of lockdowns and the virus. So I think it's understandable how we concentrate on the figure. I do believe that as things went on, though, Andrea, I think it did become more nuanced. I think there was more per capita comparisons. I followed European coverage. I followed our members' coverage, and we talked about this at the editors-in-chief, the need to move beyond the absolute number. And I think as things went on, there has been a lot more coverage around that. But again, it comes back to the science and what is capacity, what is too much, where at what point does your health system collapse, and that varies by country and is sometimes impossible to actually put a number on or to gauge. So I think we improved a lot. I think we've realized that the numbers are complicated. I think there's still an emphasis on the core number somewhere, but probably much less so than there was 6 months ago.
Okay, let me ask Marcello, you know, the same question. Was it fair to report, you know, the numbers as they were reported? Because actually, at the beginning, it put the heat on Italy, maybe fairly so, because per capita numbers in Italy were pretty bad at the onset. But later, when we saw, and we still see, you know, the news reporting that the United States, for example, and India, for example, have some of the highest rates in the world, Brazil as well, but they also have some of the biggest populations in the world, it can feel misleading.
Yes, I agree. Thank you, Andrea. I agree with Noel. I guess the problem is that at the beginning we were all under shock. We couldn't understand what was going on. So Prime Johnson saying, "Oh, basically this is nonsense to lock down everything," with other experiences that have been dramatic. What we see now is that we feel now that the public opinion wants to have reliable figures. And also I would say that at a certain point we must send a different message, because if we see the numbers, we see, for example, the death rate in Italy is zero, like we say, it's less than 1%. Overall, so it's a very marginal death rate, and on the other hand, we see that the numbers of people
What is the death rate in Italy? Out of curiosity, you said 0.0 what?
0.06.
Is it far less than 1%?
Well, yes, it's far less than 0.1%. No. It's 0.06. So it's less than 0.1 to overall the population.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So if you see these rates, you said, I
It is
mean,
small.
are we exaggerating? We're being, are we exaggerating? We're being. The problem is, as Noel said, that we risk that the health system collapses. But on the other hand, we see now that economic drama going on. People now here in Italy feel upset, worried. There were some headlines today in newspapers saying that there are 5 million new poor people in Italy. So it's 5 million people in just a few months. It's a lot. And so what we see is that now what is really appreciated by public opinion, by our listeners, is that we want a fair, balanced, responsible information spread through our channel. We feel the need to help the country to recover in a responsible way. And also, if we keep saying just numbers about the numbers of people that are in hospital today, we tend to reiterate panic and pessimism, and this is a social tragedy. So I guess now the new challenge is how can we balance between giving a reliable information on a daily basis with the need to recover our society, our economic system. This is crucial. Otherwise, we will have hundreds of thousands of people dying from other causes than the COVID-19.
Right. Indeed. Ibrahim Eren, let me ask you if you think Turkey and the Turkish media kind of got the balance right. I mean, we see how Turks have decided policy rather differently than a number of European countries. I mean, the borders were reopened in the summer. Travelers were allowed to come in from the UK and Russia, for example, but case numbers stayed much lower than in the spring months when the pandemic was at its peak. But now we're seeing those numbers come back. Still, when you watch Turkish broadcasters, they always reported not just the numbers of infections, but the deaths and the number of those recovered.
Yeah, in general, I think that the media coverage in Turkey was fair. But the interesting point is, Andrea, when you look at the world, there was an appetite for a doomsday. For people were like waiting either from the movies for the last years. I don't know. People were waiting like a third world war in viruses. So as Marcello said in the first days when we were in shock, we were people were expecting in a psychological way a very bad situation in all over the world. I think worse than now. And there was in terms of numbers, we are from your first question. In terms of numbers, even the media, the linear media, the conventional ones, they like to give numbers every day. So it is also a very psychological aspect to it. I believe it came from Asia, from China, Wuhan. There were rumors that it came from a lab. So and the humanity, the generation issues. So it was very interesting in the first days. The reactions were more psychological rather than factual. I think this was one of the reasons, because on numbers, I believe that we were very keen on. We had, the media had an appetite to give numbers, but now it's almost 1 year now. So I think there are very patterns in every country how to give the numbers, the death rates, the ones who has hospitalized, and who are recovered. So that kind of patterns, even if it is different in some countries, in Turkey it's almost the same for the last 10 months, I guess. So I think it is, generally speaking, it is fair in conventional media. And speaking from the conventional ones, the TV stations, I think from the day one, the TV channels, who has a history and culture of broadcasting for many years, who has a culture of journalism, a legacy of journalistic skills, gave more accurate information than any other new age digital platforms, I believe.
Okay. Javad, let me get your sentiments here because, you know, Asia, India in particular, was such an interesting case when it comes down to the numbers. We, in the media, kept saying, you know, India has one of the highest caseloads in the world, always in the top 3. But India also has the biggest population in the world, next to China, with 1.2 billion people. So when you broke down the per capita numbers, India didn't look so bad. Do you think it was fair how the pandemic was being reflected in countries like India, and did it serve the country well?
When you look at the numbers, you have a different perspective, and you don't look at don't look at the population of the country, like 1.3 billion in India. And it was very complicated at the beginning because not only from our region, also we got misleading information from France, Spain, Italy, looking at everybody's looking at the numbers, whereas later on, we have seen that media is looking at the number of people who recovered, also looking at the number of people who has been actually able to recover. And in terms of population, we do have this. We did have this in India. We had this in Indonesia with 260 million population. We do have this in other countries like Thailand and Vietnam and all that. But we have seen later this form of corrections. I also would like to add that we have seen different response from the policymakers, politicians. For instance, in Vietnam, we have seen politicians who took clear action from the beginning of this pandemic to control the pandemic. And if you look at the situation in Vietnam, they have done far better than many countries in the world. Just like New Zealand, they have done far good job compared to others. But as you said, when you look at the populated countries, the situation is different, and you have to always look at the number of people who get infected compare to the total population of the countries. But we also saw that some politicians simply ignored at the beginning, including some of the politicians in big Western countries, and they have been badly affected in terms of number of infected people and number of people who lost their lives.
Right. You brought up something interesting that I wanted to ask you about, actually, because since you represent so many broadcasters in so many different countries, I mean, the dynamics between different Asian countries it was just remarkable, because you had countries like South Korea, for example, and Vietnam, as you mentioned, that were some of the best in the world at controlling the pandemic, next to other South Asian and Asian countries that the media was saying were having the most difficult time trying to fight this. Do you think the dichotomy that was illustrated in the international media was fair? Was it accurate?
Definitely not, actually. Definitely, what we have seen is that good examples were not reflected as it has to be, and positive improvement were not reflected as it has to be. And mainly we saw negative news. Mainly we saw that talking about the number of infected people in India, in Indonesia, Thailand, but they didn't talk about the methodology of reacting towards this in Vietnam. In Korea, you can see Japan, and you can see how best they were able to contain the virus and get the number of people died very, very minimum. If you look at I was talking to Vietnam a few weeks ago, and even for the first few months, there was no death in Vietnam. And it was important for me to see why that happens. And I noticed that from the very beginning, the government actually came with strict regulation how to contact other peoples and protect people's life. And unfortunately, these good things that we saw in Asia have not been reflected in the mainstream media across the globe. I can see that this happened from Africa also, because as Gregor said, that a lot of fake news were disseminated in Africa, the same as Asia. But there are many lessons, Andrea, that we learned from Asian countries who did very well: Japan, Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, and New Zealand, Vietnam. A number of good examples we have that they did good job.
Right. Gregoire, I'd also like to get your take on what you alluded to this in your first answer as well, but the issue with reporting the numbers, and especially how it did affect the African context, the African continent rather, especially when those numbers were taken kind of out of context, and then you realized actually how few Africans were being affected by coronavirus. Affected and infected with coronavirus. You had a much bigger problem with malaria, and it's being said now actually by the WHO that more people were allowed to die of malaria because they weren't able to get the basic resources that they needed because of the coronavirus pandemic restrictions. So talk to us about that, how you managed in broadcasting to try and disseminate the actual numbers fairly and to not mislead the public into thinking that perhaps there was more difficulty than there actually was.
Thank you, Andrea. I would like to say that in Africa, the figures which are coming from abroad, from foreign countries, are always very, very disturbing. But if you take the case of Africa, I want to quote two countries. Cameroon. In Cameroon, between March and the 1st of March to the 30th of November, 22,170 people had coronavirus. And we had 437 people who died from coronavirus between 9 months. 437 people. In Senegal, for instance, we had 15,627 persons in 9 months. That is from the 1st of March to the 30th of November. That's yesterday. And we had 333 people who died from that. Believe me, this is nothing if you compare it. It's something, but it is nothing if you compare it with the effect of malaria in the countries. You will see that for a month, only a month, you have more than 500 persons dying in one town like Yaoundé or Douala from malaria. And if you go in the villages, you will see that the number of people who are dying from malaria is much more important. And journalists and a lot of intellectuals started asking themselves in Africa, is it useful for us to concentrate on coronavirus? Is coronavirus is something concerning Africa even, when we have just near us malaria, which is killing people? We have tuberculosis, things like that, where people are dying, and they are dying in a great number. So what, as a union, we are trying to do is to show that everywhere where somebody is dying, it's very important to concentrate it. That's why we continue to help our members to organize the fight against coronavirus. And I want to tell you, in a country like Cameroon that I know very well, there was even a debate where people and journalists were saying that the number of 437 is not correct, that there are less people who died than that, and that the government is bringing this number to show to international community that yes, coronavirus is there. So there is a big problem of number in our countries, and what we believe as union is that everywhere, as I said, where people are dying, we have to concentrate there and bring our contribution. That's why we are continue to give to our members all the material we are receiving from our unions so that they should continue to face the coronavirus. So in a nutshell, what I wanted to say is that the problem of number of counting the people who are dying for coronavirus is very, very delicate in Africa. If you base your argument or you base your duty on the fact that you will look for the number, people will tell you, okay, that number is good, but the number of malaria is greater than that.
Right.
So it's very, very delicate.
So, Gregoire, let me just ask you a pointed question then. Looking back now, were the lockdowns, with all of their consequences, both economic, psychological, and of course, for the people that were robbed of certain medical services that they needed arguably more than anyone infected with coronavirus in many African countries, were the lockdowns worth it?
Yes, I think the lockdown was very important. As I said, everywhere where there is this damage of coronavirus, governments are obliged to take measures to stop it. And I think even that's my personal point of view, is that one of the reasons why we don't have the spread of the virus is that in some countries, if you take a country like Senegal, the government took very, very good decision to face this problem. There was a lockdown. You could not go from a town to another one, and so I think those are the reason why the number is not too high. So for me, those decisions were very good, and we have to continue in applying the decision, the distanciation, and so on. You know, the culture, the African culture is the culture of contact. We have a lot of contact, and with these measures, we started. The government helped people to stop this contact and to fight against coronavirus.
Okay. Marcello, I'd like to kind of get your hindsight now on in spite of all what you called, fake news, some of the panic, arguably, that you think may have been created, did it ultimately serve the better purpose? The media coverage for coronavirus, particularly in Italy, did it save lives and protect people?
In one way, yes. On the other way, no, because what Gregoire was saying, it's very useful also for us. I mean, we don't have malaria, we don't have those kind of illness that are dramatic. But what we see here is that cardiologists and doctors are saying that we will see in the next months a dramatic increase of numbers of people dying for cancer and heart problems. Because some people don't go to the doctor, to the hospitals, because they are scared to be infected with the virus. So they prefer to delay controls, and which is dramatic because a lot of them will die. And the Cardiologists Association just a few days ago made a statement that they believe that the numbers of people that will die for health problems will be very high, dramatically high. So what we need now is that we should teach to the people or make them aware that they don't have to avoid their general health because of the fear of coronavirus. I have, for example, a friend that had broken his leg and he waited 3 days before going to the hospital because he was scared of the virus, which is make nonsense. This is an educated person. So this is the crucial part and the hidden part of the history. We must now teach the people that the situation. Sorry, please, Andrea.
No, I'm sorry. So I was going to say, if you could go back, is that how you would recraft or change your messaging via RISE platforms, is to make sure that people understand that they do need to take care of other health issues that will come back to arguably haunt the country?
Yes, I mean, if I could go back, I would do this, but this is I don't think it's useless. It's just useless. What we should know is, first of all, what we have to do now, and how we should react in case there is another crisis like the COVID-19 crisis. So I prefer to learn the lessons for the future instead of thinking what I could have done different in the past.
Okay, but hindsight is 2020, and that's where we do extract those lessons from.
Okay,
What
no, it's
lessons do
okay.
you think you did learn?
Me? Still me? Yeah,
Yes.
well, the lessons that I've learned is that overall there has been a dramatic lack of our health system, which was not prepared to tackle those kind of crises. And this was, I guess, a big failure for everybody, for the governments, for our society, and this is a major lesson. On the other hand, I think that what we have to do as journalists, I'm also a journalist, a former journalist myself, is that we must be very strong on balancing what is the emotion of the moment with a responsible, analytic, wise way of reporting. And I guess that what people think and expect from us is reliable information, which is also sound information, which is also the way of balancing from different views. What Javadi was saying at the beginning, also Gregoire, that the experts themselves were wrong. I mean, they were spreading some news that, at the beginning they said that masks were useless, and then the masks were mandatory. They said that Africa was under threat, and then they changed their mind. Also, they have been not responsible. So I guess that in our duty is avoiding all kind of extreme journalism, but a challenging, responsible journalism is what we need. I mean, if the World Health Organization spread or communicate in an inappropriate way, we should challenge them and saying, what are you saying to us? Can we trust you? Not to destroy the organization, but to provide sound information to our public. And to find the right balance between those two, it's really difficult. But this, I guess, we must think about it. This is crucial for the credibility of the public service media.
I agree. It takes a lot of critical thinking. And I'm going to tell you, Marcello, I mean, I asked that question about what you've learned, what we've all learned, reminding everyone that this is not over. And for those of us in the Northern Hemisphere, we've been told that this could possibly get a lot worse before it gets better. So, Noel, let me ask you, what have you learned? If hindsight is 2020, is there anything you would have fundamentally changed about how broadcasters behaved and what information they disseminated, what critical questions they didn't potentially ask, and what you might do different now going into this European winter?
Yeah, I think from a purely EBU perspective, we learned that we can work together and our members can work together as an organization with a common goal. And it's been a really satisfying year for us in that regard. In terms of the way people responded. I think in terms of the lessons for general media is, I think public service media did save lives, Andrea. I think overall, I think the virus is not strong in some countries, but 1.5 million people have died from it. So, and also there was a time when it was growing exponentially, and it is again in some countries. And I think the public information that was disseminated around social distancing, the campaigns that public service media got behind around knowledge and information of the virus and contracting it, around a whole range of different things. I do think were very important because hospital systems in some countries were in danger of being overrun, and we saw what happened in parts of some countries when that happened, and it was pretty scary. I think the lessons, though, are that for me, the main lesson is this is incredibly complex. There is no one science. There's one science on some elements of this, but very prestigious, renowned people fundamentally disagree on other elements of this. I think the numbers are misleading. The number of cases depends on population. It also depends on testing. And then, as we've said, there are numbers that are missing here, which is what is the long-term economic effect? How many people died of other illnesses during this period? And we won't know that for a long time. So I think the complexity around this is a lesson for all of us. When it started, it looked, and I can't remember, one of my colleagues here has said it, maybe Abraham or someone, when it started, it just looked much more straightforward. Big virus, killing lots of people, here it comes, and then it just became very complex, and different countries had different experiences, different nationalities, different races in America. So I think that's the main lesson is this is a very, very complex pandemic. We're not through it yet. Hopefully, the vaccination process will give us some respite next year. But for me, I think I learned the power of public service media when we work together, the absolute influence we have and trust we have with the public. And I learned that things like this are very, very complicated, and you need to pull at them, hear different voices, question, not aggressively, but just question and get a range of opinions, particularly early on.
Right. Javad, let me get your perspective then from Asia. First of all, can you speak to lessons learned from the past season, and now that we are going into the winter season again in the Northern Hemisphere? Is there anything you will change now in your broadcasting approach, learning what you've learned, or are you on the same page as Noel that it's extremely complex and a lot of this just has to be kind of taken day by day?
And in Asia, we have learned that disaster may happen again. And we have seen in many countries in Asia, flood, tsunami, earthquake, typhoon. And this is something that we have seen over the years. And in many cases, when earthquake happens, we see millions of people lose their lives. When tsunami happens, we see lots of damage to the country. So this is not something that we don't know in Asia. We have seen that, we have experienced that, and we believe that this may happen in future. This time now was tsunami, was COVID-19, but tomorrow might be something else, as Gregor said, malaria and other things. That's one. And the second point is that we have learned that media was not prepared, at least, to react quickly to coronavirus. Media was not prepared to react to disaster happening in different countries in the world, probably because this was worldwide and everybody was affected. But if you look at every single country, you can see that media were not very well prepared to react that. And for instance, you talked about MCO control, movement control order, and whether this has been useful or not. This has been useful, but more important than that is educating people to observe and to look at their health and to avoid getting infection in future. The other most important things that we learned is that public service media has to be strengthened. It was public service media who actually helped the situation, and we learned that the governments, policymakers, public should invest more on public service media. And this is the only way forward. Thank you.
Just very quickly as well, I'm wondering, because, Asia was at the epicenter of several other threatening, what we thought could become pandemics, but didn't. We're looking at SARS, we're looking at MERS, and actually not MERS, but SARS was really, really the bigger one. Do you think there was maybe a sense of complacency when the novel coronavirus came to fruition in 2020, because we'd been there before with these other viruses that really amounted to very little?
Well, SARS was controlled because it was a will of politicians to control that at the beginning when it started. And of course, the disease and the virus was not as aggressive as COVID-19. But I do believe that in Asia, it could have been more actually preserved. It could have been dealt with more. And if you look at the countries who had experience in this case, actually you saw different policies taken by different countries, and that was because of the experience they had from previous disasters. For instance, as I said, Vietnam took immediate measure to close the border and look at the interest of the public. And one of my friends was in Hanoi for a business trip, and he said in March, way back in March, February, and he said that government is controlling everything. If you want to go to the lift, you have certain things not to touch by hand, the buttons and all that. So they started in February, and they resulted in good. Saving people's life. So different countries reacted different, but generally I can say we learned that although in Asia we have seen many disasters, but generally media was not as prepared as it should be, put it that way.
Okay, fair enough. Let me bring it back to Turkey. Ibrahim Eren, we heard Javad saying, public service media really is key. It has to be maintained. Its voice is extremely important in times like this, in a pandemic. But having said that, we need to address the elephant in the room, and that is actually the presence of social media and what public broadcasters are up against, all broadcasters actually for that matter. A lot of people aren't paying as much attention to the news anymore as they are to their phones and what's going out on Twitter, Facebook, and other social media platforms. Ibrahim, speak to me about what the experience has been here in Turkey and what, public broadcasting, particularly TRT's news platforms, have had to go up against to try and keep information accurate and make sure that misinformation isn't spread out of control.
I think I have said before that the TV role of TV became again very important in those days, in the pandemic days, and the research continues. We made also field researches that the public service media is fulfilling the role of providing accurate and timely information for citizens. And in terms of ratings, we had one of the highest ratings we saw in TV, in news channel, in our pandemic days, because people were tuning more TV rather than online. People get information online, but trust and to check them if they are right, and to trust the news they read from their friends, from their WhatsApp messages or other social platforms. They tune on TV and they watch TV news very high in Turkey and at TRT. And I think that this is for the previous question about what we have learned, and this crisis comes with opportunities as well. Public service media, PCMs have great opportunities to strengthen their role, I think, and increase their share in those times. And one of the strengths we have is we can invest on very diversified content. And because in this time, in the lockouts, we see many people on TV screen rather than the same usual TV watchers. Like what I mean is in the daytime, usually the women were on TV, but on the lockout, not just the women, but also men and the children were on TV as well. So the long tail products will be very important. And for what we have learned question, if I can answer that question very briefly, I would like to answer that from a broader perspective. What I mean is, like, we learned as an institution that effectively working in some departments needs limited office hours rather than office hours. So some departments became more effective in their homes rather than at office. And e-learning and distance learning became the norm for this period. And as a public broadcaster, I think we need to invest more on e-learning and e-distance learning. And the consumption of media, the content has increased from video on demand services, from social platforms, and the ways of consumption diversified. And what I think that some people think that the characteristics that may be defined as disadvantages for some is actually our biggest strength, public service biggest strength, which is we have limitations. Like all the content we produce, our content needs a public service aspect in it. And I think it's a very big advantage for us, and we need to invest rather than people are there are too many content now. There's a let's say there's a mess of almost there's a content mess now. From VODs, different VODs, you pay for different services. And so as the PSMs are strength, so rather than I believe that the viewers, rather than struggling in trying to find right content from almost unlimited sources, audiences may leave themselves to the hands of trusted sources like the public service broadcasters. So as TRT, we have learned a lot from 2020, and inshallah, I believe that this is we don't learn much in 2021, but the not just media, but a lot of sector have learned a lot, and the future of the media will, I think, dramatically change in the next coming years, as well as the PSMs.
Right. It's interesting, Ibrahim. I mean, we have experienced, not just as a result of the pandemic, but over the last, 5 years in particular, a real overload of content, coming across so many platforms. But let me get the African perspective on that, actually, because there is a reality for many Africans, Gregoire, that they do find it easier to access smartphones, actually, and the technology and reception they get through smartphones and social media platforms than they do often to get access to television, particularly satellite television and news channels. So what are you up against as far as disseminating information through public broadcasting in Africa? What are you up against in social media platforms actually disseminating information accurately or inaccurately, but more quickly and sometimes more accessibly than you can as channels?
Thank you very much, Andrea. The situation in Africa is very specific. As you said, we have this social media, but when we look at it clearly, we see that the impact of social media in this fight against coronavirus was very, very destructive. I want to give an example. Now, if you come with a vaccine in Africa, if you want to make a campaign of vaccination, you must know that this will not work, because social media has already spread news that this vaccine is coming with a lot of bad things. They say that it will sterilize young people, it will sterilize young girls. Everywhere where you go now in Africa, they will tell you, we don't need vaccine, because they want to control the number of African. And some of these politicians made a lot of mistake when they started by saying that there are many Africans. Africa cannot develop itself if they don't control the rate of birth rate and so on. This brought a lot of problem in Africa. What I think, what we think as the union, yes, it's very difficult. The vaccine campaign in Africa will be very, very difficult if there is not before that a campaign to explain to people that what the social media said was very bad. I want to give you to quote an example. I have a friend who has a school in Yaoundé in Cameroon. And at the beginning of the school year, the medical doctor came only to see if the place was clean and all things. When the student and the teachers saw this medical doctor, all of them left the school, they ran out of the school, and they went in the village telling people that There is these people who want to bring vaccine are there. They want to come and sterilize us. It was terrible. The government was obliged to send military people to calm the country. Means that the effect of social media was very, very harmful in Africa. That's why I share the point of view of Dr. Javad and Noor and even Ibrahim when they are raising the importance of public media, public service, because it is only with us that we can help the government to change the situation, because that is the biggest battle in Africa. That will be the biggest battle. How to explain to people that the vaccine which is coming is not there to sterilize people, but is to help people to face the COVID. And drawing the lesson
Gregoire,
after
the title
that.
of
Hello, I wanted to
I apologize. I mean, I
underline.
agree with you there. It's
Yes, I wanted to
finish,
underline
Gregoire. Yeah.
something. Yes, by saying that in Africa, the effect of prejudgments is very, very devastating. And these prejudgments are coming from African themselves, but also, and most of the time, from abroad. People who are looking at us. You cannot tell the history of Africa without knowing the realities of Africa. That we should stop that. We should stop that. When the Director General of World Health Organization, which is a moral person at that level, can go on the TV and say that it will be devastating in Africa because the hospitals are not good. People don't know how to wash their hands. People don't do this and do that. This is not the type of statement we need to help people in Africa to face this situation. So we believe as the union, and we think that the other sisters union should help us on that, is that we should increase and develop our capacities of productions. We have to tell our stories.
Okay.
We have to develop the way we present Africa, because the way people are looking Africa is always wrong. Always wrong. They don't take into consideration the realities of Africa. All is not bad in Africa. It's true. We have some government who are corrupt and so on, but there are people who are also fighting. I don't know if which are fighting. So we believe that we must fight prejudgment. We must increase the level of production of African stories by African themselves with the help of the sisters union. I quote sister union because I have confidence in sister unions. They are very.
Okay.
This is very, very interesting.
Okay,
I wanted to underline
you
that.
bring up a lot of very interesting, you bring up a lot of very, very interesting issues. And one that I greatly appreciate is how you have an uphill battle going forward. We titled this panel here, how international media impacted the pandemic, but actually the impact is still remains to be seen going forward. And you have said that if we don't really invest in good public broadcasting to get the message out on how to fight this pandemic via vaccines going forward, we actually could lose this battle even as a planet. The problem isn't just in Africa. Noel, or Marcello, let me get to you. There's going to be a problem in Europe as well. We've seen plenty of anti-vaxxers come out and go against whatever science is out there and say, we're not going to be taking these vaccines. And if we don't get that critical mass of about 70%, we can't defeat this pandemic. So what is RAI going to do, for example, in a country as crucial as Italy going forward, to make sure that the messaging and the science is clear on what the vaccine could do, or how it can serve our population in overcoming the pandemic?
Well, first of all, we hope the science will be reliable enough to share good informations, because what we have seen is that, for example, the competition among these big pharmaceutical groups saying one day we will cover our vaccine efficient of 90%, then the other day is 94, then the other day is 95. It's not serious. I mean, those kind of attitude spread not trust but mistrust, and therefore we hope that we can have reliable information at our disposal, because this is what our public need. They must be sure that what is going on is safe for their health. So what I feel is that the concern that the vaccine is being created too rapidly it's not a fake news. It's a serious concern. So what we want to do is that to show that the vaccine are safe, because the authorities in Europe, in US, all over the world will tell us that they are safe 100% or 99%. And and this is what we need. And this is very complicated, because there are also, we know, commercial interests that push in one way or the other. And I guess that public service media should be seen by our public. This is our goal, not like a judge, but at least a source that you can rely on. And this is crucial for the next months when we will speak a lot about vaccine.
Right. Noel, are you on the same page there? And I mean, how do you expect European public broadcasters in general to have to go up against, social media in this infodemic?
Yeah, like the vaccine battle is going to be huge. And, we've seen figures 40, 50% of people in some countries just say they will not take it. So I think I would totally agree with Marcello. Our responsibility is to impart accurate information and to help the public understand accurate information. And we will need to see what information is coming out through the testing process, what is released on the safety. We will have to interrogate all of that as we would with other initiatives. And I think that interrogation and that understanding and a range of voices is going to be really important for us. I also think we shouldn't patronize the anti-vaxxers. Some of them are we've seen from other things that they've written, they take a very extreme position on most issues. But an awful lot of people are just nervous. They're just kind of going, wait a minute, would I give this to my child? Would I take it myself? And I think we need to realize that for a lot of people, this isn't I'm just going to take the opposite view to everybody. It's all a conspiracy. They're just nervous. So again, that comes back to the reliability, the interrogation of the information that comes out on the safety, bringing forward voices. And then I think the range of voices, Andrea, becomes important, because sometimes on issues like vaccines, the range of voices for and against are not equal. You can have a vast majority of scientific opinion which agrees with a perspective. You can have a small minority that disagrees. And then we have to be careful that we don't get necessarily into a balance where we're giving every side 50-50, even if one side is an absolute minority opinion. So then you get into issues around impartiality, not balance. You get into those kinds of issues, which are going to be very complex for us. And then another issue we're going to have to deal with is emotion versus science. We interview someone on the street, and they get very emotional, and they say, I will not risk this. I will not take this risk. I will not do it. And then up pops some scientist who can't speak an ordinary language in terms of explaining it, and you lose everybody. So I just think those kinds of issues are going to be how we explain it, the kind of proportion we give, the questioning we do of the safety of any vaccine that comes out, the range of voices we hear, and not taking a side and being patronizing in any way with people who are against what may be a majority view. So I think that next year is going to be about the vaccine debate. The first 6 months of next year, we are still going to have COVID. We are still going to have deaths from COVID, and we will still have to cover that. But this vaccine debate and how we handle it, and we're already starting webinars, discussions amongst our members around sharing information, sharing knowledge and expertise and opinions around how we're going to cover that vaccine debate, because it's coming, and it's coming very soon.
Javad, are Asian broadcasters ready for that debate and for the emotion versus the science?
Vaccine campaign. It is much more in Africa, as Gregor has said, but we do have in Asia, if you look at the size of region and the size of population. And that's where the role of public service broadcasters comes in. I want to echo quickly what Ibrahim said on PSM and the public trust in PSM by giving you 2-3 examples. During the COVID-19, NHK Japan had close to 58% trust in public from the NHK. So in Japan, 58% public trusted NHK. In Australia, it was 70% trust in ABC television. In India, it was 82% people have tuned into the radio. So that means that people have trust in public service media. And if they have trust in public service media, it is the role of public service media to handle that challenge, to talk to the public and to overcome the emotion which social media may create by interviewing here, this and that. And I think that would be a big challenge for us, because in Europe it might be less than Asia because of the size of Asia, because of the literacy and illiteracy population, and the rural areas and villages, etc. It's not easy.
Okay, Javad, thank you for that. Let me wrap up then here in Turkey with Ibrahim Eren. Yeah, on the same issue. I mean, is it an uphill battle going forward now? Once the vaccine is hopefully in the next, coming months released to the public, what will Turkish broadcasters have to do to manage the information dealt to the Turkish public and to compete with social media and the voices of emotion that might not trust what scientists are saying? Ibrahim, if you cannot hear me, hopefully if you can respond to that.
Okay. I totally.
There you go. Yeah, go ahead.
About the question, the vaccine, the concern of the public about the vaccine is a fair one and a legitimate one, because the vaccine is not tested yet. So, as Noel said, in the next coming year, the biggest debate will be about vaccine, and the science is not. The science has different opinions. We need to be balanced, rather, and as Noel said, it's very important that there is a mainstream science opinion, which the countries are taken for granted in their treatments, and public service media will balance this opinion with the other ones to make sure that the people, the audience doesn't feel that there is no hidden secret behind vaccines. So we need to learn, by the way, as the journalists and broadcasters in the meantime, and that how the vaccines are working, what the percentage should be. So we will learn as well. So in the next coming year, I think the main thing is we need to be fairly open, and we need to have the courage to say that we do not know yet. So we need to share the public we need to share the public the information that we have very openly and frankly, because it's a very serious health issue. And but it's a the next year will be a very tough issue, I think, because not all the journalists are on the same page as well. It will be very tough for us when I think now the next coming year about the vaccines discussions.
It will be tough. I mean, we've heard, many doctors, scientists, and journalists saying the worst is actually yet to come. But we have gotten this far, and we are still keeping well and healthy. And I think international broadcasters, public broadcasters in particular, have done a stellar job of disseminating as much accurate information as possible. That is where we will now conclude this panel. I'd like to thank all 5 of my panelists so much for joining us. Ibrahim Eren, here in Turkey, Noel Curran, Director General of European Broadcasting Union, Javad Motagi there, representing the Secretary General of the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, Gregoire Njaka, CEO of Africa Union of Broadcasting, and of course, Marcello Foa, President of RAI, Italy's public broadcaster. Thanks all so much for being with us. I will end this panel now and hand it over to TRT World's host of Showcase, Elif Bereketli.
Hello and welcome to TRT World Forum 2020's reflections session on the power of music in the days of the pandemic. Today, I will host distinguished guests to discuss how the COVID-19 pandemic impacted the world of music. To talk about concert halls and opera during the pandemic, I'm joined by the General Director of the State Opera and Ballet of Turkey, Murat Karahan. Thanks a lot for joining us on TRT World Forum today. So let's start with this. Why don't you tell us how, in general, you were affected? I mean, you, obviously, as a person, but also the State Opera and Ballet of Turkey from COVID-19.
Okay. Hello again. Actually, first of all, I should explain that we affiliated with the State Opera and Ballet. We have 6 established opera and ballet houses in 6 different cities, including Ankara, Istanbul, Mersin, Antalya, and Samsun, and Izmir. The pandemic has deeply affected the art of opera and ballet in our country, as in the whole world, because both in terms of using orchestra pit and close contacting, the probability of being infected is quite high. Assuming that at least 150 people, including the technical and backstage crew, taking office in just for one night in an opera and ballet performance. Since the first days of pandemic, the world's foremost companies had to cease their performances for a long time. After taking break in the few months of pandemic, our State Opera and Ballet reopened its curtains during a new normalization period, especially with the help of the climatic conditions. We organized many performances and 3 festivals that almost all of them were held in the open air and theaters and the stages. Of course, we have reached the audience with pieces which have a new perspective, with a more minimalized way and with concert versions without using the orchestra pits.
Okay, what is the situation now?
The situation now in these days, since the weather is getting colder and the pandemic is spreading faster, we don't have the opportunity to perform in open stages now. It's impossible for us. For this reason, we are presenting our performances with the smallest or smallest companies possible, as well, with a reduced number of artists.
And what kind of an experience is it? I mean, obviously this question might be addressed to a performer, but also for you as the director of the State Opera and Ballet of Turkey. I mean, less people, a lot of restrictions, and then there is art going on stage. I mean, how does it come into being, you think?
With the new perspective, we are trying to take all possible measures to ensure that our artists perform in an environment with minimum risk. And I would like to express that it's our priority to keep out our artists safe, while also trying to not to leave audience without art, because we have got an important duty that we should bring art to our audience to make them happy and positive.
Yeah, and I wonder how actually you do that. I mean, how do you keep your performers, positive and motivated during times like this?
Actually, it's not easy for us, because also they are afraid about this situation. But as I told you before, we changed, we reduced the amounts of the artists in the performances, and then we reduced the numbers of the artists in the companies, and with a new vision, we are making little pieces of arts in this period, because it's not possible for us to make with a huge amount of artists. For example, 150 artists and technique in one night in the one stage. It's impossible for us.
And before we wrap up, Murat, you are state funded. So I wonder how you were affected by all this financially. I mean, without the ticket sales, I'm sure it made a difference.
Yeah, it's actually very important, and it brings it shows us the importance of the system in Turkey, because for example, many opera and ballet companies are in a big crisis now in Europe and in the world, but we are the 6 opera houses and ballets are 100% supported by the government. That is why our artists or our companies has not any problem in this situation. Our artists could get their salaries, their full salaries. But for example, in many countries in Europe, in many opera houses, they had to stop performing, and they had to cut the salaries of the artists. But we don't have any problem like this in Turkey.
Okay, well, lovely to hear that as a Turkish person. Murat Karahan, good to have you on TRT World Forum today. Thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts with us.
It was my pleasure. Thank you.
And now, let's talk to the pianist, Vikingur Olafsson, about how he was impacted by the restrictions. Hi there, it's good to have you with us today. So, I'm not going to ask you about how your lockdown was, because I know that it was pretty productive and amazing, really. You released a new album. You enjoyed exceptional chart success with it. You became BBC Radio 4 Front Row's Artist in Residence, and you created and presented your own classical music series on TV. Wow, anything I missed?
Yeah, when this all happened in March and April, it was really like going back 10 years in time before I had the kind of career that I have today, where everything is running like a smooth machine. And instead, I had to really think everything sort of from scratch and try to sort of save myself, because I hate being idle, having nothing to do. And so, yeah, so I really felt like I was just 10 years younger, and everything was sort of, I had to do it myself. I had to find new ideas. And it's not easy when you don't have an audience in concert halls. And then I realized how much what I do is actually for the people, for my audience. Without my audience, it's really hard to survive. But then there are other ways. And like you said, TV, radio, those were my sort of go-to. But also, you know, releasing the album was very interesting. Some people told me I should not release the album because of COVID. But that made no sense because people were at home waiting for something to happen. So I think releasing an album at the end of March was actually the best time in my life, probably, to release an album because people were so grateful for it. But that's one thing that has happened now is that I've realized also I have played a few concerts, you know, maybe for 50% or 25% concert audiences, depending on the local rules. But I have realized how much it matters to those people and what the power of concerts really is and how it kind of connects people. It's very interesting. I feel these days when I play for 25% crowd or 50% crowd, the reaction is actually stronger than for a sold out crowd in a big hall in London. I mean, people are just somehow different. And I think when we come out of this, we will hopefully remember that music is not to be taken for granted.
Wow, okay. Well, I would assume, I'm not a musician myself, so I think just a regular person would assume that restrictions would stop you from easily connecting to your audience, or as easy, you know, compared to the past. But I guess that wasn't what happened to you from what I've heard?
We are so lucky in a way that this happens now in 2020 and not in the year 1995 or 2000. I mean, the technology that we have today with smartphones, with iPads, with everything, makes it possible for almost anybody to become their own broadcaster from home, practically. And so what I've seen also from other people around me, whether they're doing for TV, radio, or their own podcasts or their own live concerts at home, this would have been impossible 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So in a way, we are lucky with that. Music has a way of finding its way to the right people, to the right ears. That's what I felt with the pandemic. And I think in a way, it's very interesting. It's really dark times for the industry, you know. All the concert houses, the suffering, all the orchestras, all the young artists, it's horrible. At the same time, in a way, never before have people listened so much to classical music. You see it with the 2020 streaming numbers. They're higher than ever before in history for classical music. And the rise in classical is more than any other genre, I am told. So in a way, it's really strange times. It's great time for music, great time for classical music. It's horrible time for all the freelance artists and all the organizers.
Okay, that's a very fair picture. You're one of 2020's fastest streaming core classical artists. So you're a good person to ask this question to. Why do you think the interest into classical music in particular rose during these times?
I think when people are at home or when they are sort of going into a more introspection mode, then I think classical music very much speaks to them. It's the kind of music that you can listen to again and again and again and again, and you can always find something new. And somehow I feel this music very often mirrors you. It teaches you something about yourself. And I think this year has been all about that for so many of us, learning something new about ourselves in unprecedented circumstances. So I think in that way, classical is really wonderful. But classical, again, doesn't mean anything, this word. There are so many different musics in classical music. But yeah, this is something that I feel just around me. You know, I feel different kind of interest. 20 years ago, everybody was saying that classical music is about to die. But that's the same with 100 years ago, 50 years ago. They're always saying that classical music is dying, but yet always more and more people are listening to it. So it's a funny story.
So, okay, I am just not going to ask that question to you. No, I wasn't planning to either anyways, but I want to ask you about how you approach your art and whether it changed during the pandemic. I mean, we talked about the surrounding situation around your music, but then when it comes to the music itself, what kind of a shift did you observe in it?
I think with any creative work, the more time you have to spend on your projects, the better. So sometimes in life, in classical music life, in the kind of career I have, you have to play too many concerts in too short span of time. And now there are much fewer concerts, of course. And it means that for every concert and for every piece, you simply have more time. You can go deeper. And the more time you spend on a single musical phrase, I think the more meaningful it will become. And there's nothing that can replace time in this. And so, you know, when you think back 70 years, people played fewer concerts than today, because today you can jump on a plane, or you used to before COVID. And now we've gone back a little bit to a more, I think, deeper way of thinking about music and having more time with every single phrase. It just makes it more meaningful and more beautiful, I believe.
Okay. Vikingur, you, I believe, have synesthesia, if I'm not mistaken. So you associate keys with colors. So in that sense, I wonder how this whole process influenced you, because, well, I'm sure you saw less colors because you were more indoors or you weren't really freely traveling. So did that have any sort of effect on your music? I'm looking for a poetic answer here.
Oh, yes, but you know, there are so many colors indoor. Look behind me. You have this beautiful work here by my Icelandic compatriot, Magnus Helgason, in yellow, of course, mostly. That's in A for me. This is the key of A major, actually. And then you have this here in blue. This is by Icelandic artist Ragnar Kjartansson. This is definitely in F. So actually, I see colors everywhere. Look at the ceiling here. It's brown. That's D. So, you know, on the wall is white, it's C. And then you have a black lamp, it's in C minor, actually. So you have C major and C minor on the wall behind me. I probably sound like a crazy person, but that's how I feel. So actually, it hasn't been affected at all, but maybe you notice the colors indoors and around you more strikingly.
Okay. Vikingur Olafsson, this was really interesting. Thanks a lot for sharing your story with us today on TRT World Forum. And now I'm joined by another pianist and composer, Büşra Kayıkçı. Hi there, good to see you today. Join us. So let's start with this. You could be a rare example of the pandemic. You made a name for yourself during the lockdown months, I assume. Why don't you tell me and our viewers about the whole story?
Well, I have two sides of this story, actually. At first, it was an advantage for me because just a couple of months ago, before the lockdown, I released my debut album and the single, and I released all of them independently. And if you are an indie artist, which means you're working without a manager, without a label, without a producer or a booking agency, there is only one territory you should be focused on seriously, which is online, which is digital platforms. So as you know, everyone was at home looking at their screens and looking for something new to discover, and I was there waiting to be discovered. So it brought me lots of advantages, I would say.
And how did you spend your lockdown months?
Well, I had very nice contacts with some international music channels and some labels, some agency. You know, it's almost impossible to organize some physical shows with the venues, with the global venues. But when it comes to online, it's just, I mean, it's just one click. You at your home and your iPhone, and suddenly you're in Germany, you're in France, you're in UK. So I did lots of live shows, and that's how I expanded my fan base internationally. And it also brought me very good, audience, I would say.
Mm-hmm. So do you think it would have been harder for you if you were starting your career during quote-unquote normal times, not, a pandemic?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, it was already 3 months, and my streaming numbers was not in the level that I was expected. But with the live stream shows during the lockdown, I received really good numbers, 2.5 million in one video, I would say.
Wow. Okay. What do you think spoke to that many people about your music and you as a performer?
Well, I believe both my profile and me, maybe as a multidisciplinary artist, because I try to keep my social media busy, not just with music, but also with other artistic materials I use and work on.
Mm-hmm. So what you did during the lockdown months is that you actually performed live at the Istanbul Jazz Festival. before everything closed down again in Istanbul, in Turkey.
Yes.
How was that? What kind of an experience was that for you?
Well, for me, it was my first experience as just me and with my material on stage. I had stage experience before, of course, but it was always with a team. For the first time being on a stage that prestigious in my homeland is something I am very proud of, I would say.
Mm-hmm. But also, there were some restrictions around the concert and the performances during the festival. So, I mean, it was your first performance, I understand that. So it's a little bit more, it's trickier to ask this question. But I wonder what kind of an experience is it to have restrictions involved in a live performance?
Well, I can't compare it I think enough if you put it that way. But the arrangements were super safe. I didn't feel any stress. It was all full of excitement and joy for me. With friends, it was it was a very close show because there are restrictions in the tickets. So most of them was full with friends and family.
Okay, well, that's expected, I guess. So I want to talk about, I mean, you mentioned that you're an interdisciplinary artist, you're an interior architect as well, and your relation with space is very important to you, and actually your music is pretty much interlinked with the idea of space. So was it a psychological challenge for you to stay indoors or, you know, not really experience many different spaces during the course of the past year, really, the pandemic?
Well, first of all, I am an introvert character. I don't feel so much pressure when I'm at home, basically. But it's nice to travel to places with beautiful landscapes. Those spaces inspire me a lot. Referring on creating spaces with music was something I was imagining in my mind, not just physically. I mean, I believe that musicians create spaces through performance with musical materials in both their minds and in audiences' minds.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Bushra, this was a very prolific time frame for you, I assume. But I wonder what you have learned from it so far. The pandemic itself, you making a name for yourself, and also, you know, staying indoors.
Well, I've experienced the importance of using social media effectively, basically, because I've always thought it would take a very large time to reach to the international audience. But somehow all these things switched to something else, to another format. So I try to keep the content. I try to create some other contents for YouTube, for, again, digital platforms. Well, this is how it will continue for a long time, I believe. I just try to focus what I have in my hands, but not try to dream about what will be in the future. Just focus on what work you have right now in the moment.
And is this a lesson that you think you're going to carry for your whole lifetime that the pandemic gave you?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Bushra Kayıkçı, thanks a lot for joining us today on TRT World Forum and sharing your story with us. Good luck. That's it from me, Elif Bereketli, for now on TRT World Forum. I would like to thank our guests for joining us and sharing their thoughts with us on the importance of music during troubled times, how to survive and sometimes even thrive as a musician under restrictions, and what the future might hold for the world of music. TRT World Forum 2020 will continue to discuss shifting dynamics, the international order in a post-pandemic world. Do stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the TRT World Forum. I'm Melinda Nusofora, a correspondent for TRT World based here in Istanbul, and I have the pleasure of being your host for this afternoon. Before we launch into our discussions, I'd like to introduce Turkey's Industry and Technology Minister, Mustafa Varank, to share his views on the future of technology in a post-pandemic world.
Thank you, Melinda. Distinguished participants, it's a great pleasure for me to address you at the 4th Annual TRT World Forum. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my warmest greetings to all of you. This forum creates its distinctive atmosphere by inviting outstanding experts to solve the most puzzling global issues. Thanks to this platform, we can direct novel solutions to real-world problems in a collaborative way. This year, we will be focusing on the theme Shifting Dynamics in a Post-Pandemic World and frame our discussions according to many aspects of life and society. But here, I would like to share my thoughts on how the future of technology can open up new opportunities. As you well know, the pandemic has forced all of us adopt a kind of new world order. And in a period of economic downturn such as this, we may normally expect a simultaneous slowdown of innovative activity. However, this pandemic differentiates itself in many ways. Corporations are finding new tools to boost their innovation capabilities. Remote working, online shopping, digital and contactless payments, distance learning, robot delivery, telehealth, and even these video meetings have become our new realities. In addition to that, we expect to see remarkable breakthroughs in the several key areas over the next decade. Let me be more specific. Increased AI-driven methods will reduce manufacturing costs by up to a factor of 2. A new generation of quantum computers will substantially shorten research and development cycles. A combination of clinical and information technologies will merge to develop new healthcare systems. New energy technologies will be harnessed to improve our carbon footprint. We have no idea about the limits of this progress as we look to the future. We can say, though, that our near future's technology advances can be framed around 3 concepts: people centricity, location independence, and resilient delivery. In this context, the top trends for the future we look to are IoT, privacy-enhancing computing, distributed cloud, AI engineering and hyperautomation, AI-based anomaly and fault detection systems for UAVs. But you should keep in mind that this is true just for the time being. Such a rapid worldwide technological transformation will, of course, have effects on the competitive power of countries. As policymakers, we are faced with a challenging responsibility in this dynamic, unpredictable environment. If we don't pay enough attention, we will be for sure left behind. That is why we feel compelled to take early action to accommodate this paradigm-shifting reality. Before returning to this point, I want to quickly prime you on a public awareness campaign and policy that pervades the work in our ministry. We started what we call the National Technology Movement to ensure our economic and technological independence. In line with this, we prepared a medium-term industry and technology strategy with special emphasis on artificial intelligence and machine learning, Internet of the Things, big data, cybersecurity, blockchain, 5G, space technologies, nanotechnology, and biotechnology to further improve our skill sets and competence. Nowadays, we are preparing concrete roadmaps in these areas. Among them, artificial intelligence, plays an increasingly important role in our lives. So let me briefly inform you about our upcoming national AI strategy that has been prepared by a collective effort of public, private, and academic bodies. In our strategy, we have defined 6 priorities covering human capital, research, entrepreneurship, infrastructure, and data quality. We also address social and economic perspectives, international and bilateral cooperation, structural and labor force transformation. On the institutional side, we made a big step and structured a National Artificial Intelligence Institute that involves a complete ecosystem, including young researchers, entrepreneurs, data engineers, and more. Our institute will have a multidisciplinary vision that will include research departments, competency centers, and co-creation laboratories. Collaboration across the ecosystem will increase the impact of our AI output. Our co-creation vision will welcome global actors to our ecosystem as well. Investing in our human resources is another priority for us. As a big step, we have launched the International Fellowship Program for outstanding researchers last year. Thanks to this program, we have been providing scholarships in AI-related fields. Big data, natural language processing, image processing, autonomous driving, and voice recognition are only a few examples of what we are doing. Speaking of autonomous driving, it will be unfair not to mention the Turkey's automobile project, TOG. TOG is way more than a car production project. We are both using and developing state-of-the-art technologies by designing an electric car as a smart device. With this project, Turkey will have a global mobility brand in the market. In addition to these steps, we also support R&D and innovation-led research activities for digital technologies. Turkey ranks 16th in the world by the number of publications in the field of AI. TÜBİTAK, our National Research Institute, has funded nearly 2,000 AI projects within the last 10 years. These projects include deep learning, machine learning, decision support systems, e-commerce, and big data-related ones. Last but not least, we also finance tech-based startups. We recently established a new technology and innovation venture capital fund, which will provide effective financing opportunities for startups and spin-offs. We are also working on developing real-life AI applications with our counterparts. Let me share a recent example here. Our Digital Transformation Office is carrying out the Turkish Brain Project. This AI-based project supports the physician by detecting anomalies successfully from brain MRI in very short time. Likewise, we are hoping to transmit these kind of solutions into other areas such as finance, agriculture, and education to develop human-centric view. Distinguished participants, Turkey has been implementing an innovative, high-value-added, and export-oriented development model to achieve its ambitious targets. We are establishing industrial and technology parks where high-tech products are being designed and produced. We support model factories to accelerate lean production and digital transformation. Our visionary technology-oriented industry program aims to boost value-added production and exports. In the last 10 years, we have made a great progress in increasing the share of renewable energy. We are planning to continue to invest more in renewable energy technologies, so the future is very bright for Turkey. Our doors will always be open for researchers and business people from all around the world. Bearing these in mind, I would like to thank again everyone who has participated and tirelessly worked for this event. Thank you, and I wish you well.
That was Turkey's Industry and Technology Minister, Mustafa Varank. Now let's change up the pace a little bit. As we prepare ourselves for the next session, please go ahead and enjoy this musical performance by some very talented Turkish artists.
authorities to be more transparent. After a mysterious outbreak of viral pneumonia hospitalized dozens.
Therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
The death toll in the continent of Europe from the virus continues to rise at an alarming rate.
The U.S. now has more reported cases of the coronavirus than any other country in the world.
Turkey has delivered personal protective equipment to the United States.
Turkey has delivered medical equipment to 3 of Europe's worst-hit countries.
Doctors say treating COVID-19 is like piecing together a potentially deadly jigsaw puzzle.
Welcome back to the TRT World Forum. I'm Melinda Nusafora, TRT World correspondent and moderator for this session, Multipolarity in the Age of COVID-19, the Future of Global Solidarity. As the COVID-19 pandemic swept the globe, individuals were encouraged to isolate and countries resorted to isolationism. Nationalism, already on the rise in much of the world, was amplified, and traditional mechanisms of regional and international cooperation appeared unable to deal with the crisis. During this session, we'll discuss the future of international cooperation and multilateralism through the prism of the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll explore how institutions can reshape their activities to better address this immense collective challenge the world is facing. Joining us on today's panel, we have Bisera Turkovic, Bosnia and Herzegovina Minister for Foreign Affairs. Margaritas Skinas, the Vice President of the European Commission. Joseph Nye, Professor Emeritus and former Dean of the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University. Parag Khanna, the founder and managing partner of strategic advisory firm FutureMap, and Ibrahim Kalin, spokesman for the President of the Republic of Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here at the TRT World Forum 2020. Mr. Ibrahim Kalin, I'm going to address my first question to you, sir. The concepts of globalization, multilateralism, and international cooperation have increasingly been called into question amid this COVID-19 pandemic. In the wake of the pandemic, has the way we think about globalization and our approach to multilateralism changed forever?
Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone, first of all, for putting this panel together, which is very timely. But I want to take issue first with the title, Post-Pandemic World. I don't think we are there yet. We very much hope to be there soon with the vaccination found and made available to everyone. But we are living a truly global moment, I think, for the first time in a long time, in the sense that everybody is affected by one incident in the world. We've had cases.
We seem to have a slight problem there with Mr. Cullen's connection. So we're going to continue on. I'm going to address my next question to Joseph Nye, and we will come back to Ibrahim Cullen once we've got his connection re-secured. Joseph Nye, the Professor Emeritus and former Dean of the Kennedy School of Governance at Harvard University. We may not be post-pandemic. If you agree, as I'm sure many of you do, with Mr. Cullen, we are still very well and truly within this pandemic, but it's arguably accelerated a trend whereby the legitimacy of the international system has increasingly been called into question. Given this, and given our current circumstance, still amid this pandemic, what does the future hold, do you believe, for multilateralism and international cooperation?
We have seen a shock to the system as a whole, but I think, if anything, we've learned that rather than decoupling and isolation and so forth, that there are some areas where we're going to be more tightly coupled. It's true that on some of the economic globalization that the world has seen, there has been more concern about security when it comes to supply chains. So in that sense, just in case is going to replace just in time. But that will be a matter of degree, not a total reduction of international trade. And one should also remember that there are two types of globalization, at least two. Economic globalization, which we've referred to, but also ecological globalization, which is interdependence at intercontinental distances. And there, if anything, the pandemic has showed that we're more tightly coupled and will increasingly be tightly coupled. Alas, this is not the last pandemic. And also, alas, we're on a path in climate change where we're seeing carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases crossing borders without any concern about nationality, just the way viruses cross borders without any concern about the humans that they kill. So I think in that sense, we're learning that we have no escape. In my new book, Do Morals Matter, I distinguish between two types of power: power over others, the traditional type of competition, and power with others, where we can't solve a problem unless we work with others. And both the examples I gave of ecological globalization, climate change, and pandemics are great illustrations. I do think that there's been a shock to the system, but I don't think it's set us back to isolation. I think it's dramatized the importance of closer cooperation. And with the Biden government announcing that it'll rejoin the Paris Climate Accords and the World Health Organization, I think you're seeing signs of that in the United States.
I'm going to come back to Biden and also to climate change, to very interesting points that you've raised there a little bit later in our session. But before we get there, I want to maybe take a little bit of a look at the EU specifically. So, Bisera Turkovic, let me address this question to you. How has interstate cooperation between the Balkan states and then cooperation between the Balkans and the rest of Europe been impacted, do you think, during the pandemic?
Okay, now I believe you hear
All
me.
right, I
Thank you. Right. I got your question, so I can go with the answer. Well, I confidently believe that the interstate cooperation between the EU and the Western Balkan, where Bosnia and Herzegovina belongs to, still remains a very relevant topic. Um, for us, it includes many aspects like digital connectivity and networking, enhancing business links, cultural exchange, fostering ties between youth, and so on. The connectivity is also linked to the process of bringing our lives to the pre-pandemic state of affairs. EU and regional connectivity in the Western Balkan can thus be seen as a precondition for fast economic growth, modernization, sustainable development goals, implementation, and the overall prosperity of the citizens of Southeastern Europe. Globalization can bolster foreign direct investment, economic growth, and shrink the existing economic gaps. Of course, many things could be done regionally and with stronger involvement of the national government. But we in Western Balkan very much depend on support of EU, and I think that EU responded quite well considering the situation in which countries of the Western Balkan found themselves.
Let's stay within the European continent. And Margaritis Skinas, Vice President of the European Commission, what about you? How do you think the EU has weathered this COVID storm?
Between the first weeks of the pandemic, where many governments, I think, both within the EU but also beyond the EU, reacted in a way that was uncoordinated under the pressure of public opinion, and they tried to face an unprecedented event. But very quickly, I think, our governments in the European Union realized how much they have in common: the interdependence of our economies, the fact that Europe has the biggest and better regulated single market in the world, that our supply chains are totally integrated. So, very quickly, we switched to coordination mode, and I think the EU institutions from Brussels were instrumental in fostering this cooperation. We went very quickly to coordinating borders, introducing green lanes to supply our supermarkets. We organized common tenders to buy personal protective equipment for everyone. We tried to reaffirm the European Union as a union. And there was a third phase in which we find ourselves now, which is the phase of unprecedented cooperation and integration of what we do together as Europeans. It's not only the recovery initiative of last July of a total size of 1.8 trillion that meant to relaunch our economies from this symmetric shock that we have suffered. But it is also our joint program of pre purchasing vaccines from all the companies that are closer to producing one, and giving the absolute certainty to Europeans that they will have access, equitable, fair, and universal access to the vaccines. We have agreed with 6 companies and we have pre purchased 2 billion doses of vaccines for Europeans. So I think this, in a way, sums up the EU response. The EU response was a resolute one, was a convincing one, and we're very happy to be able. President Macron, in his famous Sorbonne speech, called for a Europe that protects. I think there is no better example of a Europe that protects from what Europe did in managing the pandemic in these last months.
We are welcoming back Turkey's presidential spokesman, Ibrahim Kalin. We lost you at the beginning there, sir, so I wanted to readdress the question that we had asked you. In the wake of our pandemic, has the way we think about globalization and the way we approach multilateralism changed forever?
Thank you for the loss of connection there. I think we will see a lot of changes in our perceptions and definitions of these terms: globalization, nation state, the balance between freedom and security, and of course multilateralism, solidarity, and other concepts. Because we are all living in a global moment for the first time in a long time. We've had cases where things have impacted, other parts of the world, such as the stock market crisis in Asia will have impact on markets in Europe and the United States, or say war in Syria or Iraq will have impact on other parts of the world or region. But we never have had a case where one single incident changed almost everything, touched every single aspect of our lives from east to west, from rich countries to poor countries, from south to north. And that will, I believe, have significant consequences for the way we conduct our lives. I think one of the lessons we've learned is that it is possible to live with less. We again have realized, I hope, to the extent that all people, individually and collectively have realized it, that less is more. Less can bring more quality into our lives. Material, quantitative magnitude does not necessarily mean a healthier or happier or more rational life. And I remember the little book that the economist Frederick Schumacher wrote many years ago in the 1970s, called "Small is Beautiful." And I think we're again remembering his legacy, where he said small is beautiful, and his followers and students follow up his work with another book called "Small is Possible." And I think that small is possible, less is possible, and it can bring more quality into our lives. And that brings us to the question of what really matters more, what really matters essentially in our lives. And I think nation states, multinational institutions, individuals, other collective bodies are asking this very question today. And one important line of thinking about all this is the legitimacy of international institutions, the way they responded to this crisis, whether it's the United Nations or WHO, whether it is this Organization of Islamic Conference or the EU or other international bodies. They will have to go some changes in terms of increasing their capacities to deal with crises like this, when something like that happens, how they respond, how they protect human lives. And there, I think this will have a huge impact on the way we think about the global order, or the so-called liberal global order. But as Voltaire was quoted once about the Holy Roman Empire, when he was asked about it, he said it was neither holy nor Roman nor empire. I think the global liberal global order has never been really liberal or global or even an order. We are facing the consequences of this today, and I think as we go along, we will have a major revision of these very concepts about multiculturalism, multilateralism, solidarity, and other concepts as we go along.
Well, it sounds like we could be redrawing our future map. So let's bring in Parang Khanna here to discuss that further as a strategic advisory firm, Future Map. What do you take from Mr. Cullen's comments there? Do you think we are going to see a complete sort of reshuffle of the way we approach multinationalism and globalization? And what potentially does that mean for interstate conflicts?
Well, there's a lot of questions in there, all of which are very interesting and worth discussing. The first is that globalization is always evolving. It isn't really one fixed pattern of relations. You have economic or migratory, financial, diplomatic, and other kinds of relationships between regions and powers and emerging markets that are shifting all the time. We see that right now happening with global supply chains, for example. One of the important things to observe in the wake of the pandemic is just how rapidly supply chains have been shifting in terms of trade as a result of rising tensions with China. Now, those tensions actually go back quite a few years, the better part of this past decade, and we've already seen the capacity of economies to move capital, move investment to new or safer or more trusted geographies. That's why Southeast Asia, for example, has been something of a beneficiary of the US-China trade war. So what's interesting is that right now we simultaneously have globalization continuing in many ways. Let's remember that sharing the research and innovation around vaccines is itself a form of globalization, correct? In the midst of the shutdown of trade in some areas and borders being closed to migration, we also have countries that are opening their capital accounts, like China, and bringing in more financial flows. So globalization is multi-directional, and the volume increases and decreases all the time. In terms of the geopolitical fault line, there are greater and lesser kinds of situations. In Asia, where I live, Asia is home to most of the world's major conflict scenarios. Just look at Taiwan or North Korea or the South China Sea or the India-China border, India and Pakistan. Most of the conflicts that are really could have systemic impact that involve both the United States and China are very much here in Asia. Now, over the last 30 years, Asians have done a good job of keeping these geopolitical tensions somewhat suppressed as their economies have become more integrated. In other words, they have been pursuing geoeconomic convergence despite the geopolitical tensions. And you can see that, again, despite the fact that we see the heightened tension over Taiwan right now, tensions with China on its borders, these countries still signed the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Trade Agreement just under 2 weeks ago, which is the largest trade liberalization zone in the entire world today as a share of GDP and population. So you can see that there is a pragmatism around the geopolitical tensions to some degree in the case of Asia. I don't think there's any guarantee of that, of course. 30 years is a period of success, of pragmatism, and also some degree of luck. But I would like to see much more active efforts at actual conflict resolution, of conflict settlement, as we've seen in the Caucasus in just the last 2 months. There is no such thing as a frozen conflict. We use these terms sometimes to push conflict away from our headlines and pretend that it is a stable situation. But what's often happening is that forces are preparing for future action, and that can be violent and that can escalate at any given time. So I worry about a fair number of the legacy conflicts, if you will, that date back, some of them centuries, in terms of border tensions, whether it is in the Caucasus, whether it is on the European periphery, most certainly in Asia. And I think we have to make very active efforts to settle those conflicts before they can accidentally flare up, because the last thing that the world economy or a global society can afford right now is an unnecessary conflict.
Well, let's stay on the topic there of security. Margaritas Skinas, as far as the EU goes, what sort of meaningful role can the EU play when we look at advancing a more inclusive international order, maybe when we talk about reforming key institutions like the UN Security Council? Can the EU be a leader in moving forward with the times now?
I have personally no doubt that once we enter post-pandemic times, there will be a renewed drive towards multilateralism. I think Professor Nye already alluded to it. It's inevitable. The world, once out of the pandemic, will rediscover the value of multilateral cooperation and the sense of a stronger, revitalized, more effective, and reformed rules-based multilateral system. I think there will be at the heart of this drive towards multilateralism, you can find many factors. First is that the world will have to go through the green and the digital transition. And since you asked for the EU role, I think we are very proud in Europe to have led by example on the green transition and for having taken commitments that will make Europe the first decarbonized continent on Earth by 2050 to such an extent that even our Chinese friends have now announced that they're moving in the same direction. And we have every reason to believe that the new Biden administration will be a solid player in this, a solid co-player, if you like, in this drive for multilateralism. When it comes to the digital transition, there will be in Europe some questions, serious questions to be asked on areas like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, the role of technological platforms. And these questions have already been asked and answered in the United States, and we know what kind of answer they got. And in China, they haven't even been asked at all. But when Europe's moment comes, Europe will have to decide if artificial intelligence, for example, will compel us to leave the use of the algorithms in the hands of engineered zoo or in the hands of society and regulators. We will be forced to have a European way of going into new technologies in cybersecurity, 5G, access to data, protection of data, and there will be a European way for the platforms when they operate in Europe to be taxed in Europe, to be playing with the rules of the game that Europe sets. So all these questions would be questions that would be part of this transition and this drive to multilateralism. And finally, I think health will be another driver because very few people on the planet could ever understand that humanity coming out of such a huge, unprecedented crisis to work in a way which is uncoordinated and segmented in the area of health. I predict that we will see more cooperation around a reformed WHO, and I predict that health will be an avenue for multilateral cooperation in the years to come. In all these areas, I think Europe has nothing to fear. Um, we are, as you know, probably the world's epicenter of soft power. These are areas that we can usefully defend and promote internationally. And I think that the political winds will be favorable for Europe to assume such a role in these areas.
Well, Professor Nye, we heard Mr. Skinner there reiterate your belief that multilateralism isn't dead and gone. It is still in our future. What about protectionism then, though? When we look at countries trying to stockpile vaccines, is there a concern that there is a move towards protectionism, isolationism?
And when somebody is elected to be head of a state, he or she has a responsibility for protecting national interest. After all, a leader is a trustee for those who have put him or her there. So when you face questions of how do I defend the national interest, you can either define that national interest broadly or narrowly. So, for example, you say, I will protect my people by stockpiling all the vaccines. Well, perhaps that's the first duty, but you can also reserve a portion of those vaccines for other people, particularly for health providers in poor countries or for poor countries which don't have adequate public health systems. And that's where the World Health Organization has established a special facility. Unfortunately, Donald Trump defined the American national interest very narrowly, and we did not join that. But on the other hand, I think you may see Biden joining it. There is a tradition in the United States, which I describe in my book on Do Morals Matter, of defining the national interest in ways which good for us and good for others at the same time. A good example of that is, of course, the Marshall Plan, in which American support for Europe, which was quite extensive, more than 2% GDP per year, American support for Europe was done in America's national interest, but it was good for Europeans at the same time. In the same sense, supporting poor countries' public health systems is in our national interest because a reservoir of pandemic viruses in the southern half of the globe, which spills back seasonally into the northern half of the globe, is a threat to us. But it's also a good thing for us to do to help those countries because not just of our national interest, but out of a humanitarian concern. And when you define your national interest broadly, not just narrowly, that helps engender your soft power or your ability to attract others. So, yes, there will be a protectionism. There is right now, but it doesn't have to be all or nothing.
We've had a couple of references there to soft power. Mr. Skinner, you mentioned it, and Professor Nye, you have too. So let me ask you, Mr. Kannan, what you believe is going to be the future of soft power as we move into the next phase of this COVID-19 pandemic. As you say, you're in Asia. Some commentators have said that China's example of showing their eagerness to participate in the COVAX scheme is an example of China trying to exert some soft power. How do you see soft power being played out now?
Well, China's virus diplomacy has had positive and negative aspects. First of all, of course, China's image in the region and the suspicion around China has only grown considerably as a result of the domestic suppression of information, which of course included international not sharing information internationally about the pandemic. So if you live in Asia and on the periphery of China, which several billion people do, it's hard to not be highly suspicious of China. And that is now, I believe, a permanent psychological condition in the region. And I think we have to be very clear and honest about that. So every effort that China makes to enhance its credibility in the eyes of the rest of the world, that is really an attempt to regain trust. And the question as to whether or not that's working is highly dubious in my opinion, based upon what I see around the region. So the fact that China is trying to take a key role in vaccine development and has been conducting what some call mask diplomacy and its sharing of medical equipment and so forth, all of this is really just trying to compensate in some ways. Now, let's bear in mind at the same time, we cannot separate what's happening in COVID diplomacy from the other dimensions of China's diplomacy, the wolf warriors, as they're known, and China's aggression in its statements and its policies and its trade embargoes and other measures towards countries like Australia, for example. These are really grabbing the headlines as well. So I think it will be a very long uphill battle for China to regain trust in the light of the simultaneous unfolding of the COVID pandemic, as well as its trade and security policies in the region. And I think that now is a fairly, consensus global view, if you will. So again, the what's happening with the virus sort of development, vaccine development, cannot really be separated from the broader question of the global heightened global suspicion about China based on all of these other factors as well.
Let's move off soft power a little bit to something that we mentioned earlier on when we just had a couple of mentions of climate change. So I want to go back to you, Bisera Turkovic, and ask if nationalism is the enemy of these global challenges, such as climate change. You have a background also in the nuclear energy field about nuclear non-proliferation. Is nationalism the enemy of that? How do we increase our cooperation to find viable solutions to these problems?
I believe that increasing cooperation is the conditio sine qua non for finding answers to many questions. Um, Living in Europe, it is very difficult not to look from this angle, and clearly the international role of the EU has been evolving in the past few years. The international order has been shattered in historical way. Also, it applies to nuclear power as well. The return of geopolitics has challenged the EU's self-conception as normative power. The market economy crisis has deepened inequalities and populism, and climate change and the environmental threats loom over the world as we know it. I doubt that Atomic Energy Agency can help much in questions which are put forward in front of all of us. And if you add COVID-19 pandemic, which raise many questions about geopolitical balance and how the world's strongest economies will look like after the dangerously unique global economic recession. We are coming to a really complicated situation which is raising many important questions. It is important to address how will the distribution of geopolitical power change in the post-pandemic world? Will it impact the EU transformative power and its leading role as a global player, and how far it is going to go? Is the EU going to have more geoeconomic priorities than geopolitical ambitions? And it's applied to the rest of the world, of course. How does the EU's more geopolitical agenda and principled paradigms and pragmatism intersect with the EU's value-laden legitimation processes, and many other questions which are really very detrimental, especially for us living in Western Balkan. What approach should it adopt towards key neighbors, Russia, Turkey, and China? Should the EU offer European perspective to its eastern neighbors? How will the EU define its role in the NATO? How can it step up its support for effective multilateralism against the backdrop of US disruption? Should it promote and support multilateralism where feasible while adjusting the power of politics and real politics whenever it is more beneficial? Just to mention a few of those questions, we need to put extra emphasis on developing cooperation mechanism in all domains, in other domains as well when it comes to nuclear power, and not to mention only those difficult items, but even when we are discussing about enhance in change of information, methodological and procedural knowledge, medical research finding, health records, clinical skills, all that needs much, much more cooperation much more openness, and we need really to restructure our current situation in order to be in a more friendly term and helping and recognizing needs of each other.
Another big global issue, undoubtedly, is migration. Mr. Skinas, how might rising nationalism, which we have seen across Europe, impact the collective will of the EU member states to develop a comprehensive approach to migration?
Yes, I think that the time has come for Europe to produce a holistic framework for migration policy. To me, it's unthinkable that Europe, that accounts for a market that produces around 25% of the global GDP, that represents the second world currency of reference, that is a powerhouse in many respects, still does not have a single holistic, cohesive migration policy. What we're having now is rather a patchwork of different regulatory solutions that produce very unequal and normally negative results that we can see in Lesbos, in the Greek islands, in the Canary Islands, in Calais, in the Balkans. We need a reset on European migration policy. On the 23rd of September, together with my colleague, Commissioner for Home Affairs, we have presented for the first time a new departure, a new proposal for an European pact for asylum and migration. This is now being discussed by our member states and the European Parliament. It is high time to do this and do it right. This proposal will have three elements. The first element would be an external dimension that would compel us to work closer and better with our neighbors and the countries of origin and transit of migratory flows. The second component will be a much more effective management of our external border with a new European border and coast guard, which is being created and reinforced. And the final element would be a system of solidarity and burden sharing between our member states, because it will be totally unfair to leave the countries of first reception to shoulder a disproportionate part of the burden of managing asylum in Europe. We are confident that this time we will have an agreement. We are very much now actively involved in this, and I will also like to make a final point on this point, if you like, that we feel that now, as because of the pandemic, the migratory flows are lower and the pressure is not as high as it was back in 2016. Europe now probably has an opportunity to find this agreement easier. As someone would say, one has to fix the roof when it's not raining. And probably this is the moment for Europe to do it. Allow me make also a point, since I see my friend Rael Kalin here in this panel, to acknowledge the role of Turkey of migration and migration flows. Turkey is host to the biggest number of refugees in the world, of course, with our support, and we very much hope that this close cooperation can also continue in the future.
You preempted my question there, because we cannot talk about migration in Europe if we don't talk about Turkey. Mr. Cullen, I am sure that Turkey is eagerly awaiting, as Mr. Skinas says, a more comprehensive migration program from Europe. What do you think? Is this rise of nationalism across Europe a concern for Turkey when we talk about this migration crisis?
Yes, migration has been one of the key components of global crises over the last couple of decades, but most pressingly from Syria in the last 5, 6 years, especially. We are hosting, as Mr. Skinas pointed out, the largest number of refugees from anywhere in the world, 4 million. We are also taking care of about 3.5 million Syrians on the Syrian side, and other people in the areas where close to the Turkish border where we are helping them. Definitely, the international support and burden sharing has been very disappointing. Our agreement with EU is a good one. It's a good working platform. But unfortunately, if you compare it to the enormity of the problem, the health, actual physical health that has come has been very little insufficient. And also, to be honest with you, the record of European countries and some rich countries in the world in tackling the crisis, the refugee crisis over the last 5, 6 years has been really a dismal record. The largest, the most prosperous and richest countries in the world have done mostly to keep the refugees out from their borders, from their cities, rather than to address the issue. And that brings me to a point Professor Nye raised in his comments earlier, where he said defining national interest in a narrow manner will be, in fact, against the national interest of any country, of any society. I fully agree with this principle that it will be self-defeating to define one's national interest or self-interest in a very narrow and maximalist manner, because we live in this age of growing interdependence where, for example, in terms of security, none of us are safe until all of us are safe. Uh, None of us can share in the wealth and prosperity or safety of the world until all of us share these values. So, me first, my country first, my region first approach is very much self-defeating in this age of interdependence and multilateralism. And in principle, solidarity means going out beyond interest, means going beyond your own narrow national interest or personal self-interest. It means genuine openness to others. And the moral principle there should be to help others as an end in and of itself, without any regard for profit or long-term gains or calculations and the like. But we know the reality is not like this. The current global order is run by the most powerful countries in the world, which tend to be very unfair and greedy when it comes to these issues. And here, I have to raise a couple of points about multilateralism and Eurocentrism, how it is defined in a very Eurocentric context. Multilateralism means that more than one or two countries participate in an effort to help each other or address a regional issue. But multilateralism is uh, recognized only when uh, prominent Western European countries are part of the process. If, say, for example, Japan, China, and South Korea do something, and somehow some Western countries are absent, it really doesn't count as multilateralism. Multilateralism means that yeah, powerful European nations or the United States must be part of it. Otherwise, it's not multilateralism. That needs to change because I believe at the end of the day, Eurocentrism hurts European interests and Western nations as well. Uh, and self, uh, self uh, if the rich and powerful countries of the world remain unfair and greedy in dealing with global crises and issues, global chaos and injustice will only increase. And what I call the clash lobby will win. I don't know if there is a clash of civilizations going on, but there is certainly a lobby or a number of lobbyists working, to make it happen or to give the impression that there is this global war, there is this global clash, this collusion is about to happen, so that they can take advantage of this situation. We have to address these issues, I think, in an honest manner. If you are going to address the international global order in the post-pandemic world, when we reach there, when we call for a reform of international institutions such as the UN, such as, for example, our President Erdogan, calling for a reform of the UN Security Council when he says the world is bigger than five, is referring to this self-proclaimed structure, institutional organization at the UN, where everything is blocked, everything is dependent on the views of the five countries, and you look at whether it is fair geographically, fair demographically. It's not, of course. It's a very old, ancient structure that is not able to address the pressing issues of the 21st century. We need to talk about these issues now in a much more serious and earnest manner in the 21st century. Otherwise, injustice, greed, unfairness, all these problems will continue and deepen the problems, whether it is the refugee crisis or poverty or inequality or injustices or wars, migration, and number of other issues. Yes, Trump may be out of office, but I think Trumpism will continue to live on within the mindset of many institutions around the world, not just in the United States, but in other countries as well. Therefore, if we are going to address multilateralism in a genuine manner, I think we have to take all this into account. We have seen the failure of the international system in Syria, in the Syrian war. We have seen it in Iraq with the political chaos. We have seen it in Yemen, in Somalia, in the Palestinian question, in a number of other parts of the world. These issues, add up to this ongoing, permanent global conflict, one after another, and that clearly creates a lot of space for what I call the clash lobby, which then manipulates a sense of identity, uh, fosters populism, even encourages fascism, authoritarianism in other parts of the world. And that is not a good thing for anyone, for either Eastern countries or Western countries, for rich or poor countries, because if the world is stuck in this kind of chaos, everybody is affected by it, and another pandemic, God forbid, another COVID-20, COVID-21 or something of that magnitude will make things even worse for all of us. So to avert all this, we really have to work together and do it in a really selfless, in the true sense of the term. Do it with genuine openness to others, so that we can help others, we can help ourselves.
Mr. Skinas, I'm going to open it up there for a right of reply to you. Some strong comments from Mr. Cullen. What do you think about some of the issues he's raised, essentially about Eurocentrism, those sorts of ideas?
First of all, I agree. I think we all agree in the panel that the post-pandemic world will lead us to more multilateralism. And the change in the United States and the incoming Biden administration would be a key element for that, together with everything that I had the chance to explain earlier, namely the green transition and the role of Europe will play in fostering better governance of the digital realities, artificial intelligence, and health cooperation. So there we agree. I do not quite agree, and the term, although it's a Greek term, of Eurocentrism. In fact, I haven't come across this term before Mr. Kalin used it. Look, the European Union and its member states are the biggest donors of development aid in the world. No one contributes much more in terms of development aid than we do in Africa, in Asia, in the poorest areas of the planet. We have free trade with the nothing but arms with the poorer countries of the planet. We are leading by example in noble causes for the planet like climate change and the Paris Agreement. This is not Eurocentric. This is totally the contrary. It's Europe taking the lead to help the world. Recently, we have presided a donors conference that raised 16 billion euros for vaccines development and therapeutics for the rest of the world beyond what we're doing within the EU, especially in these areas of the world where we have more fragile health systems. And we are one of the most ardent supporters of COVAX in this clear area, working with COVAX and G20 to step up contribution worldwide. So I do not see all this as being Eurocentric. Of course, I agree also with Mr. Kalin that the international system failed to address certain problems. Syria, Libya are good examples. But the logical conclusion of this failure is not that it's Europe's fault or it's anyone's fault. I would say that this is the most compelling factor to move towards multilateralism, effective cooperative solutions that involve everybody else. So a mixed bag in terms of reaction from me on this one.
One thing that both of you gentlemen did comment on was Trumpism. So let me ask you, Professor Nye, Trump, as we all know, is out, but is Trumpism out? Can the incoming President Biden afford to scrap America first and reset America's international policy? Will that be accepted, do you think?
Well, as I mentioned before, the term America first is not bad per se. I would imagine Macron says France first. But I think the problem is how narrowly Trump defined America first, that it was always short run and transactional and didn't include the interests of others. I think what we've heard this morning from all the panelists is that, in fact, there are times when helping others is in your own interest. And I think you're going to see a greater realization of that when Biden takes office. I know many of the people who are close to him, Tony Blinken, the designee for Secretary of State, and Jake Sullivan, and so forth. They are able to see American interests in this broader framework. I think the question of will there still remain Trumpism? Yes. Populism and a narrow interpretation of one's tribe, so to speak, is endemic in all societies. And there is a group in the United States which will urge the narrow interpretation of the national interest. Fortunately, that's not the majority. And while the Biden administration will be limited by control of the Senate by the Republican Party, it's not totally certain until the elections in January in Georgia for 2 Senate seats. But let's suppose that they remain a Republican. That will limit his capacities in domestic policy, not so much in foreign policy. The American Constitution gives a good deal more leeway to presidents in foreign policy. So I think you will see, yes, a residual Trumpism, or if you want, call it a narrow populistic approach. I liked this term Mr. Collin used about the clash lobby. I think that's a nice way of caricaturing them. That will exist. It's going to exist in the United States. It's going to exist in other countries. I don't think it's going to prevent the Biden administration from turning to a much more multilateral interpretation of American national interests.
Parang Khanna, let me ask you off the back of that then, do you think that the world is willing to see the return of the US as a bit of a guiding light as far as global politics goes? Have they lost the trust of the world, and will they be willing to open their arms again to global leadership on behalf of the USA?
I think we tend to view the US far too much as a fluctuating presence in the world based upon the news cycle or based upon our views of the occupant of the White House. The truth is that, on a 24/7, 365 day in and day out basis, the United States plays an incredibly in-depth, far-reaching role in many important parts of the world and most of the world. And that's true in Asia, that's true in Europe, and so forth. So if we ignore for a moment the image or impression that we draw from the news, let's not forget the role of the American financial system, the American military, and so many aspects of what comes out of American decision-making and policy and its global presence and its impact on the world. So that doesn't necessarily mean leadership per se, but a lot of people, I think we should not confuse presence with leadership. I think America's presence is ubiquitous still in so many important areas. Whether or not as a leader is a different question. And there, I think it's a worthwhile issue. I think that what is happening in the world more broadly and has been happening for a long time is a certain sense of awakening and desire of regions, most certainly in Europe, most certainly in Asia, these wealthy, confident corners of the world, to be in control of their own fate, to make their own decisions, to exercise their own sovereignty, to decide what the best manner in which they are going to relate to their neighbors is. And one sees that playing out, again, most profoundly in Europe and in Asia. And I think that that's an important trend. And I think that is irrevocable. So rather than view the issue as whether or not the world as a whole, as if we can generalize, will welcome back America, I think we should be looking at these bottom-up realities that are actually quite robust. Again, it's the rising self-confidence of regions to try to determine their own fate. And then the question for America becomes, to what extent is it listening? Is it contributing? Is it helping those regions achieve what it is that they want to achieve for themselves? And I think that's the question that needs to be asked in Washington.
Do you think America is listening? Are they receiving?
Well, again, there isn't really one global answer to that question, right? When you look at the role of America's military, for example, or sanctions policy, there are going to be geographies and partners with whom that is still remains very important and where there is consensus and agreement. And there's going to be areas of huge disagreement. And again, between the United States and Europe, there are areas where they cooperate very strongly. And as we've seen in just the last few days, European leaders, the European Union, has issued something of an action plan to guide future cooperation around issues like technology, regulation, and also screening of investment from China and these kinds of things. So there's enormous scope for cooperation in the transatlantic arena. There are still very strong American relations with Asian powers. In fact, they're only getting stronger if we look at the level or the renewal of cooperation between the United States, Japan, and Australia, and India now playing a growing role as well in what we call the Quad set of countries. So I would very strongly resist us having one global answer to the question, but I want us to think about how the answers to future problems lie very much in the regions themselves. And I would like to see, again, U.S. policy focus on supporting those palatable, ground-up, inside-out solutions. That is the recipe for a more stable world.
Well, let's get a bit more specific then. Mr. Cullen, as you have mentioned, President Erdogan regularly says the world is bigger than five. What would Turkey's reaction be to the return of active global leadership by the US president, which we have seen a lack of during the Trump administration?
Well, it's not just about one country coming back. Of course, the US remains the most powerful nation in the world, and the current global architecture is something like one superpower with a number of great powers around it. and then other middle powers, the pyramid going something like this, and this has been more or less like this since the end of the Cold War. But that has not brought peace or stability or justice to the global scale, to the global scene, whether the U.S. was run by a kind of a more internationalist democratic president or more America First type Republican president. We haven't seen this having this kind of a really positive impact on a global scale. Other things I think need to change. It's not just, as I said, who sits in the White House. Yes, there will be a difference, no doubt, between from Trump administration to Biden administration. I'm sure it will be felt and seen in a number of areas. But my point is that the entire global system itself is marred by so many imperfections. It cannot be fixed by a change in one country, whether it's the U.S. Or in any other country, say even among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council at the UN. That structure itself needs to change. Otherwise, again, everything will be unbalanced, and this power, this equilibrium will continue to fuel regional conflicts. The regional conflicts will become scenes and theaters for global power politics, and the little ones will continue to suffer, as we have seen in Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Palestine, Libya, and many other places. The question is, of course, is the world willing as a whole to address these issues, come together, work in a true sense of solidarity and multilateralism? As I said, my experience in all of this, I've been involved in all of this talk, from Syria to Libya, from Karabakh, Azerbaijan, to many other conflicts. Multilateralism sometimes is just a cover for one nation, one country imposing its own agenda. And I know it's a fact, but when we work together really in a genuine manner, then we make progress in addressing these issues, whether it's the refugee crisis, or it's the fight against terrorism, or other cross-national issues. I think we will see more calls for a reform of the international order, where justice, equality, these principles will not be just words, but they will be actionable principles on the basis of which we can build a better world, where no one is privileged over others because of their nationality or religion or ethnicity or geography. And I hope we will all work towards this goal as we go through this COVID-19 crisis. One other issue, for example, another pressing issue that will, I think, bring us all together, whether we like it or not, is the issue of security. I don't mean just political or military security. What I mean is, probably I can sum them up under 3 main areas of security. Number one is biosecurity. We have seen how significant this is. Biological weapons can be so deadly. And again, they don't recognize any borders. And we have seen with the COVID-19, a little virus, invisible, can cause so much suffering and an economic loss and contraction of the entire global system. Biosecurity cannot be addressed only by one country or one group of nations. It will have to be dealt with on a global scale, so that we can take precautions to provide security, biosecurity for everyone. Number 2 is food security, which is very much related to this. Just imagine this COVID crisis continues for 3 years, 5 years, like this, with major lockdowns. We're going to face serious, food security problems. We haven't faced it now. We are dealing with it, I think, on a global scale, in a fairly reasonable manner. But for each nation, as well as for regions, food security will remain a key issue as we go along. And the last one here, again, which will, I think, force all of us to cooperate with one another, is cybersecurity. As we do more and more stuff now on the cyberspace out of necessity, as we are doing this panel. But I mean, many other things. State business is run now on cyber channels, banking and financial transactions, health issues, international meetings, and so much is being done on the cyberspace that we will need a deeper and more comprehensive cooperation on cybersecurity. All these things force us to work together. But as I said, I want to underline the significance of the role that the richer countries, more powerful countries in the world will have to play in this struggle as we go along. If they seek justice and act according to the principle of protecting the other and holding the principle of justice and uh, um, then I think we will have a better run on making the world order more humane, based on principles of justice and compassion for all.
Mr. Cullen, when you mentioned cybersecurity, Mr. Skinas, you nodded your head very vigorously there. The world now, as Mr. Cullen said, is conducting so much business as we are here today, virtually. What challenges has that brought forward? And Mr. Skinas, as far as the EU goes, what challenges lie ahead for corporations, for governments to take this as a positive and really move this forward into 2021 and beyond?
At the start of before the start of the pandemic, we have calculated that in the European Union, we lack about 300,000 digital workers that our companies require and that we do not actually have. During the pandemic, we continue to have this need. We need to find these people, and we'll see how. But one of the gains of the pandemic is that the society at large, from schools, kids at elementary schools, until grannies at home, our societies familiarize themselves with their digital realities, and we had an incredible gain in terms of familiarizing our population with online tools, teaching, learning, finding information, organizing market, the economy, prosperity, so on and so forth. So what we need to do in the future is make the best of this achievement, but continue to strive for more digital skills and more digital knowledge in Europe. And it's an urgent need now. Europe needs a skills revolution, and we'll make sure that in the years to come, through our training programs, but also through other means like legal migration or international cooperation, we can find these people. And on the macro level, as I was telling you before, and that's why I was noting when Mr. Khalil mentioned cybersecurity, I think that it's Europe's moment to decide on these mega issues like the future of platforms in Europe, the way we protect ourselves from attacks from state and non-state actors and hybrid threats, the way that the many enemies that the pandemic has brought around can use the system to go through our cracks to produce miracle cures, misinformation, shape the way our societies vote, affect our democracies. All these are issues that we need to see in the years to come. And I use the term we because, of course, this is mainly a European concern, but all these areas are areas where we, the planet, would have a lot to gain if we were to meet with other like-minded forces. And I really hope, my real hope is that this will be possible in the years to come.
Mr. Cullen also highlighted a lot of other security issues, not just military security, things like food security, biosecurity. Mr. Khanna, do you think post-pandemic it has changed the way the world is going to need to address securing things like water, like food, like its biosecurity? Has this forced the world to really take stock?
Well, not only the pandemic, but also obviously climate change. We've had a growing frequency of droughts, extreme weather events, and other climate-related disasters. Some of the largest food-producing countries in the world will struggle in the next 5 to 10 years if they don't already to maintain food output. The way this ties to the pandemic is that, as we saw, countries such as Russia, Kazakhstan, Vietnam, and others temporarily suspended the export of staple crops and commodities, wheat, rice, and so forth, during the pandemic. Not only were there border closures anyway, but there are concerns sometimes about the stability of their own yield. So climate change, the pandemic, supply chains, and these frictions have all been coming together in a very dangerous situation. And some of the solutions actually do involve greater localization, more self-reliance. And what we're seeing is a number of countries learning that rather than continue to urbanize and build cities further onto arable land, they should actually allow more land for farming, for crop cultivation, to have better technology so that they can be more efficient in terms of water usage, for irrigation. All of these things can actually help us to increase our local food production and decrease the global agricultural supply chains, which are actually a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. So I think you're correct to link this issue around the pandemic and the environment and agriculture, and we have to have a sort of systems view of what the solutions are. And the way in which globalization and connectivity relate to all of this is that we do have the technologies to have far more localized renewable power production like solar power and wind power, and to implement some of these agricultural solutions as well. However, it requires that technology be transferred, that knowledge be shared, and that the funding or credit be made available to farmers. And all of these are actually positive examples of how globalization can help us, in a way, how globalization can help us to deglobalize, ironically perhaps, but to deglobalize in ways that are actually beneficial for the climate. Just look at the energy trade, hydrocarbon energy, oil and gas. Do we need to have so much oil put on tankers and sailed around the world? Not really, not if we are investing more in renewable power at the local or national level. So I think that there is this dynamic between the good dimensions of globalization and how they can help local societies be more resilient in the future.
I want to ask that same question to you, Professor Nye, as well, calling on what Mr. Khanna said there. How has this pandemic made the world reassess its global reliance on things like food and energy security? Is it forcing countries to take a step back and think, how can we better look after ourselves?
Well, I agree very much with what Mr. Khanna said. I think the pandemic is, we were slow to wake up, but it was in that sense a wake-up call, that there are different aspects of globalization, some of which are beneficial and some of which are not. We've learned that there are certain areas where efficiency, just having a supply chain that gets you a slightly cheaper cost to your product, is not always crucial if you have to have security. And so we will see increased efforts to look at security in some of the economic supply chains. But that doesn't mean you drop international trade as a whole, which would be a huge loss for the planet. In the sense of the efficiency is not the only gain, but it does make a difference in the long run as to people's welfare. After all, if you look at what's happened to global poverty in the era of globalization over the last 50 years or so, it's greatly declined. People don't always pay attention to that, but there has been progress. But we also have to realize that with greater interconnection comes greater vulnerability, and it makes sense for people to pay attention to security against those vulnerabilities. So I think what Mr. Khanna said is correct. We're going to have to learn to distinguish between some aspects of globalization which are good and some aspects of globalization which have negative side effects. And we're going to have to cooperate to deal with those side effects. And pandemics and climate change are top of the list.
Professor Nye, do you think that the world perhaps would have been slower to understand or to identify these vulnerabilities if it wasn't thrown in our face in this awful pandemic like we've been experiencing?
Oh, I think the pandemic has been an accelerant of people's learning and attitudes. We don't want to pretend that the world changed overnight. After all, there was a movement to deal with climate, which was growing in strength, particularly among younger generations. And if you look at the difference of the progress between, let's say, the Copenhagen meeting in 2009 on climate, which was something of a mess, and the Paris Climate Accords in 2015, there was always some progress occurring ahead of time. I think what you're seeing, though, is that the pandemic has brought this to the forefront that we're going to have to do more. It's been an accelerant or a dramatization of our interdependence. But let's not pretend that there wasn't already movement going on before 2020.
And just as we near the end of our session, just some final closing thoughts. First of all, to you, Mr. Skinas, despite the absolute horrors of this pandemic, what do you think have been some of the positives that the EU can take out of it with regards to its interconnectivity with the rest of the world?
Well, I think you gave the answer yourself to your question. I think probably for us, one of the most positive outcomes of this tragedy was that always in times of crisis, Europeans feel that they are better together. The biggest enemy of the European Union is complacency and stagnation. Each time that we have external shocks that produce uncertainty in our public opinion, in our member states, very quickly member states, being big or small, east or west, regardless of the political cleavage on which they find themselves, they all very quickly understand that their main leverage, their shield, if you like, is an effective European Union approach. This happened in the past on many occasions. I can remind you of the food crisis in the 19th, of the mad cow disease and the dioxin crisis. Then with the economic and financial crisis, same thing. And now with the pandemic, exactly the same pattern. So the value of cooperation and working together is the positive. And I want to finish these words thanking you again for having me and expressing my gratitude for this panel by saying that this force of the European Union will not be Eurocentric. Let me assure you of this. This is a force, a political capital that we will spend in favor of a rules-based multilateral system. This is not only for us, it's for the benefit of us as part of the wilder, more vibrant, more fair world around us. Thank you again.
Thank you. And with only about 5 minutes left, let me put that question to you, Ibrahim Cullen. again, despite the atrocities of this pandemic and the incredibly unfortunate loss of life, what positives does Turkey take out of it with regards to global interconnectivity?
Well, one important lesson I think we've all learned from this is the significance of keeping the balance between self-sufficiency and international solidarity. Uh, each nation wants to be self-sufficient on all the key fundamental issues, and that's their right, and I think they should strive for it. But we have also seen that it's just not possible to be self-reliant on everything. And self-sufficiency doesn't mean that you close yourself up to the rest of the world. You open up, you help, you cooperate, you interact, you develop things together, and the vaccine work and other health-related issues have shown once again how significant it is to keep these lines of multilateralism and solidarity open, efficient, working, so that we can all benefit from this. But again. To do this on a sustainable basis, we will have to change the dynamics, the fundamental principles upon which the current global order is based. It needs really a radical rethinking of how the world should be functioning, a world order should be functioning. And one last point, and this is one of the downsides of this process, the sense of insecurity that came with the pandemic and the heightened sense of going to the public order, asking public officials and the nation states to do X, Y, Z to protect the lives of people, which is a natural reaction. That's quite understandable. Has also given rise more fuel to the rising tide of populism, xenophobia, and other related viruses that have infected our world of globalization for the last 2, 3, 4 decades, even more. Therefore, as we go through this process, I think we need to be vigilant against the viruses of xenophobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and other types of racism and discrimination, which is becoming more and more mainstream, taking hostage of mainstream European politics and other parts of the world. Any kind of ethnocentrism that pits one group of people against another on the basis of religion, ethnicity, color, or cultural differences or preferences should be avoided, and this should be addressed in a serious manner because we live in an age in which perceptions matter more than reality, and the way people perceive, the other cultures, other societies, other countries or geographies, shapes the way policies are made, shapes the way people's lives are affected by this policy. So we have to be spending more time on this as we go through this pandemic.
Parang Khanna, with just a couple of minutes remaining, what can you sum up with regards to any benefits that you think the world has seen with regards to reminding the world of how perhaps they are stronger together?
Well, there's no question, and let's just look at how the acceleration of digital connectivity, right, and certainly our appreciation and our reliance on it at a time when international mobility dropped to almost zero. And let's remember that itself, even though the international lockdown, as it were, was not a perfect act of coordination, far from it. It certainly was the most ambitious, rapidly coordinated international action that's ever really taken place. And so it shows that we have that capacity to communicate and to recognize what needs to be done. Again, even if it's not implemented evenly, it was a great test. And I think that, again, the expansion, the rapid deployment of digital communication tools, such as the ones we're using right now, the efforts that governments will make to ensure that citizens, that individuals have access to mobile payments, mobile communications, data, public information that's necessary in situations like this. There are obviously some very positive, lessons and policies that will emerge from this pandemic, and I think that we should make sure to have those not be politicized and to focus on empowering people as much as possible with these tools. So I do see that as one of the silver linings, if you will.
And Mr. Turkovic, we've had some trouble with your connection, but hopefully we can still hear you. If you can give us very briefly what you believe some of the positives of global connectivity has come out of this pandemic.
Well, I think that the ongoing pandemic has challenged the globalization and cohesion in many ways. It's created frictions among the states, undermined social convergence, and tested intergenerational solidarity. However, this extraordinary situation reconfirms the necessity of further enhancing cooperation within not only region where we are living, where I'm living, but beyond, in between states and between continents. It is the only way how we should do.
So many interesting points raised. I really appreciate your time. Thank you to our expert panel. It's been an incredibly interesting discussion. We've very much appreciated having your time here on the TRT World Forum. That's it from me, Melinda Nusafora. And now let me leave you with some thoughts from our very dear friend and colleague, Elif Bereketli.
Hello and welcome to TRT World Forum 2020's reflections session on the future of film industry in a post-pandemic world. Today, I will host distinguished guests to discuss the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the global film industry. To talk us through the future of big budget films, Ali Arıkan is here with us. He's an Istanbul-based film critic. Hi, thanks a lot for joining us on TRT World Forum today. So, I would like you to take us through the pre-pandemic times. I mean, what were we waiting for in terms of big budget movies? Take us back to this time last year, for example.
Well, this time last year, it had only just started in China, and we weren't really sure where the whole thing, or how the whole thing was going to develop. And we definitely didn't even realize that it would affect cinemas, or film or entertainment, or just, have this overreaching effect on life itself. Looking at 2020, basically the films that people were most looking forward to are obviously the Christopher Nolan film Tenet, and then you had Black Widow, the Marvel film, Wonder Woman 1984, the Wonder Woman sequel, James Bond, the new Bond film, the new A Quiet Place, and Mulan. So these were films that people were looking forward to. Now, I mentioned them, of course, because they've all been delayed now, except for Wonder Woman, which is coming out in a different sort of way this year. So for all intents and purposes, all these films have been delayed till next year.
Okay, look at what happened to Mulan and Tenet, for example. They are cited as box office failures. Do you think it was a wise move to release them?
Well, when it comes to Tenet, I think it was the sort of directorial and studio capriciousness that led to that sort of release when you knew for a fact that it was not going to play in New York and LA and certain other parts of the country in the United States. Basically, what happened is it was never going to be the cultural conversation point, the talking point that the Christopher Nolan film otherwise would have. Similarly, even though it did open in certain places in Europe and obviously China and the rest of the world, unless the film really opens in the United States, it cannot dominate the cultural conversation. It just possibly going forward in the next few years, obviously this might change, but that's just a simple fact of the matter right now. Was it wise? I think they could have waited, but at the tail end of August, it kind of looked like this whole thing was dying down and people were a bit more confident about it. Of course, now we're everywhere in the world, we're experiencing a second wave or a third wave, or basically like a tsunami that never really ended. So they had to do that. With Mulan, I think Disney basically took a chance. What Disney did was offer Mulan as video on demand on its platform, on its fairly new platform, Disney Plus, for $30. And from what we can see is not a lot of people actually paid for that. So they're both, to a certain extent, I think they're both failures, definitely. But I don't think they are really representative of how studios are going to tackle this problem in the very initial months ahead of 2021.
How should they tackle this problem?
Well, I'm not a studio accountant, and as everyone knows, Hollywood accounting is rather creative. So you never quite know how much a film is made or whether it's a box office failure or not. I think the only thing to do right now is to wait. For the vaccine or wait for some sort of confidence to come back into the market. And the way you look at it, I think not until April any really big film is coming out. If you look at China, where things seem to have got back to a semblance of normality, Chinese box office has gone back to pre-COVID days. So when it comes to blockbuster films, I think in perhaps not the immediate future, but in the medium term, we will be going back to, with regard to blockbuster films, this is, large-scale filmmaking, we'll be going back to pre-COVID days. But what will happen is, I think there's going to be a monumental change in distribution when it comes to smaller films and medium-sized films.
Okay, I want to break it down. You said that the production studios should wait. This is the wisest thing to do at the moment. How much of a financial risk do you think is it to hold off a release date for production of a huge scale?
Well, it must be massive. I mean, really, in 2020, none of these companies released any films, and you're going to have this huge backlog in 2021 where films that were actually scheduled for 2021 will open. Some of them, like 60% of them, have been delayed as well because of COVID, because they were supposed to be shooting this year. But you're going to have this huge backlog, and I think even if they do release it, they're not really going to have the sort of, box office receipts that they would have received in 2020 had everything been okay. So I think they're going to suffer from a major risk anyway. They're not going to be making as much money as they were planning to. But I'm sure they have contingency plans for this as well. I think what is going to happen, I mean, this is something that I should mention really, is what is going to happen with medium-sized and smaller films is there's going to be a day-and-date release, which means you're going to have these films opening in cinemas, but at the same time offered on video on demand. So basically, you can watch them at home as well. So I think this is going to be the major monumental change from COVID. Not necessarily blockbuster filmmaking. I think people will still be going to the cinemas to see the biggest films. I don't think anyone is going to be waiting at home to watch Avatar 2. And the whole thing is being presented as this new cinematic experience by James Cameron. But smaller films, I think people's habits have changed, People want content right there and then, from the confines of their homes. And people will be staying at home for smaller films.
All right, Ali Arıkan, it was lovely talking to you. Thanks a lot for joining us today. Scott Roxborough is the European news editor at The Hollywood Reporter. Hi, Scott. It's lovely to have you on TRT World Forum today. So, in order to understand what COVID-19 did to the world of cinema, let's start with this big question here. We've seen many pandemics. The humanity has seen world wars, many disastrous events. Do you think this is the strongest blow cinema has taken?
In terms of the damage and the long-lasting damage that COVID-19 is going to have on the cinema industry, I'd say yes. I mean, even in the Second World War, where you had bombing across Europe, cinemas stayed open. During the Blitz in London, during the bombing of Berlin, the cinemas were still open. People were still going to the cinemas. COVID-19 has stopped that. Not everywhere in the world, but in large areas of the world, the theaters are closed, and that's never happened before to this extent. And while maybe there's optimism now that we'll be coming out of this pandemic fairly soon, I think the damage that it's done to the cinema industry might be permanent, and will definitely have a huge impact on the shape of the film industry in the coming years.
Okay, it really is a bold statement saying that it is the strongest blow cinema has taken. Do we have any figures? Do we know how much money is lost?
This is an incredibly difficult thing to put an actual number on the damage. It is going to be in the billions. That's, I think, very, very clear. Now it'll be a complicated mathematics that goes on after this pandemic is over to look at box office loss against gains made through a streaming revenue and so forth. But I think it's quite clear that we're talking about a loss of billions of dollars of box office revenue, plus the additional costs to productions that have been stopped because of this pandemic, the ones that have been delayed, the ones that have gone forward but have cost a lot more because of new safety measures that have to be put in place and so forth. So I definitely think, though it would be difficult to put an exact figure on it at the moment, we're talking about billions of dollars and a level of, say, damage to the film industry that we've never seen before.
Okay, we're saying this in terms of the business perspective, of course, because for the audience, for the spectator, of course, some things have changed. Some productions have been delayed and postponed and cancelled, but not that much has changed, right? Because we do have the video on demand services now.
Well, I mean, there's something changed if people actually like to see films in theaters, which I do, and I think a lot of people do. That has changed for a lot of people in the world because they're unable to, because cinemas are shut. But of course, I take your point. There are a lot of movies available online, and for people who prefer to just watch from home, not a lot has changed. Most of the films that were finished, that were not able to come into theaters, have been put out online. And for a lot of people, it's been an incredible time because maybe they've been stuck at home and they've been able to watch a plethora of incredible films on streaming platforms. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at all. I think it's incredible that we have so much access to so many movies now online at our fingertips. But it does mean a major shift for the film industry as a whole, and that is going to have an impact also for viewers in a few months' time, in a couple of years' time, as maybe a lot of movies won't be able to be made in the same way because there won't be the sort of financial models behind them in order to finance them. But that's something that's going to be that normal fans will only see in about a year or 2 years' time.
Are you expecting a lot of movie theaters to shut down when the pandemic is over, if the pandemic is over?
Yes, I mean that's the major issue really right now. That's the sort of the bottleneck of the industry, or the cinemas themselves. They're shut right now. They have no revenue. These businesses are in real danger of collapsing. Some of the bigger chains might be able to finance themselves by taking on enough debt to get through this period. We just saw Cineworld, which is the second largest cinema chain worldwide, take on a bunch of new debt just today. That might get them over the hump, so they'll be able to survive. But I think especially a lot of smaller theaters and independent theaters could shut down, could go bankrupt during this period. And it might take a much longer time for them to recover. And we might see a lot of them never come back. And that, I think, will be a huge huge loss, not just for film fans, but also just for these whole neighborhoods where you've seen these theaters that have been in family businesses passed down from generation to generation really cease to exist.
Okay, well, this would mean, I guess, that we would be left with a lot of chains, but not really independent movie theaters. And what do you think, what kind of an impact do you think this will leave on the creators, I mean, the world of cinema, let's say art house cinema?
Yeah, art house cinema is really the biggest, the area of the film world that's in the biggest danger right now, because they are much more reliant on the theaters to show their films. They're much more reliant on these smaller independent chains to carry their movies. And what I see happening, the larger impact of COVID-19 going forward, I think you'll see much more consolidation. So the bigger theater chains that are able to take on debt and finance themselves through this crisis, they'll get bigger. The production companies will probably get bigger. The film studios will probably get stronger out of this, and the independents will be harder hit. And the art house cinemas in particular will be harder hit, and art house producers will be hard hit. I think in certain areas where you have, like here in Europe, where you have a lot of public financing of the cinema business, they could survive because the governments will just step in and finance them, essentially. But I think in a lot of areas of the world where you don't have that type of support, you'll see these art house cinemas, these art house producers really go under. And I think it could be a long time before they're able to bounce back.
Okay, Scott. Please enlighten us about this, because I'm not even sure about how many movies are in production at the moment. It is way less than before, right?
Yeah, it's substantially dropped off. I mean, there's a lot of different issues around this, but safety is one of the big ones because of the COVID-19 regulations that have been put in place in a lot of countries. It's very, very difficult to produce a movie in the same way. So instead of the hundreds of productions that you'd usually have happening at this time of year, we're down to dozens, really. A lot of productions are going forward. Some of the bigger ones are going forward. But they're doing so in a completely different way. Productions are now in this sort of bubble situation where they take everyone involved in a production, put them in one space essentially, and then isolate them from the rest of the world for the duration of the production. This is a lot more expensive to make films this way. Some producers tell me up to 10% is added to on top to a budget just for COVID safety regulations, and it means that a lot of productions just can't be made, especially films that require large crowd scenes, for example. That's almost impossible to do right now. So they either have to find new technical solutions or just not make those movies until we have a vaccine, until it's safer, until we can go back to making movies in the way that we used to.
Well, okay, that would be a huge change for sure. Scott, do you think overall, that these changing habits and these changing dynamics in the industry will leave a negative impact on the world of cinema, or do you think that it will just give the industry more flexibility?
I think in the short term, there will be a very negative impact just because a lot of the smaller production companies, the smaller cinemas, sort of the independent world in general in cinema will be very hard hit, and it will take a time to recover. Over the long term, I'm not so pessimistic. I think what we're going to see is a strengthening of trends that we've already had in the industry for the last couple of years, where we're going to see fewer films come into cinemas and maybe stay longer, maybe a return to the old model of theater releasing, where we didn't have as many films coming out every weekend in the theaters. You're going to see a lot more films going straight to streaming or only being in theaters a very short time, or going out simultaneously on online platforms and in theaters. These sort of mixed models, which are becoming much more popular now under COVID. I think you're going to see a lot more of that. That's not necessarily a negative thing. I think it's going to mean a lot more options for film fans. And I think these trends of growth in streaming, which gives us access to a lot more movies from around the world, that's not going to stop, and it's probably going to strengthen through this. And so that could be a good thing for film fans. But in the short term, particularly for smaller and independent filmmakers, it's going to be a rough ride.
All right, Scott Roxborough, thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts with us on TRT World Forum today. Filmmaker Govinda Chadha joins me now. Hi, thanks a lot for joining us today. So, you did something very unique during the pandemic, during the quarantine. You turned your lockdown experience into a movie for Netflix. Why don't we start with that? Tell me how it came into being.
Well, I got approached by the Italian producers who said that they had been commissioned by Netflix to get 18 directors from around the world to make a lockdown short. So anything they wanted to make, they could make, but they had to make it with their own camera or their own phone within their own environment during lockdown with no crew, nothing. And initially, I didn't really care for the idea because I thought it was too indulgent. I thought, who wants to see me in lockdown? Everyone's going through their own stuff. What do I want to contribute to that? And then my husband, in fact, he was looking at the computer and, like a lot of parents, I'm always recording everything about my children on the phone, or little videos, little funny things. And so we actually had a lot of footage. And then the idea came to me, why don't we make a film from the children's perspective of lockdown? So that's what we ended up making. So my children actually did the voiceover, and my children sort of controlled the film. And that became our lockdown film.
And turns out a lot of people are interested in seeing your lockdown experience. Govinda, one thing that is interesting for me is that you sort of have to an extent, divorce the fact that these are your children. I mean, they are your actors in a way, but then you are the mother as well. So how did you sort of deal with this duality?
Well, the thing is, I tried to be as truthful as possible. And, they don't like to be filmed all the time. And so I put that in. My son's complaining, says, why do you always film me? Stop filming me. And he takes my camera and throws it. So I put that in. I put in the fact that they were nervous about me being overweight, and health. And so from that day, actually, after that film, I started on a big health drive, So I just made it as truthful as possible. But what was interesting is this is a very unusual time. COVID, lockdown is a very unusual time. And in many ways, it's the great equalizer in that it's brought a lot of us together in the world, because we're all going through the same thing. And I think what the film ended up doing was, my experience with my children and my family was really representative of people all over the world. And I think by focusing on my children, it made it even more universal. And so they are my children in the film, but I think they could be anybody's children. That's kind of what the experience became, and that's how I think it was received around the world.
I wonder what your children thought about the end product. I mean, what was their reaction when they saw the movie?
Well, my daughter absolutely loved it and kept telling everybody about it. And my son was embarrassed about the scenes with me dancing and all the funny scenes with his parents. Like all kids, he was embarrassed about his parents. So he didn't really talk about it very much, but my daughter absolutely loved it.
And I wonder what kind of sacrifices, I mean, I'm sure you had to sacrifice some things for filming this. I wonder what difficulties you dealt with during the process.
Well, I think the hardest thing was getting the kids to focus on doing a voiceover, because as a director, I know how to direct actors, to get a performance. But directing your children is tough. And we had to do the voiceovers quite a few times. And I kept trying to tell them, don't read it, just be natural. And they were getting very, very cross with me. And so I've got a lot of takes of those voiceovers where they're just very cross and don't want to do it and throwing wobblies and there's tears and all the rest of it. So, doing all the natural things were fine, where I normally video them. But doing filmic things like voiceover, that was tough. But in the end, though, that we made that film in April, May, and now October, November, they've already grown. They've already different. They've changed. I mean, children grow so fast. So in some ways, when I made that film, they were children. And now in June, it was their birthday. They turned 13, my twins. So now they're teenagers. So looking back, I think it's a wonderful capsule of time for them. And now I think they appreciate that because obviously they know their mother is a film director and they know, that life. They've been on set with me since they were 3 months old. Wherever I'm filming, I always take them with me. So they're very used to, the world around film. But I think they understand and appreciate the bigger story here. The story of how we're all in this together.
Amazing. Okay, Govinda, I wonder how COVID-19 impacted you as a filmmaker, apart from this project. Do you think it has been transformative for you?
Well, I think for me, I was very grateful that I had some time to just stop, just get off the production, directing hamster wheel, as I say. And so it gave me time to just sort of stop and say, okay, what do I want to do? What would I really like to do right now? So I've spent the last 6-7 months just writing scripts, planning films that I would like to make when things go back to normal. But I'm not in any rush to go out and go into production during COVID. And I do believe it will be in control next year and we'll be back, to our industry will be back to how it, was. Although we'll all be a lot more health-wise, I think, conscious. But I have valued the time to sit and write. So I've been working on several different scripts and that has been a fantastic, rewarding experience for me.
So you're hopeful about the future?
Very hopeful, yes.
Okay, Govinda Chatta, it was lovely talking to you. I'm glad to host you on TRT World Forum today. That's it from me for now on TRT World Forum. I'm Elif Bereketli. I would like to thank our guests for joining us and sharing their thoughts with us on the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the global cinema industry, the future of big-budget movies, the dire situation movie theaters are in, and online distribution and video-on-demand services. TRT World Forum 2020 will continue to discuss shifting dynamics, the international order in a post-pandemic world. Do stay with us.
Experts are calling on Chinese authorities to be more transparent after a mysterious outbreak of viral pneumonia hospitalized dozens.
Therefore made the assessment that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
The death toll in the continent of Europe from the virus continues to rise at an alarming rate.
The U.S. now has more reported cases of the coronavirus than any other country in the world.
Turkey has delivered personal protective equipment to the United States.
Turkey has delivered medical equipment to 3 of Europe's worst-hit countries.
Doctors say treating COVID-19 is like piecing together a potentially deadly jigsaw puzzle.
Because the government leave us no choice.
Hello everyone and welcome to the third session of the TRT World Forum 2020. I'm Oscar Sabakti, anchor of TRT World's international business program, Money Talks. I hope you've been enjoying day one of the forum so far. We'll now be taking the discussion further with this next session called What's Next? Understanding Health Threats in Times of Hyper-Globalization. The global pandemic has made the world acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of public healthcare systems around the world. Some governments have been better prepared than others, quicker to respond, have taken the threat more seriously, and have also helped nations that were less prepared. This session explores the challenges of public health in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, examining issues around biopolitics, international healthcare cooperation, and the challenges of globalization. To begin our discussion, let's hear from Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the Director General of the World Health Organization. Dr. Tedros was elected to lead the WHO in 2017 and is the first African to do so. Prior to this role, he served as Ethiopia's Minister of Foreign Affairs from 2012 to 2016 and Minister of Health from 2005 to 2012.
Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, the COVID-19 pandemic has shaken the foundations of social, economic, and political security. Health systems are now facing a triple burden: to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, to sustain essential services, and hopefully soon to mount unprecedented vaccination campaigns. But the challenge of equitable allocation of vaccines is one that transcends national borders, just like the pandemic itself. Equitable access is in the national interest of each and every country. In our interconnected world, if people in low and middle income countries miss out on vaccines, the virus will continue to kill and the global recovery will be delayed. Vaccine nationalism will prolong the pandemic, not shorten it. And while a vaccine is needed urgently to control the pandemic, it will not fix the vulnerabilities at its roots. There is no vaccine for poverty, hunger, inequality, or climate change. We need a radical shift in the way we identify and manage health threats and the factors that drive them. The United Nations was born 75 years ago from the realization that global cooperation is the only real alternative to global conflict. In the same way, the only way for countries to protect themselves against pathogens that know no borders is to work together. The COVID-19 pandemic must mark a turning point in leadership, solidarity, and governance if we're to protect our families and communities, as well as our economies, from the health emergencies, both present and future. I thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Tedros, the Director General of the World Health Organization. Well, to discuss these issues and more, it is now my pleasure to introduce our panel of esteemed speakers. Mehmet Oz is a cardiothoracic surgeon and the Emmy Award-winning host of the Dr. Oz Show, an attending physician at New York's Presbyterian Columbia Medical Center. He has authored over 400 original publications, book chapters, and newspaper columns, as well as medical books. And he's also received numerous patents and still performs heart surgery. Neil Squires is the Director of Global Health at Public Health England. He's the former Head of Health at the UK Department of International Development and is Visiting Professor of Global Public Health at Lincoln University and Board Member and Chair of the Governance Committee of the international NGO Malaria Consortium. Jamila Mahmood is a Special Advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia on Public Health. She is also a member of the Malaysian government's Economic Action Council and is actively engaged in the country's COVID-19 response. Prior to this, Dr. Mahmood served as Under-Secretary General at the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. Eskild Petersen is co-chair of the Emerging Infections Task Force at the European Society of Clinical Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, otherwise known as ESCMID. Dr. Petersen is an infectious disease specialist from Denmark and is also the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Infectious Diseases. Mary Louise McLaws is a professor of epidemiology at the University of New South Wales in Australia and an epidemiologist specialising in hospital infection and infectious disease control. Professor McLaws is a member of the WHO Health Emergencies Program. She has collaborated with Beijing in reviewing responses to the SARS outbreak and is also a member of the New South Wales COVID-19 Task Force. A warm welcome to you all. Now, Dr. Oz, if I could begin with you first. I want to look at the situation in America. As we know, it is currently the world's coronavirus epicenter. It has the world's most confirmed coronavirus cases, over 13 million, and more than 268,000 Americans have died. Can you firstly just bring us up to speed on America's coronavirus situation? And in your view, is this the worst it can get?
Well, very succinctly, I'll say that science has advanced faster than our wisdom has grown. So we've got lots of data flowing in. It's sometimes difficult to make sense of how to use it. And for that reason, the United States, which prides itself on individualism, and each of the 50 states have autonomy to make decisions about this virus, has gone in different ways. It's a good thing, generally speaking, because you experiment. You learn what works and what doesn't work in tax law or criminal justice or poverty management. But in the case of a virus, which is deadly, it makes it very difficult for public health officials, who often are overwhelmed anyway, to be able to communicate to local leaders who aren't epidemiologists, don't understand the subtleties of these decisions, and therefore they're forced to make decisions often based in fear, which is, as a surgeon, I'll speak to the fact that that's not how you want to make life and death choices, because you're fearful of one or the other. And I think that has left the country in a situation where there have been these super spreader events, which I think many in America did not appreciate were happening, but they've happened several times. In almost every one of our holidays, we had a super spreader experience that led to increasing cases. We had, for example, a children's holiday, really, over Halloween, which directly correlated with increasing rates as the weather got colder in northern parts of this country. And now we're in a situation that is worse than it was in March. And most of the folks who have studied these numbers suspect it will get at least twice as worse as bad as it was in March by the time we're done this month in November in the United States, twice as many, almost every problem, including total cases, as there were in October. There's no reason to think December will be any better.
Okay, Dr. Neil Squires, can I bring you in here as well as Director of Global Health at Public Health England? How do you believe the UK has handled this, and what lessons have UK authorities learned from, say, authorities in the United States?
Well, I think the epidemic is different in every country, and I think we've all got huge amounts to learn from each other's responses. So I think the important thing to say is this isn't a competition between countries. Each country faces different challenges, and those challenges are due to different populations, different demographics, and the ability to control borders or the willingness to control borders. So in terms of the UK's response, we have seen a very devastating epidemic here. To some extent, that is due to the fact that the UK is part of an open society. It has open borders. It's continued to have travel and trade with its neighbours within Europe, and the levels of restrictions have gradually been increasing in order to try to contain the spread of the infection. But we've certainly seen with this second wave a much more rapid response to and curtailment of the epidemic. But we also have absolutely more information now than we did with the first wave. And we're also seeing sort of huge increases in the testing capacity. I mean, so the UK is now sort of testing over 500,000 people a day, and we've seen rapid advances in the potential access to both treatments and vaccines, with science having been mobilised. So although it has been a very difficult epidemic and it continues to be a major challenge for all countries, we can begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But as Dr. Tedros highlighted from the World Health Organization, we are going to have to live with COVID for a long time. And the way out of this does depend very heavily on strong collaboration and support between countries. And we absolutely must try to achieve equity between countries in access to the tools to control the pandemic. So the COVAX initiative to ensure access to the vaccine once it becomes available will be essential to ensure that all countries can benefit from the scientific advances.
Yes, and I do want to talk about the WHO COVAX initiative in a moment, but Dr. Jamila Mahmood, can I bring you into this discussion now? You're special advisor to the Prime Minister of Malaysia on public health. You're actively engaged in Malaysia's COVID-19 response. Now, Malaysia, as we know, is one of the advanced emerging economies, and throughout this pandemic, it's been interesting to watch how some of the world's most developed nations have actually failed in their response to this pandemic, whereas some of the more emerging economies, China, Malaysia, Indonesia, Southeast Asia in general, have actually been quite active and more successful in their approach. Can you tell me what sets these responses apart from, say, what we're seeing in the United States? How has Malaysia been able to cope better with this pandemic than wealthier nations?
Thank you very much. I think Malaysia has experienced some previous outbreaks of diseases. We've had SARS, we've had H1N1, we had a Nipah virus outbreak, MERS-CoV. So there has been some exposure in terms of how we're going to cope with some of these shocks. Now, none of us would have been prepared for the size and the magnitude and the extent of how COVID has spread. But we have invested quite heavily in our public health systems. And I would say that we have, really quite good health systems, which is ranked among the best in the world. And it also is something that is freely available. Health is free in Malaysia, literally, for $1 a patient. So that's one factor. So we have health systems that work. The second thing, I think, there was a very firm decision from the top leadership at the outbreak in March, when we had our numbers climbing, to quickly control our borders, really lock down the country, aggressively test as many people as possible, providing social protection measures to individuals and businesses so that people could then stay at home. And as a result, we were able to bring this down. Now, one of the other things as well is about cultural norms, right? It's been quite difficult, honestly, for Malaysians who are quite sociable people who love to shake hands and hug and so forth. So the culture shift has been quite a challenge, getting people to say don't shake hands, don't have family gatherings, which are very important. So this requires constant messaging. I think one of our biggest successes has really been in a very transparent and open communication. So we elected that the Director General of Health would be that constant figure appearing on television every day, speaking to millions of our citizens and giving them details of what was happening, numbers, where the spread was occurring, maps were open to public to look at, and so on and so forth. But having said that, I think that, we also learn from our neighbors. As an ASEAN region, we reached out to our neighbors. When Singapore had an outbreak with the migrant workers, we learned a lot from that. And now we're also experiencing, at the moment, a wave with migrant workers. So there has been, I think, a lot of humility to learn, to adapt how we adjust to the situation, but no sparing of testing, making sure that we use data wisely, but constant communication with the public.
Professor Eskil Petersen, as co-chair of the Emerging Infections Task Force at ESCMID, you pretty much saw or tracked the evolvement of the coronavirus pandemic from China, then Europe, and then the rest of the world. You also are the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Infectious Diseases. When you first saw the genesis of this virus many months ago now, it seems, back in January, even as early as December, did you ever think that it could explode into what we're seeing now, a global pandemic that's killed, infected millions, killed millions as well? Did you foresee this coming? Was the writing on the wall early on?
No, I must say that I didn't see it coming. The previous experience we have with pandemics is primarily influenza. We had the SARS outbreak of another coronavirus back in 2003, but it was completely different, and it was rapidly controlled by public health measures like quarantine and isolation. But this coronavirus is completely different. When I was confronted with this outbreak, I thought, well, it will be over in 8 to 12 weeks, just as the influenza pandemics. We have had a lot of studies of the influenza pandemics, and they run a short course in 3 or 4 months, then they die out over the hot season and they come back. I think it has been a for all of us as this one is continuing, and I've been speculating why is that. So when I think that the prime reason is that for influenza, we all have some kind of residual immunity. We have been exposed to influenza since we were born. Some people have even got repeated immunization. So there is a background immunity against influenza in the population, which we are not normally thinking about. And that's, I think, is a prime reason why influenza epidemics or pandemics run a short course of 3 or 4 months. For this infection, there's no immunity, and that is why it's continuing, and maybe we can put a lid on so it will die down a little bit, but as soon as sort of take the lid off, it will grow up again. And the studies on antibody levels in different countries have shown that we are not near what we call herd immunity. You will have to have 60% of your population immunized and having antibodies before you can speak about herd immunity, but we are not close to that. So this one, the chance we have now is to apply the vaccines, and that is going to save us over the next 6 months, I think.
And I definitely do want to look at the vaccine aspect in just a moment. But Professor Mary Louise McLaws, I'd like to ask you about the Australian experience, because at the moment, Australia seems to be on track to almost nearly eliminate the disease. They've enacted some of the most harshest and strictest coronavirus measures in the world, but it didn't start out that way. I remember at the outset, it seemed that Australians were ignoring the experience of China and the Europeans all those months ago, particularly in March. People were still going to football games, mass gatherings were still being held. How has the Australian response evolved, and how did authorities there learn from the outside world, I guess? Do you think they were too slow to implement some of the measures that were being seen in other parts of the world?
Yes, thank you for that question. In Australia, we are part of the Wipro area, the Western Pacific region for WHO, but we are also, we believe we are firmly in Southeast Asia. And we like to learn from our Asian neighbours. So it was very heartening to hear from Dr. Jamila and how her country has learnt very rapidly. So we initially were very slow to put up borders, and of course that goes against the IHR 2003 agreement, WHO agreement to not put up trade or traveller borders. But having learned from China, from their SARS experience, that's the one thing that worked very well. So we were a bit slow, and I can only assume there's this Western arrogance that these pandemics don't happen to the West. They only happen in Asia. So after many commentators, epidemiologists, infectious disease physicians were agitating that the response was a little slow. Mind you, compared to the rest of the world, our response was at lightning speed. The government put up restrictions for coming in. Now, what they did do, which was very sensible, was require people to be quarantined when they came in. And I know that sadly the UK and other countries don't do that. And that's problematic because as your travellers are coming in, they're adding to the prevalence of an already overstretched health service. We have, like Dr. Jamila mentioned, we also have a free health system paid through tax. So it's not a problem for our disadvantage for seeking health, which is very good, unlike, for example, the US, where people are often not seeking assistance with COVID because they may not be able to afford that health system. So we put up our borders very rapidly. We then put in quarantine. And the other thing that, like Dr. Jamila's country, our leaders got on the television every single morning and told their constituents for an hour exactly what was going on, case by case, exactly where some of the clusters were, even the early clusters. So it was flooding the Australian mindset with science because Australians, we are a multicultural community. About 42% of Australians or their parents come from overseas. But as a general tribal approach, we are very driven by science and logic. So the federal government told the people that they needed to have a stay-at-home stint, and Australians accepted that. And you've probably heard, of course, that there was a second wave that was seeded in Victoria by a quarantine hotel non-compliance, and that went into the community with a very high second wave of about 25,000 cases. And for Australia, that was enormous. And their authorities told their constituents, you have to stay at home. And for 114 days, they did. Now, I believe it's because we are a highly peaceful and compliant community, but we also take on board what Dr. Tedros said, and also what an earlier speaker in one of the early sessions, Mr. Ibrahim Kalim, mentioned, and that was the we. So I think that, like in Malaysia, Australians think about the we instead of the me, and so when they are told that this is what they have to do in Victoria for 114 days to be locked down, they did it in a very compliant manner.
Now, Dr. Oz, turning it back to the United States, and I'm mindful not to treat you as the ambassador of the United States, but you have seen the pandemic evolve from the early days in the US. You live there, obviously, but I'm wondering, what is it about the American psyche, or at least parts of the population there, where despite seeing images of thousands of people dying in, say, China and Italy and other parts of the world, that the seriousness of this pandemic really didn't manage to resonate with some aspects of the population, including the man at the top, Donald Trump. What is it about that mentality that really, in your view, prevented people from acting early and acting hard?
Well, I think it was one big psychology test. The country is a bit isolated geographically, so many people in the United States have not traveled around the world. So the images from other countries seemed a bit foreign. But even within our country, we were having crises. For example, here in New York City, in this part of the country where the pandemic hit hardest back in March and April. So the policy approach was to shut the entire country down, to pull the emergency brake because we didn't know what we were dealing with. And if you lived in most of the country, there was nobody near you who'd ever had the virus, no one that you knew had been made sick by it, certainly. And that continued for months. So meanwhile, while you've lost your job and income disparities are significant all over the world, as well as in this country. So you've lost your job, you've been isolated, deaths of despair beginning to increase, drug use, suicide rates increasing, and yet nobody near you has COVID-19. And so finally, New York, New Jersey, this area recovers. The outbreaks in the coastal cities that were exposed from the virus from either Europe or from China begin to recover. But throughout the southern part of America, there had not been really much of an impact from COVID-19. Hospitals were shut down, but there were no patients in them because there was no COVID-19 in their community. So what would you do? Well, the average American said this obviously wasn't that big a deal, and they began to bend the rules. And they were bent with super spreader events, which we now know are much more problematic than the one-on-one spread that was initially thought to be the biggest issue. And that led to major outbreaks over the summer in the southern states where they were using air conditioning, going indoors again. And again, indoor spread is 20 times higher than outdoor spread. So that led to a dramatic increase in cases in Florida, Texas, California, Arizona, states that had been exposed later, but had no real mental framework with which to deal with it, because the first time they were told to shut down, nothing happened. And as that passed, the northern parts of the country had been free of viruses. Here in New York, for example, there were very few cases throughout most of the summer and into the fall. Despite that, I should point out, they shut the schools down in these parts of the country, which did not happen in most of the world. And the irregularities, the irrationality of policy decisions began to wear down Americans, who began to disbelieve that the public health advice they were hearing was based on science, even though it was always said to be based on science. But the hypocrisy around some of the decisions began to strike. And I'll speak specifically to schools, since it's a hot topic now in this country. In New York City, schools were shut in September when there were no cases. They were opened and then shut again with an arbitrary number that was really not based on any science. Now with cases twice as high as they were when they were shut, the schools in New York are opening again. And all of a sudden, a debate about whether to open schools, which was primarily political at times, has now moved more into the public health arena, as it should be. And there's more uniform belief that we should keep the elementary schools for young children open, because that doesn't seem to be the main way the virus spreads. Data which was readily available on modeling forms in March and in real experiences in May, June, and July, but was ignored. And so if you're the average American, after a while you say, well, I'll trust my governor. And the governor is looking at data which doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And they make decisions that are literally opposites of each other. And so the average American doesn't know what to believe.
Now, Dr. Squires, looking at the UK experience, some people had criticised Boris Johnson's government for being too slow to act initially as well. People were travelling from Milan into London and were tweeting that they were surprised by the fact that there didn't seem to be any border checks, even though a couple of hours away people were dying in their tens of thousands. But that quickly evolved. But to what extent do you believe is the UK's national health system, the NHS, was responsible for really clamping down on the pandemic in the UK? I guess my broader question is this pandemic, did it really highlight the importance of a national healthcare service versus one that's largely privatised, say, in the United States?
Well, the National Health Service is a real treasure of the UK, and it gets huge amounts of support. And a lot of the public messaging around the epidemic initially, the pandemic initially, was save lives, protect the NHS. And clearly that was an important message because people do benefit and have huge faith in sort of, universal health coverage provided by the National Health Service. So these free access to healthcare when you need it is vitally important. But clearly capacity is limited, and it could be seen once the demands on particularly intensive care services were increasing, that the system was vulnerable, and it is an important part of the messaging. But in terms, an important point to make about the early stages of the pandemic is that we have been learning constantly. And so the messages have had to evolve to respond to the changing understanding of the epidemiology of the disease. And also we have to understand the International Health Regulations, IHR 2005, has previously been mentioned. But we have got an international system that's been specifically designed to protect travel and trade because of the recognition of the harm that happens to the global economy if you clamp down too rapidly in response to infection threats. So to some extent, the way different countries have responded have been to protect the economy when it wasn't clear what the health impact would be. And it's very important to look at the differential health impact in different countries because the same response and one size does not fit all for all countries. And we're certainly seeing in some countries with very young populations, a number of countries in Africa which have an average population age of 25, for example, for them to shut down completely, to exclude children from school, may not be a balanced response to the level of risk that they face. Whereas in the UK, where we have an aging population, we have multiple comorbidities, then protecting the health becomes critically important because the risks in terms of mortality are much higher. So again, I just want to discourage this idea of comparing countries with this being some sort of competition between them for the success of our response. All countries have to respond in the way they see most appropriate to protect both the health of their population, but also the economy, which will ultimately impact on the health of future generations. And it is a titration act that politicians have to balance public health interests against economic interests. And so there isn't really a simple solution or a good response or a bad response in that respect. When you don't have adequate information. I think if we all had the information that we have now at the beginning, then we would have seen a very different global response. And we have learnt, and we need to continue learning. And this process of sharing information and understanding between countries is vitally important for that process.
Dr. Mahmood, I'd like you to reflect on your time as Under-Secretary General of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, which, as we know, is most active in the emerging world, in poorer countries. Do you believe that in this hyper-globalized world that we're living in, which often refers to trade, but in this time we're talking about this in the context of the pandemic, do you believe globalization has been a help or a hindrance in terms of supporting these poorer nations who don't have the facilities that, say, the US, the UK, and even Malaysia have?
Yeah, I think, if it's one thing that the COVID pandemic has highlighted to us is that we are so interconnected. On one hand, globalization is the driver of the spread of the virus in many cases, but it's also a huge opportunity for collaboration and coordination. So I think, we've heard very eloquently from the last few speakers how it's not about a comparing game, it's about a learning game, it's about an adaptation game, and about an acceptance that each context is going to be very different. Now, working in the International Federation of Red Cross in the past, it is very much a grassroots organization in 192 countries. And the pandemic itself must be rooted, or rather the response to the pandemic must be rooted into how communities actually behave. Because we know that no matter how strong your health systems are, no matter what medication you have, the best treatment for a pandemic is good public health measures. And that is really calling for behaviors that are very are protective of communities. So I think this is where governments have a very specific role to play in terms of policy driving health interventions that will protect health systems, particularly driving actions that will look at how economic impact might be mitigated. But on the other hand, really also empowering communities and allowing these communities to organize themselves. And we've seen this in how it's worked in many countries. Let me give you a classic example of Vietnam. I mean, it's been hailed as one of the best results that we've seen in the pandemic management. It's because people took charge and protected their own communities and their neighborhoods, making sure who came in and who came out. They screened them for symptoms and so on and so forth. Simple measures, but really protected communities. And I think globalization is critical now in a positive sense in how we've collaborated on the vaccines and so forth, how we're learning from each other in events like this and also other platforms. But let's not forget the localization of response is also going to be very, very critical in managing the pandemic. And this is where organizations like the Red Cross and Red Crescent play an important role.
Professor Peterson, as you've been watching this pandemic unfold, have you been pleased with the level of international cooperation that has happened over the last year in terms of helping to tackle this pandemic? We've seen examples of countries like Turkey, for example, using its strong manufacturing sector to distribute PPE gear to countries like the UK and elsewhere. But we've also seen examples, say, from the United States, where they've actively looked to intercept shipments of US deliveries of PPE to other countries around the world as well. On balance, are you happy with the level of global cooperation there has been in terms of tackling this pandemic?
No, absolutely not. What you can see and what actually did happen was that each country developed their own model. And that's also what we have heard the other four speakers explaining, that each country actually had the responsibility. And of course, also the WHO, who is supposed to guide us, they had to look to do. And as I said in the beginning, I thought this would be like a flu pandemic, but it was not. So it's clear that for some countries, like I could mention Korea and Taiwan, who did a very successful control of the first wave, that was because they closed borders. And that was not in line with the IHR regulations, but it worked because the travel, the amount of travel we are seeing these days are much higher than it was in the SARS outbreak in 2003. So each country was sort of left on its own, finding its own model. Of course, we looked at each other, tried to learn, and I'm not sure we have actually learned, because if we look at the US, they have followed one path, the UK have followed another path. We in the Scandinavian countries are following a third path, and Malaysia and Australia are very much like the Scandinavian countries, with a huge public sector with almost no private healthcare. So I think that the international collaboration has lacked, but I'm not surprised. And what else could we have done? I mean, it's my government who have the responsibility. It's not the WHO who has a responsibility for me being a citizen of a specific country. It is the government of a specific country who has a responsibility for the citizen. And I think that what we can do is that we can say, okay, so that's what happened. What really is a challenge now is to get the vaccine rolled out in a global scale, because we cannot control this unless we also make sure that disadvantaged countries get access to the vaccine. I think that's the importance now, and that will show whether we can build international collaboration around vaccine distribution.
Okay, Professor McLaws, I'd like to just reflect on a point that Professor Peterson made, that it is the responsibility of individual governments to enact a response to the pandemic, not global organisations such as the WHO. And we know the World Health Organization has both been praised and criticised for their response since the pandemic first evolved in December, January. As someone who still works actively with the WHO Health Emergencies Program, how would you rate the WHO in terms of how it's handled its response during this crisis?
That's a very difficult question because, of course, I'm a little biased working within WHO as a voluntary expert. There are many things that each organization can learn and improve. And we've all talked about the international health regulations of 2005. So that health regulation is a legal document that requires all member countries of WHO to respond in a particular way that they've all agreed upon. And one of them was not to put up borders, not to stop trade and travel. Now, that was developed in 2005 after SARS, which had a much lower transmissibility. And of course, it was previous to the pandemic influenza, which of course has a less transmissibility than this infection. So it's now time for WHO to get their member countries back to the table to start talking about that regulation that is now 15 years old, to identify how best they can be refreshed according to the next pandemic, which won't necessarily have a transmissibility of flu. It may be as bad as COVID-19 or even worse. So that's one improvement that WHO could do. Also, there's an idea of lack of transparency, but what the average global citizen doesn't appreciate is that WHO and the top leadership work for the member countries on behalf of the member countries. They don't make decisions themselves. They are advised about decisions. For example, calling something a public health emergency of international concern isn't Dr. Tedros's decision alone. It's the member countries. And, there was a criticism that took too long. So maybe now is the time to either have some sort of grading system to give the community an idea, and I'm talking about the global community, an idea of how serious the member countries are taking a new novel disease or an old disease that is threatening the global health, instead of it being, which it is, in confidence while they're having this meeting. None of them talk about it publicly. Each one of those experts from the member countries, of course, tell their member countries what's going on, but the rest of the global community don't know. So maybe now's the time to look at that and make a change. That maybe that could help bring on board the rest of the community. But there was a lot of criticism about WHO from one particular world leader. And then that caused an onflow of, I think, a lack of trust which hadn't been there before. I mean, this was the first time a country was shamed by another member country for a pandemic. We've had MERS, we've had SARS, we've had bird flu, and yet no country had been shamed like one of the member countries was trying to shame China. And that doesn't help. And then there's this vision that WHO is somehow biased towards China. Rather, it is a bias towards an even-handedness of getting the job done, of learning and waiting for the appropriate time to go in and do some more searching, soul searching.
And that member state, which has heavily criticised the WHO, is of course the United States. The Trump administration has officially begun the process to withdraw the US from the World Health Organization. Presumably, when Joe Biden becomes president in January, he'll reinstate America's membership into the WHO. But Dr. Roz, it is a couple of months away until Joe Biden does take the oath of office in the US. But do you believe that his approach, his drastically different approach, which he has promised, will change the course of the pandemic in your country?
I'm not sure if it'll change the course of the pandemic because the actions that are taken at the federal level take quite a while to reach down into the trenches where the battle is being fought. I do share your optimism that the United States will be back in the World Health Organization. Whatever flaws may exist within large international groups, there's still a benefit to having a common ground to speak. And I know members of the Biden administration are going to be supportive of the U.S. playing a more active role in that regard. But when it comes to managing the pandemic, I mean, that the big and heavy lifting was already done during the Trump administration when the vaccines were developed. And around the world, I know China and Russia, the UK, and here in the United States, they're promising vaccines. There are at least 24 more that are coming down to us pretty quickly. And we have proof now that we can save lives providing a vaccine that works at over 90% efficacy. So it's just a matter of getting it out the door. This country will approve the 2 mRNA vaccines this month. Today, there's a meeting in Washington to discuss how the vaccines will be distributed, but we know the first group of people will be healthcare professionals. That'll start happening this month. And over the next 3 to 4 months, I believe that 100 million Americans will get vaccinated, and eventually 2/3 of the population. 1/3 of the population here will probably reject the vaccine, at least initially, until they see their friends and families successfully receive the injections. That may be a number that's reflected in other parts of the world. But with a 95% efficacy rate, even 2/3 of the population can give us herd immunity if you also add in people who've been exposed to the virus directly. And the newer data we have on T-cell length of life and memory makes me confident that we'll be able to get at least a year, hopefully more, out of these vaccines. So it'll effectively suffocate the virus here in America. You raised the point earlier, and panelists have highlighted, Dr. Tedros as well, that we have to be able to stamp out the virus everywhere or it will just keep coming back to get us. So that's the big challenge now, to make affordable vaccines for the rest of the planet. But in this country, the political issues will die off as the vaccine dies.
Okay, I think now is a great time to talk further about a potential vaccine. Dr. Squires, we know we have 3 vaccine candidates that have produced promising results. The candidate by Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca, Oxford University. Firstly, briefly, and I want to follow up after this, when do you believe we'll actually see the rollout of a safe and effective vaccine?
Well, this obviously depends on completion of the final sort of safety checks and then the speed of production, but also the mechanisms that are put in place to ensure equitable access. So I know a number of countries have pre-ordered large numbers of vaccines in order to protect their own vulnerable populations. But there's also been significant investment in something that we've called COVAX, which is about creating this global financing facility to enable countries without that level of resource to also benefit from vaccine development. And that's critically important. I mean, I think there has been a huge amount of sharing of expertise, sharing of scientific knowledge, and we need to build on that sort of collaboration and cooperation, which has led to the production of vaccines so rapidly. I mean, it's an incredible scientific achievement to have produced effective vaccines in such a short time frame. And we need to make sure that that then translates into a rapid, equitable access to those vaccines. And so the funding of it is critically important. And I mean, organizations like the World Health Organization are critically important to that. And their facilitation of sort of creating those financing mechanisms and Dr. Tedros's own advocacy for equitable access and its importance for the world to see that the global community will increasingly collaborate to tackle these threats together is critically important. And I highlight this in particular because moving forward, if we do want to have effective preparedness against future pandemics, then we need trust in both the global institutions, but also in each other in terms of country trust. Because unless countries trust one another to share information in a timely way, then we won't ever develop the rapid pandemic warning system that we need to be prepared for the next threat. So again, the message that emerges from all of this is the need to strengthen our ties, to avoid a negative criticism of other countries, and to work collaboratively in future so that we can achieve something together. We're only as strong as the weakest country, and therefore collaborating to achieve the maximum impact is absolutely essential.
Dr. Mahmood, I'd like to ask you about one of the points that Dr. Squires raised, and that's the fact that wealthier countries such as the US, the UK, Germany, Australia, and others have really been pre-ordering millions of doses of vaccine in anticipation of a successful candidate, which is really within their right. They are looking to protect their own populations. They have the means to do so. But where does it leave poorer countries who don't have the means to spend billions of dollars pre-ordering these vaccines? Are we inevitably going to end up with a world of have and have-nots in terms of a successful coronavirus vaccine?
Well, I certainly hope not. And I think this is the reason why the COVAX facility is so important. It is allowing equity and access to the vaccines that are produced. So even a country like Malaysia, we're kind of caught in a little middle income trap because we're not developed, we're not underdeveloped, but still we've opted to actually participate in COVAX because it's beyond just equity, it's also a global solidarity because, we are only as strong as our weakest link. We are not safe till everyone is safe. So taking that attitude, it is a heavy investment for a little country like ours. But I think, even if we look at it at a global picture, it's massive. But I would also think that in Asia, at least in the ASEAN region, Southeast Asian nations are fairly close. There are mechanisms within ASEAN, and a lot of dialogues are happening now. And I really wish that, the regional bodies could also play a very active role in really pushing for that solidarity to ensure that, our neighbors also will, benefit from the vaccines when they're available. The big issue for me is also the misinformation that is arising because of vaccine production. As mentioned before, we've never seen vaccines produced at this speed and with so much success in the phase 3 trial. So I think that's another hurdle we're going to have to cross at some point, because there will be lots of questions in terms of whether the vaccine is safe or not. And I think these are some of the things we are already starting to prepare for, because that will be another communication exercise that needs to be invested in.
Now, Professor Peterson, can I ask you about your thoughts on the potential vaccine candidates? Do you believe we are close, as some people would suggest, to seeing a safe and effective vaccine rolled out perhaps as early as later this month in the new year?
Yes, I actually think so. Looking at the clinical trials, they have been very large, about 30,000 in each of the three leading candidates in the UK and the US. And we don't know very much about the Russian or the Chinese vaccine. But for the three leading candidates in the US, I definitely think so. We need it. We need to open schools, community. We need to open travel again. So the vaccine is really where we can make a difference. And when we look at the reported side effects, they are very mild. You get some local pain, redness, maybe a short fever in 24 hours. And this is what we know from other vaccines. So there's nothing here indicating that these vaccines are in any way not solidly investigated. I absolutely agree that the speed has been impressive, but also the number of people who have been involved in the clinical trials over the last 3 months has been impressive. And that means that we have a very solid guarantee that there's no major what shall I say, very common side effects on these vaccines. Of course, we may see something in 1 in 100,000 vaccinated or 1 in a million, but there's no way we can foresee that. So my advice to everybody is looks like very good vaccines, and go and get it as soon as you can.
Now, Professor McLaws, can I ask you to elaborate on the WHO's COVAX initiative? So this is the initiative, as we've heard from the previous speakers, that really aims to distribute any successful vaccines equitably around the world. We heard recently at the G20 summit in Saudi Arabia that world leaders are committed to this initiative. They didn't really, specify a dollar amount to which they're prepared to support COVAX, but at the very least on paper, they are for this idea of the fair distribution of a vaccine. How will it work, and what will it take for the initiative to be successful?
So first of all, I'd like to go back to what Professor Peterson was mentioning about the safety, and just remind your viewers that each one of the pharmaceutical companies signed a letter and sent it to the International Pharmaceutical Federation, all agreeing that they would not cut any safety corners. So we have that assurance that they are all there for safety. WHO had a recent open meeting for all of we've got about 8 themes. There's the epidemiologist, the infection control, therapeutics, vaccines, etc. And this was an open meeting talking about the importance of the trials continuing and not breaking protocol. And there was a unanimous approval that this should not have stopped early, that even with the emergency use authorization that, for example, America and the UK and other countries are looking towards, that the trials should continue as well, because we'll learn a lot about the trials. But getting to your question about the distribution. So the COVAX facility requires each country to receive 3% of their population's doses initially. And of course, COVAX facility doesn't prescribe who in each country should get this. It's up to the country, but initially that 3% is seen for frontline healthcare workers. I believe that each country will probably need a bit more than 3%, because while frontline clinicians are important staff include environmental cleaners, those that run the hospital. Without everybody being protected, it's going to be very difficult. So they get 3%. Then there's an additional 17% rollout, and that's for high-risk groups. And I think WHO is imagining that that will be for the elderly. Now, that will work well if the vaccine has an adjuvant that assists the elderly immune system to kickstart it. If it doesn't, another approach might be that Each country looks at its epidemiology and identifies which group is driving this disease, acquiring it and driving it. And it seems as if worldwide it's that 20 to 39-year-old group who are doing exactly what 20 and 39-year-olds should do, and that is socialize, go to work. So therefore, they are at risk of acquiring it and spreading it. And in my end of the world, of course, about 44% of cases are between that age. So if you vaccinated them, you would ring fence and protect the elderly if some of the vaccines aren't highly effective in the elderly, but let's hope they are. Of course, the other group for this 17% is for those with a comorbidity. So anybody who's elderly usually has a comorbidity, but then so do the young have comorbidities. So that may take a full 17% of those doses that you'll get. And then eventually another 20% will be rolled out. Now, that's for potentially vulnerable. And Dr. Tedros keeps talking and reminding us that this disease is, it rips the Band-Aid off inequity. You know, every society hides its inequality, and, you know, pandemics open this up. And it's the disadvantage that acquire this disease and sadly spread it because they live in high densely populated living conditions. They work hand to mouth and many jobs all at once. So one would hope that we would include the disadvantage, and each country will have to work out how to identify who they're disadvantaged. In some countries, everyone will be disadvantaged. So that's the 50% idea of the rollout. And then, of course, there are other countries that, like my country, are having a bet both ways and are also buying or investing in some additional doses.
And now, Dr. Rolls, on your show, you regularly debunk a lot of the medical myths that are out there. And I guess one of the pitfalls of a hyper-globalized world is that conspiracy theories, fallacies just can catch on like wildfire in an instant, really. But can we look at the issue of vaccine hesitancy? I don't want to so much look at the so-called anti-vax movement, because there'll always be people who are against vaccines based on false information or assumptions. But is it fair for people to at least be a bit hesitant about a potential coronavirus vaccine, given the record speed at which these vaccine candidates have been developed? For example, would you be taking the first vaccine that rolls off the production lines if and when the FDA does approve it?
I would happily take the first vaccine off the production lines, but I do respect the hesitancy of 1/3 of Americans, and I suspect many around the globe, to get a vaccine. To your point, it does seem rushed. Operation Warp Speed, which was the name of the program in this country to accelerate vaccine development, makes people think that corners were cut. And in fact, there was red tape that was being cut to accelerate the approval process and distribution of vaccines once they were found to be safe. The top 8 vaccine manufacturing companies all signed a petition saying they would not submit even for approval in this country until they were 100% sure of their data. They weren't going to be bullied by politics or other pressure from non-scientific arenas. But I got to say, the issue with vaccination fear is not a new one. When the smallpox vaccines were developed initially by administering cowpox 200 years ago, there are wonderful stories of parents hiding their children in England in the chimneys so they would not get vaccinated because they were worried. And moms arguably say, who loves my child more than me? No one. Can you prove that you care about my child as much as I do? Why would I take a chance by giving them a vaccine? That's one of the reasons I've been telling the American public, and my show, as you know, is in 100 countries, so I try to tell people all over the globe that it is important not to pressure people when they're not ready to hear the message. So instead, I tell people, listen, let your friends and family get vaccinated first. We don't have enough anyway, so you don't have to go first. We'd prefer you not. Let someone else go first. When they do well and you're comfortable that they've had outcomes that are reasonable for you, then you can get your vaccine if you desire it. Thankfully, the success these vaccines, the mRNA vaccines in this country in particular, are high enough. And it's reflected from what I can tell with the AstraZeneca vaccine eventually when the data's reassessed with a larger trial. And the Russians are claiming similar numbers as well, that these vaccines addressing the spike proteins do seem to work. So even if we don't vaccinate everybody, we should still have enough people protected to put a dent in the ability of the virus to spread. But I would say energetically, when you pull people too hard or you insult them by saying they're foolish for believing lies, they don't react well to that. In fact, they begin to live in a different world. The better tactic, and I would encourage this of the World Health Organization, is make a poster of the top 5 reasons not to get the COVID-19 vaccine and then debunk them. Because people are having those conversations on social media and in back alleys anyway. Just confront the arguments head on. Here's reason number 1. mRNA vaccines have never been made before. That's true. They haven't. However, there's lots of data and then the rest of the story can come out because you've asked a question that they're wanting to ask, but are afraid to ask you as a doctor because they think you're going to feel less about them because they were even willing to ask the question.
Dr. Squires, in the UK, there traditionally hasn't been this so-called anti-vaxxer movement, but through, I guess, the magic of social media, we are seeing some figures really gain a lot of support quite quickly against, firstly, the so-called myth of the pandemic and a potential vaccine. Do you envision there to be significant resistance against a successful vaccine when it does get approved in the UK?
I don't think there'll be significant resistance, but there will always be people who are hesitant. I mean, I think we do need to, as has been said, put out the information to give people the confidence that they need to make the right decision. So I think one of the potential benefits globally that has come from the level of debate that's occurred around COVID is an increase in health literacy more generally. And I think we do need to capitalize on that. I mean, you've never heard so many messages going out about the importance of hand washing and hygiene and sneezing hygiene. And that will have tremendous benefit, particularly in developing countries and others where these messages previously haven't been heard and communicated. So I think one of the challenges is to how do we build upon this effective communication of government, politicians, and everybody to convey health messages and extend beyond COVID and the immediate threats to broader messages about people protecting and improving their own health, addressing some of the risk factors for COVID, but for many other diseases. So tackling non-communicable diseases which kill far more people than COVID is killing, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, the problems linked to obesity. All of these other health problems are things that will continue to kill large numbers of people for years to come, where we do need to ensure there are effective health messages delivered to populations. So when we're thinking about how do we communicate effectively with populations to help them make healthy choices, we need to think about it in a holistic way and move beyond just thinking about COVID, which is today's problem, to thinking about, well, how do we enable and empower, particularly poorer, marginalized, more vulnerable sections of society to have the information they need to make healthy choices. So I think we need to take a much more sophisticated and a broader perspective of this whole communication challenge.
Dr. Mahmood, I want to ask you a similar question because generally in Southeast Asia there hasn't been this resistance towards immunizations and vaccines, but in countries like Pakistan, for example, there still has been this, I guess, conspiracy theory against the polio vaccine. Do you expect there to be challenges in terms of vaccine hesitancy? And what can be done in order to better inform the public in Southeast Asia, North Asia, and in South Asia about the virtues of a successful coronavirus vaccine?
Yeah, I think I completely agree with Dr. Oz that, no matter what you do, there will be the skeptics, there will be people who fear, but I really don't think they are the majority. Now, in some communities, obviously, there have been a lot of suspicion around vaccination writ large. It's not just about being anti-vaxxers, but also being really afraid of anything that is with a needle injected into someone, not knowing what the outcome will be. So a lot of, I think, advocacy, communication, simple messaging. And I think people are also very tired of the pandemic. Everybody wants to go back to routines. And I think this is going to be a major driver in people wanting to take the vaccine. If I can speak from a Malaysian perspective, our people are just as active on social media. So you get 150 theories coming out even before a vaccine has gone to phase 3. So, all these conspiracy theories will go on, but we need to tackle them one by one and not just brush them off. One factor, I think, which is quite unique, particularly I speak as a Malaysian, but also as a Muslim, is that in many countries around the world, the question of whether the vaccine is halal or whether this is permitted in religion is going to be an important one, particularly in countries also like Pakistan and Bangladesh, which are highly populous. One of the things we have been doing is, Malaysia is quite advanced in the halal industry, in really bringing the religious leaders and the halal industry to look at, how might we want to certify, if possible, the halalness of a vaccine. Now, having said that, Islam allows you to take non-halal things in an emergency. And even for a Hajj or pilgrimage, one of the vaccines that is given, the meningococcal, is definitely porcine derived. So it's not an issue. So I think we've got to get that messaging right? That this is, even if we don't manage to get, to the halal stage, that it is permissible in within your culture, within your faith. And I think this is something that it sounds trivial, but actually it's really, really important in many communities. So I think we're trying to look at it from a very comprehensive range of issues that might arise, and also finding, the right messengers as well to deliver the message. It has to be someone trusted by the community, someone trusted by, different age groups, whether different faiths and so on and so forth. So I think breaking it down into, what might be easier bites to take, but really keeping everything very simple, but also very engaging and being very honest as well. I think when we don't know everything, we have to say, well, we don't know yet. Let's wait for that. And I had a call with AstraZeneca and I said, well, where are the peer reviews? It's I don't know if anyone feels the same way as I do, that we're learning more about the vaccines from media than from peer review papers. So, and it's quite interesting. We've never had this before, but I'm happy to know that AstraZeneca will produce their peer review paper on Friday. So there's a lot to look forward to in looking at the science of it.
Okay, Professor Peterson, on the 8th of May in 1980, as you're well aware, the World Health Assembly officially declared that smallpox had been eradicated, but it did take 184 years since the first vaccine was developed in order to achieve this. So, firstly, do you believe that any successful coronavirus vaccine will be the silver bullet to this pandemic? And secondly, do you believe that coronavirus is something that we will have to live with for the foreseeable future?
The silver bullet, which will end the current within the next year or so once we have rolled it out. Just to come back short to vaccine hesitancy, I'm giving talks on vaccine hesitancy. And there's in particular a French study which is worth mentioning, where they showed that if you trusted your family doctor and the family doctor talked to you about the vaccine, then actually the family doctor was more trusted than the internet. And I think that's very comforting, that we are all role models. And if we as role models speak up and discuss it with these people and take it in a positive way, then we definitely can break through. To come back to the to the future, it's always a privilege to be able to speak speculate about the future. And I don't think we have seen the last of the coronaviruses. We have 4 viruses which are circulating, and they give mild flu, upper respiratory tract infections. But this is a zoonotic virus, and it moved into humans because of close contact between wildlife and humans. That is where maybe 80% of the outbreaks over the past 60 years, that's zoonotic diseases. And that's why we can foresee that outbreak. We have seen in Denmark that we have mutated coronavirus humans, and that may happen again. It may happen with other viruses. So I think that coming back to what Dr. says about the role of the WHO, and I'm a of the WHO, is that we have to strengthen the public health, and we have to strengthen the One Health approach, because these infections, they come from animals, and we need to, and also the 2009 pandemic of influenza came from pigs and moved into humans. So the large scale, shall I say, raising of animals with thousands together in close contact with humans are going to give us more pandemics in the future, whether coronaviruses or not. I think that one of the comforting conclusions from this one is that we can actually manufacture a vaccine in months, and probably we can do it even quicker if the backbone of the vaccine is now approved, so we can just put in some other antigen. This is actually what we do the seasonal influenzas. So we are not seeing the last of the coronaviruses, but the response next time will be much quicker.
Professor McLaws, Dr. Mahmood mentioned earlier that countries like Malaysia, Singapore and others in Asia had really learned from their experience in dealing with the SARS outbreak. You yourself helped countries like China evolve their response to that outbreak. Are you hopeful that other countries around the world, when this pandemic is over, will have taken the lessons learned on board to apply in the future? Hopefully, we won't see a pandemic on this scale in our lifetime again, but are you worried that perhaps countries will forget about the horrors of this pandemic sooner rather than later when this is all over?
Yes, it's an important issue that we need to discuss. The speakers tonight have all talked about pandemic fatigue, and it's real, even if they're not overly fatigued by fairly strict lockdowns, except for the Northern Hemisphere is now going into that, and they'll be physically fatigued. They're mentally fatigued from bad news. So we have to acknowledge that, appreciate it, and ensure that we don't allow that to stop us from planning for the next pandemic, because leaders often want to tell their constituents good news. They want to move on and get the economy rolling. However, there's been tens of millions of global citizens that have had their lives shattered by this, and 1 million and more that have lost a family member. So leaders have to acknowledge and respect this and say to their communities, we're not going to squander this opportunity to learn from how they themselves responded, how their citizens responded, how we've responded to our neighboring countries, because Dr. Jamila talks about, thinking about our neighbors as well, and that's very important, and so did Professor Peterson. And we have to look after our neighboring countries and then our region so that we can then become good global citizens for the next time, because there was a global preparedness monitoring board report written in September 2019, and it was called, if I remember, The World at Risk. And it warned everybody that there was a global pandemic on the horizon, and we all ignored it. And of course, a few months later, that's what happened. So September this year, they wrote a report called World in Disorder. And what they have reminded us is not to lose this opportunity and not to do the panic and neglect. We panic when an outbreak occurs, and then when it's over, we neglect it because we just want to get on with life. So we need to use that so that we can learn from the catastrophe to convince those that are pandemically fatigued, what are we going to do next? And I think one of the most important issues is outbreak managers see things differently. Oh, we ring fence, we lock down, we put masks on people, and it'll all be okay. The economists see that as disastrous. So the two professions need to come together to work out how in the future they can look after the safety of the health and the safety of the economy together while squashing a new pandemic, so that we can then survive and learn. We also need to come together as a global group, either regionally or globally, and share what did we do right, what do we wish we had have done, and Dr. Jamila talked about learning from her neighboring countries about what they did right and what they did wrong, and from Vietnam. And I think that we in the Western Pacific region can learn from our neighbors who've had not just experience with COVID, with MERS, with SARS, with bird flu, and come together and become a regional force. And of course, Professor Peterson and Professor Squires come together in the northern region with their countries and learn how best they can do this with a very open-bordered Europe. How can they do this together so that we can learn, so we never have to go through this again, because really we need to leave this world into a safer place for the generations to come.
Dr. Roz, can I ask you a similar question? We know the United States is the wealthiest country in the world. It's also a diverse country in terms of its people and views. You had Americans like Bill Gates really warn of a pending pandemic just a couple of years ago, but then you've got people like Donald Trump who said that this pandemic would be over and done with by April, by Easter, as he said at the time. Do you believe that America has learned its lesson after 13 million confirmed cases, 268,000 deaths? Do you believe that America will learn from this experience and not take a pandemic so lightly in future?
There's no question that future responses by the United States will be more in line with what we saw in Asia. But remember, it's not just the United States. There were similar miscalculations in parts of the world that had not been hit by prior infections, viral infections in the past decade, Europe being a good example. And not every part of this country has been hit with equal harshness, and nor will people be equally influenced. It's just such a diverse place. But I think that when a future virus hits these shores, you'll have a population much more adept at rapidly addressing issues like social distancing and wearing masks, a lot more comfort around taking steps that seem to violate the Constitution of this country. And that's where the tug of war is going to happen. Just this week, there was a ruling by the Supreme Court of the United States against the governor of New York State, who had shut down the churches in the state or restricted them. Yet the bars were open. And so the Supreme Court justice has said, well, that's a very convenient decision about what's a public health issue. If going to a bar is considered a public health factor and needs to therefore remain feasible, but you can't go to church, that seems subjective. And so that's where the tricky decisions will rise as America tries to deal with future infections. But the baseline public health problems are going to have to be addressed by investing in public health solutions, which has not been done in this country. In fact, quite the opposite. The defunding has taken place both in the Trump administration, but in the Obama administration as well. It has not been an area of huge focus, which is one of the reasons that the initial response was so slow and misdirected. Easy to criticize now, sitting here 10 months later, but we just don't want to repeat that same error again in the future.
Okay, Dr. Squires, what about your thoughts about the future? We know the UK is in a unique position where it is made up of devolved nations, each with their own government, autonomous from the government in London. But overall, when this is over in the UK, do you believe authorities will have learned their lesson and will apply some of the lessons learned over the last 10 months, hopefully to deal with a pandemic that won't happen in our lifetime?
Well, there's a constant process of lesson learning as sort of new lessons emerge, and yes, definitely, we've already learnt many lessons as the pandemic has evolved, and we're actively sharing information and learning from other countries every day with regular communications, meetings between countries to share, and that's something that we absolutely need to continue. But on the US, we also need to remember the huge investments that the US has made in through the Centers for Disease Control in building up global epidemiological capacity. So let's not let the response to one epidemic colour our view of a whole history of investing in global pandemic preparedness. Yes, I mean, there may have been faults with the coronavirus, but we've heard from many experts that nobody anticipated the pandemic would be like this. Many countries around the world were anticipating something much more like an influenza pandemic. And so, although there was a loss of preparedness, we weren't prepared for coronavirus. And so it's just helped us to recognize that the range of our preparedness needs to be increased. And it may well be the next global threat is not even infectious disease. I mean, it could be climate, it could be biological or chemical. So we need to actually have an all hazard preparedness that means that we collectively think about the various disaster risks that exist. So alongside the international health regulations, there was the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, a policy paper developed at the same time as the Sustainable Development Goals. And so there are processes in train for the world to collaborate increasingly to protect ourselves, but it does need sustained investment. And this sort of panic and then forget cycle that has been mentioned is one we do need to overcome. But it also requires strong and sustained investment in health systems and an expansion of universal health coverage. Because one of the biggest bits of learning, and it's not so much for the UK, but for the rest of the world, is that the people who have suffered most from the pandemic have been those who haven't had access to basic health services or who have had comorbidities and other diseases. And we need to ensure that all of those things are addressed, and we don't just deal with the pandemic threat, but we deal with the broad range of health problems that face populations.
Okay, I think we have time for one more quick question. Dr. Jamila, can I ask you, if you could answer briefly for us, what needs to be done to ensure that the world, particularly the emerging world, is better protected in the event of another pandemic in the future?
I think it's a matter of when and not if that we have another shock to our health systems or even our country. And I think that we need to have a multi-hazard, multi-system approach to managing risks. We also have to look at the underlying causes of why so many of these risks arise. And I think we have to acknowledge that our planetary health boundaries have been violated. There's been a lot of environmental factors that have also contributed to why we are in this situation now, whether it's flooding or the whole impact of climate change and so on and so forth. So I think it needs us to look at a much broader perspective on health and risk. And I think we have to put much more of a futures and foresight lens as well and collaborate.
Okay, and Professor McLaws, really quickly now, do you believe that we will be learning these lessons and that they will be applied by both the developing and the developed world?
Because we've had such, in true terms, pandemic, I can't imagine that the Western world will ignore this opportunity, and we will get together as a global community and learn how best to prepare, because when we add climate change, this pandemic will look like just a trial run. So yes, I believe we won't squander this opportunity.
Okay, some wise end this discussion on. I'd like to thank all of our guests for being with us on this session at the TRT World Forum 2020. Thank you to Dr. Mehmet Oz, Dr. Neil Squires, Dr. Jamila Mahmood, Professor Eskild Peterson, and Professor Mary Louise McLaws. And thank you to you all who've tuned into this session. I hope you found it as interesting and informative as I have. Okay. It is now my pleasure to introduce a very special performance by the Turkish composer and pianist Angelika Akbar. Ms. Akbar could play the piano and read music before reaching the age of 3, and she has more than 500 compositions for the symphonic and chamber orchestras. She has also released 14 albums, including the first solo adaptation of Vivaldi's Four Seasons, violin concertos under the Sony Music International label, and the first Turkish classical music album in the Sony Classical Catalogue. Let's have a listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and viewers joining us online, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the TRT World Forum 2020. Now, this session is entitled America versus China, Trade Wars, COVID-19 and Future Economic Relations. I'm Maria Ramos. I'm a news anchor at TRT World here in Istanbul, and it's great to have you with us wherever you're joining us from. Now, we have a fantastic lineup of leading experts to discuss the friction that has dominated the world's two biggest economies, the US and China. Friction accelerated, exacerbated even by COVID-19, but friction that could possibly, from January the 20th, begin to fade. Now, back in July this year, the New York Times described how the Cold War between China and the US is intensifying. Now, it listed the tensions, and here are some examples. America orders China's Houston consulate be shut. Trump blames China for spreading COVID-19, calling it the China virus, the Wuhan virus. A trade war that's lasted more than 2 years. A battle over technology, particularly Huawei. Even Chinese students getting their visas cancelled. Now, the list goes on. It really is very long indeed, but we have a debate, and let's see which items from this list could possibly be crossed off. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce my distinguished guests. And joining us is, first of all, Stephen M. Ward, Professor of International Affairs at Harvard Kennedy School. Next, we have Charles Kupchan, Professor of International Affairs at Georgetown University and a former advisor in both the Clinton and Obama administrations, and now to Team Biden. Next, we have Peter Berkowitz, Director of Policy Planning Staff at the US Department of State, providing advice to the US Secretary of State. Next, Cheng Li, Director at John L. Thornton China Center at the Brookings Institution. Richard Fontaine, CEO of the Center for a New American Security and a former advisor to the late Senator John McCain. Then we have Stephen A. Orlins, President of the National Committee on US-China Relations since 2005, and Shi Yinghong, Professor of International Relations at Renmin University of China in Beijing. Gentlemen, welcome to you all. Now, my first question goes to Stephen M. Ward, because he's lined up first. Now, I just want to get a sense of where we are right now, because it really has been an incredible year. We're ending the Trump presidency. We're about to begin the Biden presidency. And I just want to see, is the worst between the US and China over right now? And will the Biden administration bring the diplomatic skills to really stop this downward spiral?
The low point, if you want to call it that, between U.S. and Chinese relations. And I think what you have to recognize is the current level of animosity or competitiveness didn't begin with President Trump. The relationship has been becoming more contentious, more of a rivalry for quite some time. This really, I think, began in the Bush administration. Then, remember, it was the Obama administration that began the so-called pivot to Asia or rebalancing to Asia. The Trump administration took that a step further, and I believe the Biden administration will continue to compete with China in a whole variety of ways, just as China will be competing with the United States, while trying to wall off the few areas where the two countries should continue to cooperate, most notably trying to manage their economic relationship, deal with future pandemics, and address climate change. But the point is that this is not a recent development, and the two states, as the two most powerful countries in the world, are going to remain rivals for many years to come.
Interesting that you say they haven't reached their lowest point. I want to go next to Charles Kupchan, who is next to you. Where do you think China-US relations go now?
I would agree with Steve that we haven't hit rock bottom. And for a couple of different reasons, I can imagine the US-China dialogue getting worse after Biden takes office. One is Biden will speak up more often about human rights, Hong Kong, the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, other issues. Beijing will not like that. And secondly, I expect the trade confrontation to actually escalate. My guess is that Biden will probably pull back on tariffs with allies, but try to front to press China on the big trade agenda, in part because Biden's top priority for at least the first year in office is going to be reaching out to the American middle class, getting the economy going again, creating jobs. And part of that means having a more level playing field with China when it comes to trade. I do think you're likely to see a couple of important changes on China policy. One is that there'll be a policy. The Trump foreign policy has really come in fits and starts. It's been policy by tweet. I think there'll be a real policy process in Washington to try to create a sustained approach to China. And the second change I expect to see is dialogue. The strategic dialogue that began during the Obama years has pretty much collapsed under Trump. There really isn't a sustained conversation. I think that's a problem. And Biden is a diplomat. Biden believes in personal relationships. Biden will want to try to have a conversation with the Chinese about everything, security, trade, human rights. Will that improve the relationship? Very difficult to say, but I do think that there will be much more engagement diplomatically than there has been over the last couple of years, and probably more cooperation on the pandemic, since that is issue number one for Biden, getting the pandemic under control.
Absolutely, and I really want to get to that very soon. I just want to jump next to Peter Berkowitz. What is the mood like right now in the State Department?
We are all concentrating on the tasks at hand. We are working forward. The world continues to present big challenges, not least the China challenge. And if I may, responding a bit to what's already been said, the policy planning staff has just brought out a long paper called The Elements of the China Challenge. In it, we take on the conventional wisdom about China. And I'd like to offer just a few comments in response to what's been said. First, I agree with Professor Walt that the China challenge didn't begin yesterday. It didn't begin with a global pandemic. We think it's a mistake in the policy planning staff to see the pandemic as some kind of inflection point, changes world politics. What we see is the global pandemic, which did indeed arise in China and became a global pandemic because of a concerted disinformation campaign conducted by the Chinese Communist Party. We see that as clarifying for the nations of the world conduct on the international scene that has been typical of China. As for under the CCP, as for the question of human rights and dialogue, I think we really have to emphasize what has been going on for the last 4 years. The fact is, no Secretary of State before Mike Pompeo made the question of human rights in China, China's gross abuses in Xinjiang, more than 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps, the repression of Tibetans, the repression of ethnic Mongolians, the repression of 70 million Christians in China. No Secretary of State has done more to bring into focus those abuses. And a final point right now where we are on dialogue, relations with India, bilateral relations with India, Japan, Australia have never been better. And the revitalization of the Quad, including the United States, has been driven by an acute appreciation of the challenge that China represents to the entire Indo-Pacific region. My final point for now is that, and we bring this out in our paper, The Elements of the China Challenge, the United States continues to seek cooperation with China, but the kind of cooperation that we want is cooperation that's based on well-recognized international norms, especially in commerce. We want commerce based on fairness and reciprocity.
Thank you so much for that perspective from the US State Department. And Cheng Li, what do you think, just to continue with this subject, what do you think the Biden administration will bring? Will it bring some sort of change to the acrimony that we have seen over the past year, particularly between the US and China?
Well, first of all, Biden administration, including President-elect himself and his major advisors, said repeatedly that Trump administration China policy is a failure, which means that it will pursue something differently. And yes, I agree with Professor Kupchan that will be emphasized on human rights. We talk about the international coalition building and etc. But he sees China more as a competition competitor rather than an enemy. And so he will emphasize competition rather than confrontation. Also, he sees China and Russia differently. During the campaign, he and his team said it was Russia to interfere, American election, not China. Now, he also has a kind of a strong ties with Chinese leadership. He visits China 4 times and met with Xi Jinping 11 times. And of course, he has been critical about some of our policy, but at least that he will not do the things that as the Chinese pursue that really want to contain China. Because from Chinese perspective, what happened in the past 6 months or a year, it's really wanted to completely contain China. On the economic front, it's really a complete systematic decoupling with China in virtually every areas on the economic front. U.S. government, the Trump administration, even think about the use FARA, the U.S. law, to ban American companies doing lobby for good relationship with China. They will consider them as the Chinese Communist Party's agent. This is really far away from the legitimate lobby. On the political front, the Trump administration wanted to have a regime change, calling for overthrow the Chinese Communist Party. Now, I'm not a fan of the Chinese party state, but let's just think about the Chinese government will allow that to happen. And also Chinese people with this kind of pressure, they may not necessarily inspired by US, rather instead they were surrounded with the Xi Jinping and the Chinese leadership. On the military and security front, Chinese perceive that the current administration pushed too much on Taiwan. They are leading towards acknowledge Taiwan's independence. Whether they have the legitimate concern or not is a different matter, but this is what they perceive. So Xi Jinping and the certain Chinese leadership want to prepare a war with China, in Xi Jinping's words, to prepare a war to prevent a war. And so that's a very, very dangerous situation. So I think that in a way, that arrival of the Biden administration at least will halt or slow down this kind of speedy confrontation. So that's very, very important.
So slow down that confrontation. Thank you so much, Cheng Li. I want to jump back to Stephen Orlings, your view of where we are now and what happens next come January the 20th.
Great panel, great comments. First, I think it's correct to say these problems preceded the arrival of President Trump and will exist after President Trump has left office. There is no question that changes that occurred in China combined with changes that occurred in the United States have led to where we are today. Having said that, I believe that we will likely have hit rock bottom 49 days from today. I don't know what Mr. Berkowitz and his colleagues at the State Department or in the White House are planning, but we've seen actions which are designed to punish the Chinese further for alleged sins or actual sins. When President-elect Biden takes office, we're going to see certain actions. We know we're going to see certain actions which are going to provide a foundation for cooperation. We're going to see America rejoin the Paris Accords, which means that climate change is going to get on the agenda for U.S.-China discussions. We're going to see the United States rejoin the WHO, which means that pandemic prevention is going to be on the American agenda. President Biden recognizes that the restrictions on people-to-people contact, on Chinese students in the United States, on people who wish to remain in the United States to work, injure America. I think we're going to see changes in those policies which allow for better U.S.-China relations. We've heard tariffs. President-elect Biden believes that the tariffs imposed on China have cost Americans jobs. We know, despite what the President of the United States says, which is China pays these tariffs, that the American people pay these tariffs. And it hurts the American people, especially those kind of working families, people who are not high income in the United States are paying these tariffs. So I expect early in the Biden administration, we'll have a discussion about how the Chinese can end a lot of their tariff and non-tariff barriers and how the United States will end its and help the American people and the American consumer. So there are a lot of issues which will set a positive tone. They won't resolve the fundamental issues. They won't resolve, we've heard reference to the human rights issues. They won't resolve the South China Sea issues. They won't resolve the national security law passage for Hong Kong. They won't resolve things which are really tough, but they will make progress, and we will see a professionalization of the interaction. We won't see foreign policy by tweet anymore.
Foreign policy by tweet, policy by tweet. It has been an incredible presidency, and even for us as journalists to see those tweets and cover so much through Twitter. Richard Fontaine, your view, where we are right now and what will happen come January the 20th?
You're certainly going to see some differences in style from a new administration, in tone, in the way messages are delivered, in the way dialogue is conducted. But I think you're likely to see very little change in the underlying conditions that give rise to the U.S.-China competition in the first place. So, for example, look at what divides the United States and China today. The United States is worried about China playing a more dominant role in Asia. China wants to play a more dominant role in Asia. China wants to develop military capabilities that would push the United States military away from the Asian mainland. The United States doesn't want to see that. China would like to control the South China Sea. The United States would like to see China not control the South China Sea. China would like to dominate the politics of Hong Kong in violation of its internationally agreed agreements. The United States doesn't want to see that. China wants to keep Uyghurs in camps in Xinjiang. The United States doesn't want Uyghurs in camps in Xinjiang. You can kind of go through the list here. On Australia, the Chinese want to penalize Australia for calling for an independent inquiry into coronavirus and put sanctions on the export of their goods. The United States wants to see the opposite. So those things are not going to go away. They're not peculiar to the Trump administration or the Biden administration. Those are differences in interests and outlook between the two governments. And that means that the United States and China are going to be in a position of long-term competition. The priorities will change a little bit under the Biden administration. I think less emphasis on the trade deficit and getting the Chinese to buy goods that are made and grown in swing states in the United States or by part of the Trump political base, more emphasis on human rights. The big question is on this cooperation notion where, the Trump administration didn't really seek Chinese cooperation on climate change or on COVID. It did on North Korea, but you didn't have a really big set of cooperative areas that could be infected by the competitive spirit. And the Biden administration will come in saying, we want to cooperate with China on COVID. We want to cooperate with China on climate change. We might want to cooperate with China on North Korea and non-proliferation, but we want to compete in all these other areas. And it's just not clear that those two things can be done simultaneously, where you can really cooperate in areas of common interest as if you're not competing fiercely in these other areas. I think they will try, but it's not clear to me they'll be successful.
That's a very interesting point you bring up there, whether you can cooperate and compete at the same time in different areas. Finally, on this point, Xi Jinping, what is the perspective from China on Team Biden?
Of course, the situation become complicated, and because if you look at taking into account of a lot of numerous major negative elements from the profound domestic transformation of China and severely developed or deteriorated the strategic military rivalry between two countries, or you come to and a great impact, negative impact of pandemic, and all of those things, you can see that Joe Biden will continue to compete with China and confrontation with China on a lot of major issue area. And even, and if you look at the domestic situation in the highly divided United States, and I believe that the Biden administration have to appeasing and in a various way in some major issues, and both to and Democratic radicals and also to the grassroots and whites, that is Republican populists. And you can see human rights problem, religion situation in China and Hong Kong and Tibet and South China Sea, all are the big problems which could continue, or even in some issue area, to intensify further the rivalry and confrontation between Biden's American and China. But on the other hand, and if you take into full account of the extremely normal and wilderness, vulgarity, and volatility of Trump administration, and if you look at especially the President Trump's personal political temperament, you could see that Biden is much normal and statesman and even diplomats, and he will and bring some, at least, the credibility and therefore stability back to Sino-American relations. And also, and who I expected that the sooner or later, and maybe 2 years later or 1.5 years later, he will striving for and improve the trade situation between China and the United States to reduce and too great amount of the American export enforced upon China, to make it to compatible in some degree China's capability and China's real requirement. And also there's possibility that sooner or later he will in some degree and high tariff imposed upon China export to the United States. And also he will bring about something just the normal diplomatic or even military communication and dialogue with China to reverse the already existing diplomatic decoupling, if we and think of the higher level of communication, which only in the past few months only happened between Yang Jiechi and Pompeo in Hawaii, with nothing and produced from their meetings and the conference. And also he will, and at least in principle or rhetorically, just like China, and to brought back the United States to commit to global governance and global multilateralism. So in principle, there's a possibility that there would be some, limited and the cooperation between two countries over, for example, over pandemic, battle against the pandemic, or over addressing climate change, or over anti-terrorism, or to make situation better in the civil and the cyberspace security. But at the same time, and these cooperation will be quite limited and will completed by competition between the countries for prestige, for the influence, and altogether, and the situation could become a little better, and in some issue area and major issue areas, and this is valued by most of Chinese scholars on international relations because present situation and between the countries are much worse and worse than in past few decades. If we continue to have another major round of so-called and free falling and deterioration, and I think that the military conflict between the countries could be very clearly imagined. So situation could become somewhat better, but quite limited. But anyway, and we finally could have something just like normal American president to deal with. I think that this will bring some stability back to the bilateral relations.
Stability. Professor Xi, thank you very much for that. I want to speak now about COVID-19, something that has just defined absolutely every inch, every centimetre of our lives right now. It's a key issue for President-elect Biden, as Charles Kupchan mentioned, and you've all more or less talked about areas where we could see possible cooperation. Now, I want to ask this question, and I will go back to the beginning. My question will be to Stephen Walt. Did President Trump and President Xi miss an opportunity to cooperate on COVID-19? And could Joe Biden's presidency and Xi Jinping now find this as an area of cooperation?
I don't think there was a great missed opportunity here, in the sense that if the two states had gotten together, at the very beginning, or once it was clear we had a global pandemic, that they could have done something together about it to get vaccines more quickly or to deal with it. What needs to happen going forward would be better preparations for the next pandemic. And I would just remind everyone that COVID-19 is one of several pandemics or close to pandemics we've seen. We've had AIDS, we've had SARS, we've had Middle East respiratory syndrome, Ebola in Africa. There's every reason to expect that something like COVID-19 could happen again in the future. And therefore, a task going forward is for the international community to be much better prepared the next time this goes on. I think what happened here really took sort of three different phases, or we've been through two phases and we're now heading into the third. In the first phase, China badly mishandled the outbreak, as was previously said, didn't report accurately, and it's one of the reasons we ended up with a global pandemic. So China's initial response was very bad and showed some of the real limitations of the Chinese system. Since then, of course, China's response to the problem at home has been quite effective, which is why they've been able to reopen their economy to a greater extent than the rest of us. In the second phase, of course, it's when the United States and some other countries badly mishandled the pandemic at home, and which is why we're dealing now with spiking infection levels and rising death tolls, and we aren't able to reopen our economy more effectively. So in the second phase, the United States and some of its allies performed badly, and that's, I think, damaged the American reputation, even our reputation for being basically competent. But I think we're now heading into the third phase, which is the vaccine phase, where the United States appears to have, if not the lead, at least at the very edge of vaccine development, and may in fact end up having the most effective vaccines to fix the situation here at home, but also to then be able to help other countries. So it's possible that in the third phase, the United States and perhaps some of its allies will look like they are the ones who've ultimately responded and helped give the world the answer. Now, it's worth noting that China has developed some vaccines of its own. They've been offering them to developing countries, but it remains to be seen how effective any of these treatments, ours, theirs, vaccines being developed in Russia, etc., are ultimately going to be. A year from now, the situation of sort of which country ultimately handled this better might change from what it looks right now. And I agree with Charlie Kupchan in saying that this has to be the top priority for the Biden administration. If within a few months they can get the United States essentially back to normal, get the economy recovering more rapidly as a result of that, they'll look very good. If they're unable to do that, that's going to be a political liability for them and also could undermine the American position more broadly in the world.
Thank you so much. I want to jump to Cheng Li and ask, is the criticism from the US and many other countries of China's handling of the coronavirus, especially at the beginning, is that criticism misplaced?
The criticism of the early weeks of the way Chinese government handle, especially local government, I think this is valid criticism. I think that especially the government of Wuhan and Hubei made grave mistakes, including their slow response, spread of misinformation, and mistreatment of Dr. Li Wenliang, the whistleblower, and political censorship, and also possible cover-up. These are all varied. Also, Chinese public themselves also criticize the government, the way they handle. But after first few weeks, certainly Chinese government tried to correct all these mistakes. They now treat Li Wenliang, at least in Syria, as a hero, and really prevented even stronger criticism of the Chinese government. But also the way they handle, especially the Xi Jinping government, put the people's health as the top priority rather than economic development. Very decisively locked down Wuhan. Of course, this is the way the Chinese is doing things. This is probably will not be duplicating anywhere in the world. So there's a mixed reaction in China, but the overall Chinese public support the government effort. Let's look at some numbers. Actually, Chinese constantly use this number to refer to China's success and the U.S. failure. I mean, China's total number of infection, according to WHO, is 94,000, about half the daily infection rate in the United States in the recent weeks. China's total number of deaths is 4,750. I mean, about the death toll over 2 to 3 days in the US. So the total number of deaths in New York City is over 24,000. The total deaths in Beijing is 9, and Shanghai is 7, Chongqing is 6, and Tianjin is 3. Now, people sometimes cynical about this number, but you cannot cover up the contagious disease. I mean, if you have the dozen people in Shanghai, people will announce that. Now, also that I think with another hand, I think Trump's astonishing shift from early on praising Chinese leaders to handle coronavirus in early February and also January, all of a sudden to bring everything to China. I think this is certainly quite dramatic. I do not think it's resonated well. And also, I particularly astonished as a Chinese American when he's in the campaign, he's blamed American medical doctors or nurses, the medical workers, for making money out of COVID-19. I think this is not acceptable. So make you wonder whether his criticism, accusation has really the validity. And also that his use of the term Chinese virus or the Gong flu and etc. certainly cause more anti-Asian kind of hate crimes. Now, I want to share with you one important development. This is released in today's Wall Street Journal article. The new coronavirus infected people in the US in middle December 2019. So really a few weeks or a couple of months earlier then reported. And it was early before it was officially identified in China. So scientists at the US CDC, this US CDC, found that there's 106 out of 7,000 blood donation collected by American Red Cross from residents of 9 states. They found this over 100 cases of infected in middle December. So this is certainly make us to rethink, to revisit the origin of the coronavirus. Again, I'm not a scientist, but this is a report published by Wall Street Journal today, and also it's acknowledged by scientists of US CDC. So that's put the things into perspective. I think the most important things is not to point finger at this moment, but rather, as Steve and Charlie said, we should really promote cooperation, whether it be prevention, treatment, particularly vaccine, and international distribution. I think these two major powers, China and United States, should collaborate not only to prevent their own citizens, in terms of getting more coronavirus and also vaccine their own citizens, but also collaborate on the international scale, particularly for later developing countries.
Cheng Li, thank you very much indeed. You bring out many, many interesting points, and I want to get a reaction and opinion from Charles Kupchang, and especially with regards to what Cheng Li said. This is the Chinese way of doing things. Are there lessons that the US can learn, can draw from China's model?
I want to answer that question, Maria, by going back to the question you posed to Steve Walt, because I have a slightly different take on the issue of whether there was a missed opportunity. I think there was, and that early on in the pandemic, in January and February, we could have seen a different approach by China and the United States. There could have been an effort to share scientific information on the virus, to produce and distribute medical equipment, to begin cooperation on vaccine exploration. And neither country was willing to go down that road. Cheng Li just cataloged some of the mistakes that China made, but I think it's safe to say that the United States dropped the ball both at home and abroad. It wasn't until March that President Trump held a G7 call with allies to discuss the pandemic. So I do think that going our separate ways, not coming together to deal with the greatest global pandemic since 1918, that was a matter of choice. That did not need to happen. And that's why I think that it's important to keep in mind that it is not foreordained that we're going back to some sort of Cold War. And I would point out that on the pandemic, on climate change, perhaps on North Korea, there is an opportunity here for the US and China to find common ground. And one big difference that we need to keep in mind is that we're not in a fragmented economy like we were during the Cold War. I don't believe that decoupling is possible. I think there'll be a reallocation of supply lines, but the global economy is too interdependent to pull it apart and to go back to a world of two or more blocks. The final point I want to make here, because I think it's an important part of the conversation and it hasn't come in yet, is domestic politics and nationalism. You know, it's clear that President Trump kept talking about the Wuhan virus, the China flu, in part to play into nationalism and anti-Chinese sentiment, in part because there is a bipartisan consensus here in the United States to take a tough line on China. That is one of the few areas where Democrats and Republicans agree. And in China as well, Xi Jinping has created a presidency, a political brand that very much relies upon nationalism and standing up to the United States and pushing outward, Belt and Road. And so even though we have these areas of cooperation on the pandemic, on the economy, on climate change, I do think we have to keep an eye on the ability of Joe Biden and Xi Jinping to manage nationalism and to make sure that domestic political forces don't push them in the direction of increasing competition.
Thank you so much, Charles Kupchan. Peter Berkowitz, that same question. Did President Trump and Xi Jinping miss an opportunity to team up to fight COVID-19 this year, especially at the beginning? And what lessons can we learn from China? And is the US even willing to?
Yes, well, I think we have to think more carefully about what the obstacles to cooperation were. It's been an oddity of much of the conversation so far to argue that the principal sources of lack of cooperation come from the United States. But again, as policy planning staff argues in our long paper, the elements of the China challenge, one, this competition, as others have said, didn't begin yesterday. But when did it begin? It especially began decades ago with the Chinese Communist Party, which has understood the world as divided into two camps, with the oppressor camp being led by the United States, the leader of the free world. That's been a big problem, and over the decades, as the Chinese Communist Party has modernized and has grown the economy of China, the party has become even more assertive, insisting on a fundamental divide. As I said before, we regard the outbreak of the pandemic not as an inflection point, but as a clarifying moment which brought into focus not only for the United States, but many countries around the world, China's malign practices. What do I have in mind? Practices that interfere with cooperation, not only cracking down on freedom in Hong Kong, not only defying norms of international law in the South China Sea, but economic practices of co-optation and coercion in every region of the world. Charlie has mentioned Bridge and Road Initiative, which has created debt traps for many countries around the world. The Trump administration has rallied countries from many regions of the world, more than 50 countries now, to join the Clean Network. What is the Clean Network? Countries devoted to creating digital communications networks that do not rely on companies that will funnel information, funnel data directly back to China. We're concerned about Chinese intellectual property theft, hundreds of billions of dollars every year. We're worried about Confucius Institutes in the United States, which are propaganda arms of the party. So when we talk about cooperation on the pandemic, and I agree with my colleagues about the importance of such cooperation, we have to look at the big picture, the CCP's conduct over many decades to understand the very considerable obstacles to the cooperation between our countries, again, based on norms of fairness and reciprocity. In an earlier round, you asked about, or you underscored, Maria, the challenge of both competing and cooperating. That's nothing new. That is the challenge. And I think that the Trump administration, particularly Secretary Pompeo, deserves a lot of credit for not only educating the United States, but traveling the world to explain to our friends and partners around the world the complexity and the full context of dealing with China led by the CCP.
Thank you so much, Peter Berkowitz. We go next to Richard Fontaine. Richard, your thoughts and reaction to what you've heard so far with regards to COVID-19.
I think there has been a missed opportunity between the United States and China. If you contrast what's going on now with the aftermath of the global financial crisis, for all the differences, the G20, where both the United States and China are members, was a key kind of steering mechanism for coordinating fiscal and monetary policy after the global financial crisis. There are things well short of getting Chinese and American scientists together to work in a lab and cook up a vaccine together that could have been done, especially with respect to the international solutions on this with Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance, with helping poorer countries develop the distribution networks in advance of a vaccine and some of the economic responses. And in fact, none of that was done, not bilaterally, not in the G20, not in any other format, and neither side really seemed very interested in it. The part of this, I think, when we look at this mixture of cooperation and competition in areas where you can cooperate, it makes a big difference whether there's domestic political resonance for these issues or not. Something like North Korea, the average Chinese, I'm betting, doesn't really think much about, what the diplomatic approach to North Korea is. The American voter doesn't vote on North Korea. But specialists can get together and to some degree try to coordinate U.S. and Chinese approaches to North Korea. Same thing on some non-proliferation issues. This is the quintessential domestically sensitive issue when you're talking about COVID. So the Chinese Communist Party was at huge pains to avoid being blamed either domestically or internationally for what happened. So they covered up initially what happened, and they suggested the virus maybe actually came from the United States and was brought to Wuhan rather than from Wuhan itself. Then they blocked the inquiry into its origins, which they continue to do to today, even while saying, well, we're just asking questions. We don't know where it could go, but let's not answer those questions. And then you got Trump, who was running for office and didn't want to be blamed for the terrible American response. So he said it was the Chinese fault, it was the WHO fault, it was the governor's fault, it was the doctor's fault, it was somebody else's fault, right? When you have these issues where there's real domestic resonance and sensitivity, it's going to be pretty damn hard for the United States and China to come together and cooperate. The problem with that is sometimes those are the most important issues. So cooperation is possible and attractive, really, in theory, but in practice, it's really difficult.
And so that leads me nicely to Stephen Orleans. You work president of the National Committee on US-China Relations. What possible cooperation could we see on COVID-19 under a Trump presidency? And were there missed opportunities under the Trump presidency?
Maria, my great hope is that this tragedy becomes a teaching moment, that we saw governments in China and in the United States focus on the competitive aspects of the relationship rather than the cooperative, which led to the deaths of thousands of Chinese and hundreds of thousands of Americans. Think back to the CDC presence in China at the end of the Obama administration. We had roughly CDC, National Science Foundation, in our embassy in Beijing, had 41 people, including American CDC folks who were embedded in China's CDC. Because of this strategic competition, the Trump administration reduced that, I think, from 41 to roughly 14, thereby robbing America of its early warning system and robbing China of the ability to analyze this disease more quickly. Then, because of the competition, as people have made reference to, American experts were not welcomed into China early in the pandemic, which could have helped America prepare better. So those the two competitive countries, rather than cooperating on something we needed to cooperate on, failed to, which led to the deaths of so many people. So my hope is that this is a teaching moment. I also would say that what will not happen in the Biden administration, as many have made reference to, is it won't be called the China virus. We won't have the Secretary of State say, quote, enormous evidence that COVID-19 originated in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. We won't have statements like that, which appear not to ultimately be true, be made by the most senior American diplomat. So my hope is this becomes a teaching moment, that we learn from this and we learn, yes, there are places we have to compete, but in climate change, in pandemics, in terrorism, and in economic crisis, as we did after the 2008 crisis, we need to cooperate. We need to find a way, as President-elect Biden says, to compete where we need to compete and cooperate where we need to cooperate.
Stephen, thank you very much indeed. Let's get the perspective now from China. And briefly, if you may, Professor Shi Jinghong, did President Trump and Xi Jinping miss an opportunity to cooperate this year on COVID-19? And what do you make of the criticism towards China from the US and from so many other countries in the world?
I think that if you take some of the largely non-political approach, if you have some romantic and consideration of the relationship in the COVID-19 pandemic, you could see that there are a lot of missed chance. There are a lot of, bilateral cooperation in combating the pandemic, which missed by both Beijing and Washington. I don't think so, because if you look at the highly political and even ideologically charged environment and which carved in the bilateral relationship, you will realize that even from the beginning, there's so few chance to have practical and substantial cooperation in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. And I do not want to list all of the negative elements. I only want to point to a even dangerous and self-defeating argument, which is so prevalent, especially in the United States and in Western countries, that is to establish a too close connection between, on one hand, the performance of national government in combating the COVID-19 pandemic, and on the other side, and their qualities, or even you can say good and evil of their political system. And so many people, and connect the early Chinese performance, which is not so wonderful, and especially in Wuhan, deal with the pandemic, to connect it to the nature of China's communist system. And but what about the months later, when China, use whatever means to so effectively to control and to fight back the pandemic within China, and you can say this proof communist power system in China is wonderful. And if you look at the United States, and millions of people have this disease, and hundreds of thousands of people die. And why? And we will have no reason to support some hawkish theories, and this liberal democratic United States fully the system and defeat itself by its performance. So I think that this is quite dangerous and self-defeating arguments. But this kind of arguments is already and embedded deeply and in the political culture in the United States, in some other Western countries, and in another form also deeply and embedded in at least a lot of people, a lot of officials in China, a lot of institutions in China. So I don't think that there is much real chance even now to have both countries to have very practical and major cooperation in combating the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, China have so few and the victims now and lived in China, which is a victim of COVID-19 pandemic. So most of China's vaccine, if effective, will come out of China. And the United States, and they will use their vaccine at first stages at least, and almost all in the United States. So if U.S. Look at China to send the vaccine to some country, a lot of countries, then and ideological and political jealousy will play the role, say that this is China's instruments for the world domination. And so I think that unfortunately,
okay,
there are so
Professor
little.
Shi, I'm going to have to interrupt you.
to make
Professor Xi, I'm going to
cooperation
have to
become a
interrupt
reality.
you because we have to move on. Okay, we have to move on, but thank you so much for your remarks. And I just want to...
Why other speakers can say their words? Why I cannot say my words?
Professor Xi.
Everyone have to move on.
Okay, finish. Please do finish your sentence. Okay, we will continue. I just want to remind everyone that we're watching the TRT World Forum 2020 and we are live digitally from Istanbul. This session is entitled America versus China, Trade Wars, COVID-19 and Future Economic Relations. I'm Maria Ramos and now we continue and we will be speaking about trade wars and economic relations. And I'm going to go back to our first guest, Stephen M. Walt. And I would like, if everybody could keep to, as briefly as possible. And the question is to you, Stephen, is the decoupling of the Chinese and American economies something that could really happen?
Well, I think as has already been mentioned, there's going to be a partial decoupling. That's really already underway, partly in response to the pandemic, partly in response to the trade war that has been underway, partly in some of the pressure that the United States in particular has been putting on high-tech Chinese industries, most notably Huawei as well. So we're seeing some of that occurring. And I think some of that is also firms responding to the recognition that if the political relationship between the United States and China continues to deteriorate, their own business operations in China or elsewhere may be affected by this. And therefore, just out of self-interest, firms want to diversify in various ways. So we're seeing some degree of decoupling. But I agree with what was said earlier. You're not going to see a complete decoupling. You're not going to see the American and Chinese economies completely separate themselves, even if the political competition intensifies, because, again, it's too important for China to continue to be able to trade with the United States, and it's too important to the United States to maintain its economic ties. What I do think you will see at the same time is something of a partial segmenting of the world from the sort of fully globalized vision that we had maybe 20 years ago, where we really thought borders were going to matter much less. Trade and investment was going to flow pretty much seamlessly around the world. And I think over time, we're going to see the emergence of more sort of partial orders, a U.S.-centered order that is going to have both an economic and a security dimension to it, featuring our allies in Asia, our allies in Europe, and probably the emergence for China of a set of countries that adapt more to the Chinese model than they do, say, to ours. This may be especially apparent in the digital realm, where some countries agree to sort of accept the Chinese model of how to handle digital technology, how to deal with digital privacy issues, maybe are more reliant upon Chinese technology, and other countries that decide to go the other way. Again, not a complete decoupling, but the emergence of sort of a Chinese-centric part of the world and an American-centric part of the world as we go forward, with some other countries it not being entirely clear where they're ultimately going to line up. You know, Russia now leaning towards the Chinese sphere, possibly over time. If differences emerge between Beijing and Moscow, it might realign in another direction. But I don't think you're going to see a complete decoupling, and that means, unlike the US-Soviet Cold War, one of the items on the American-Chinese agenda is going to be managing that economic relationship, even at the same time that they are competing over all of the issues that Richard Fontaine laid out a few moments ago.
Thank you so much, Stephen M. Walt. I'll jump to Cheng Li. Is the decoupling of the Chinese and American economies something that could really happen? And do US companies really want that?
Well, it's not something remote or not something just a scenario. I think you're right. It is happening. And it's happening to a degree that beyond anyone's imagination. And because of Chinese, they perceive that the United States want to completely and systematically decouple with China in trade and investment and technology and financial system, including even education. So therefore, they prepare how to expand China's domestic market. This is the new catchword called the twin circulation, which is one big circulation domestically, and internationally, the trade with outside world become a smaller part. So this is a major strategic shift. Although it's not complete, it's still in debate. But that reflects Chinese worry or fear. If the two countries on the verge of military confrontation, I mean, everything, the trade or other things could happen. Now, of course, I agree with Steve and Charlie. This is probably undermine American interest. And I also agree with Steve, this is not like the Cold War, Soviet Union. But this precisely because of this, we should be very, very careful. And we should also understand how China will react or overreact. Now, despite that, I disagree with the people in Washington favor decouple, but I agree with a certain statement, for example, by FBI Director Christopher Wray. He has described the global economic landscape change in China's favor represents, I quote, represents one of the largest transfer of wealth in human history, which was the transfer of wealth from the United States to China. Now, this will not be comfortable. This will not be easy. I think that this reflects that the American middle class is shrinking while China's middle class is expanding. But the point is, Chinese still has poor understanding of the outside world, how outside world in Europe, in the United States, look at China. And China certainly have some controversial economic behaviors with intellectual property rights and market access, and we also use the term forced technology transfer, and etc. You do see that the long list. Of course, at the same time, China had a legitimate reason to pursue economic middle-class dream, but at the same time, China should comply with WTO regulations and to be a real stakeholders, responsible stakeholders. Now, these are things that it's very difficult to see that both sides' views. I think both sides have valid concern, but they just do not communicate in a way that that other people have the kind of empathy, has a respect for each other's legitimate concerns. So that's, I think that decoupling certainly happened very, very rapidly over the past year. But still, at the moment, I think, fortunately, with the arrival of Biden administration, he said very, very clearly, this is not a solution. I think that they will emphasize, probably, Biden administration will emphasize market access, intellectual property rights, and China's so-called state capitalism, but less on the trade and mutual investment and etc. There's a tremendous opportunity for financial sector to access China's market. So let me stop here.
Thank you so much. Charles Kupchan, decoupling, yes or no?
No. I mean, I sort of see us heading into what I would call a reconfigured era of globalization, in which there will be no full-scale decoupling. We're too invested in them, they're too invested in us. Just in the last couple of days, American companies have stepped forward to oppose a piece of legislation in Congress that would put tariffs and bans on produce from or things made in Xinjiang. I mean, so that there's a lot of corporate pressure to keep this relationship open. But I would agree with Steve that we're probably in the high tech realm headed into a world in which there will be more regionalization, more zones that play by a certain set of rules and others that play by a different set of rules. I'd probably see more variation than Steve. I don't think there'll be a kind of US-centered world and a China-centered world. I mean, on digital governance, on data privacy, Europe and the United States are having some tough conversations. So we may see a kind of multiple zones of governance when it comes to high tech. The other thing that I think is important to put on the table here is that we are seeing what I would call a walking away from the neoliberal orthodoxy. I'm not a big fan of the Trump presidency. This has been, for me, a very painful and destructive 4 years. We still today have a president who hasn't come out and said, I lost and I'm getting ready to leave. But one thing that I think we should harvest, one important lesson from the Trump presidency, is there are a lot of Americans out there who are unhappy, who haven't earned a living wage. And Biden has said, we're going to have policies that favor the middle class. A lot of that is investment, innovation, worker retraining. But I do think you're going to see a tougher conversation on trade and a lot of pressure being put on China to do more to level the playing field, to play by the rules of the WTO, to open up its domestic market. As Chung Lee just said, on finance, on a lot of other issues, there are a lot of companies out there that hope to have a more liberalized China market.
Thank you so much. Peter Berkowitz, what kind of conversations will we be seeing at the US State Department with regards to trade wars, economic relations between the US and China?
Well, I can tell you what we have been talking about, especially in regard to decoupling. I agree with some of the comments I've just heard, namely that radical decoupling is not in the cards. China's is the second largest economy in the world. It's not only a matter of America's entwinement with China's economy. All of our major friends and partners have economies that are entwined with that of China. There will be, as Professor Waltz said, a partial decoupling. I prefer to say a reduced reliance on China, especially when it comes to critical supply chains, medical equipment, medicines, high-tech equipment. But really, it seems to me what we need to focus on is not radical decoupling, but more effective competition with China, and also more effective cooperation. How can we bring that about? Well, as the paper I've already mentioned that has been produced by the policy planning staff, the elements of the China Challenge, lays out a 10-point framework in the final section. We point out, among other things, if the United States is going to compete effectively and cooperate effectively with China, we have to secure freedom at home, respect for our constitutional traditions, a bustling economy. I must throw in here that about the economy today, actually before the pandemic struck us in mid-March, unemployment was at a all-time low, especially for African Americans and Hispanics. The economy has been booming under President Trump. But we're also, for the sake of cooperation, for the sake of more effective competition, we have to maintain the world's best military. This is very important. We have to support a free, open, rules-based international order. We have to, with our friends and partners, we have to more effectively invest in friends and partners around the world. It's not enough for us to preach that it would be destructive for countries to open their infrastructure to Huawei and ZTE. It's important for us to present to countries better investment deals. It's important for us to continue with the clean network to unite other countries. And it's very important that we educate our citizens properly to understand the importance of freedom to America's national traditions and to understand our stake in the world in defending the principles of freedom.
Thank you so much. Richard Fontaine, where do you see trade wars going next, economic relations and the possibility of decoupling?
Full decoupling is possible, but it's very unlikely because the cost would be too high. I mean, certain things remain true, like comparative advantage and economies of scale and lower prices for imported goods, or you don't import them in the first place. So some of those things are still true. And unless there's a particularly good reason to pay higher prices or to reduce growth in your economy, then these economies are unlikely to decouple because they would pay a cost from doing so. So Then you look to the areas where they are willing to pay a cost. So, for example, the United States and other countries are clearly willing to pay a higher cost for 5G than to allow Huawei to build out their 5G network. Well, is that a telecommunications decoupling? Yeah, kind of. The Chinese at some point may be willing to pay a higher price to have a Chinese indigenous operating system rather than iOS and Android or something, given the American dominance there. I mean, you can see this on pharmaceuticals, you can see this on rare earths and other sort of things where there's a national security or some other kind of acute interest in not relying on products or capital flows from the country with whom you're competing so fiercely. But that said, is there any particularly good reason why the United States wouldn't want to sell soybeans to China or wouldn't want to buy basic appliances from China if the benefits economically to doing so are there? Not really. And so I think what you're going to see is decoupling in a circumscribed area where there are other non-economic interests that are fairly obviously at stake. For the United States, it's going to be mostly in the high-tech realm, given U.S. concerns about freedom of speech, privacy, espionage, surveillance, things like that. But other things as well, again, rare earths and pharmaceuticals, things that we don't want to be relying on China. And China may have its own. But that's not going to be a full-scale decoupling where we go back to the way it was in the U.S.-China economic relationship in the 1980s or something like that.
All right. Stephen A. Orlins, full-scale decoupling, partial decoupling, radical decoupling, and trade wars and economic relations.
You have a remarkable consensus on this panel that we're going to see limited decoupling. And there seems to be agreement that that's okay. The cost of it are not too high, and we can live with it. There's probably not enough discussion in the United States about the impact of these export controls that lead to decoupling, that this costs a lot of American jobs, and we can decide, okay, national security needs to prevail, but we need to discuss how this affects jobs, how this affects American competitiveness, how this affects R&D budgets of American companies, that if we lose the China market, profitability goes down, R&D budgets go down, and our competitiveness decreases. When we think about this decoupling, it has to be multilateral. That if the United States says we're not going to sell this, but the Dutch will sell it, or the Brits, or the French, or the Germans, or the Japanese, or the South Koreans, we've really done nothing but hurt ourselves. I may be the only person on this call old enough to remember or to have worked in the COCOM days when the NATO allies, Japan, Korea, and the United States worked together to decide what could be licensed and what couldn't be licensed. And that allowed for a multilateral approach to the then USSR. So we coordinated this approach. Hopefully, if we're going to restrict exports, we restrict them from us, our allies, and our friends, that we don't do it unilaterally and just punish American companies and American workers. The Chinese, of course, started down the road of decoupling with its restrictions on Facebook, Google, YouTube, Twitter. I can go on and on. That led to a social media decoupling that started us down this path. Finally, I've been working on China from my time in government 43 years ago when I was in the State Department. I've witnessed lots of cycles in China: tightening, loosening, reform, centralization. And what we're probably seeing now with recent speeches by the president of China, with recent openings to foreign financial sector firms, major openings. These are not minor things for Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, BlackRock, Blackstone. I could go on. We're seeing, I think, the pendulum start to swing back. And I just would close with, I was reading one of President Xi's speeches this morning, and he said, turn China, this is my translation, hopefully it's right, turn China into a market for the world, a market shared by all, and a market accessible to all. And if that's where the Chinese are going now, we, our NATO allies, Japan, South Korea, and ASEAN need to be aware of it and need to be able to participate.
Stephen Orlins, thank you very much indeed for those remarks. Now, Professor Shi Jinghong, you've heard a lot of opinions there. Tell us, what do you see with regards to decoupling? Full-scale, partial, radical? Give us your opinion, the perspective from China.
I think although there are only a few months past, but two things have already become so clear. One thing is that, and not only the United States perhaps is unable to decouple from China in largely sense, concrete sense. And the more important is that the United States do not require to decouple its economy from China. But on the other hand, and one thing is so dramatically emerging in the stage, that is an expanded selective decoupling. And in the so-called strategic attack, and the Trump administration have ruthlessly and in a dramatic pace to decouple from China. And this is a situation largely I don't doubt that largely will continue in the coming months and even years. And of course, and I believe that it's probable, it's likely that President Biden will relaunch the so-called another round of trade negotiation with China and focus on so-called structural change. But I guess my government this time will become tougher than and it has during the so-called phase of trade negotiation with Trump administration. Because in Chinese eyes, I guess there are a lot of requirement for structural change, and in United States in terms to let China's, especially high-tech enterprises, have access to American technology and American market. And I don't think that if there would be a new round of the so-called second phase of trade negotiation, and the path will be easier than during the Trump administration. This time, I guess, China will become tougher.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Shi Jinghong. Right, we come to the last segment of our debate. We've got about 12 minutes left. A question, I'm going to put it to Charles Kupchan because it's a quote from your book, Isolationism, in that you write, the ongoing rise of China will soon bring about the end of US primacy. Why? That question to you, Charles, about your book.
Well, I think that if you just look at the numbers, the Chinese economy in aggregate GDP will surpass the American economy sometime in this decade. And we know from history that when a great power rises economically, it also rises geopolitically. And we're already seeing China push out. And as a consequence, I think we're headed into a period in history in which there will be a much more wide distribution of power, both economic and military, than we have seen for quite a while. And to me, the big issue of the day is when we get to that world that is no longer dominated by the United States and its democratic partners, will we be able to sustain a rules-based system? Will we be able to find a meeting of the minds with countries that are not democratic on the big questions of the day? The trade questions, the governance questions, intervention, war, peace, These are the big questions that lie before us. And I also think that this change will be expedited by the fact that the United States is entering a period in which the domestic agenda will be very demanding and very absorbing. My guess is that Biden will continue the retrenchment from the Middle East. There is a strong desire across the political spectrum for an end to the forever wars. I don't see the U.S. pulling back in any way from the Asia Pacific, in part because China is there and pushing out. But I do think that we're entering a period in which not only is the distribution of power in the world changing, but we're likely to see changes in American foreign policy toward a more judicious and discriminating brand of engagement, because that's what the American people want.
Thank you, Charles. Back to you, Stephen. What next for US global influence and a rising China? And if I can ask you, all of you gentlemen, to be as brief as you can. We've got about 10 minutes left. I want to get through all of you before we close on this point.
We can't hear you.
My question, Stephen, what next for US global influence and a rising China, as briefly as possible? Can you hear us? Stephen? All right. I'll go next to Peter while we work on your sound, Stephen. Peter, if you can hear me, what next for US global influence and a rising China, as briefly as possible? All right. We seem to have some technical issues there. What I will do right now is remind you that we are watching the TRT World Forum 2020, and we are in the middle, coming to the end, actually, 10 minutes left to go of our debate right now. So we're going to now speak to Mr. Xi and put that question to him, what he thinks about a rising China and US global influence. If you can hear me, Professor Xi, your opinion on that?
Yes. I think that there is, on one hand, definite power transition is in play. And relatively speaking, in the United States, relatively speaking, compared with the past and compared with China, and the US power is in decline. And China power is rising. But this is just in process. And this is not a end of the drama. And maybe the United States will rise again, and China will face a lot of generally unsolvable domestic international hurdles. And who knows? So I want to emphasize this drama is just in process, and temporary situation is not necessarily lasting situation. But one thing is certain: if the United States not to emancipate from its present highly divided situation, not emancipated from its relative isolation, and in a lot of regions, a lot of corners in the world, I think the next stage situation will continue and advantage to China. Although this don't mean that in the end, necessarily China will replace the United States as world leader. Because world leader, I agree with Mr. Trump, world leader is not so worthy matter, and everyone should first to focus on its own home. Maybe and go out a lot, go out actively is self-defeating.
Thank you so much, Xi Jinping. Fantastic. We go back to Stephen Walt. We heard from, I quoted the book from Charles Kupchan's book, where he said the ongoing rise of China will soon bring about the end of US primacy. I wanted to see what you thought about US global influence and a rising China.
Yeah, well, the condition the United States was in the 1990s as the unipolar power with no real peer competitors is very unusual. really had never happened in centuries, and that was not going to last forever. And that we are now back in a world which is either emerging bipolarity or a very lopsided form of multipolarity, where the United States and China will be the two most powerful countries in the world. I still think the United States has many advantages over China, but the gap is clearly narrowing. I think in that world, the United States can't operate in quite the unchecked manner that it once did. It will have to compete with China, but in a realistic way. It's not going to be able to transform China into a liberal democracy, and it shouldn't try. We would resent it if China tried to turn us into a one-party state. We will have to do this in partnership with allies and work very effectively with them in order to succeed. And we'll have to be careful not to get distracted by things like the war in Iraq, which was a huge gift to China. That's how we're going to have to wage this competition in a world where the United States, for the first time in, say, 25 years or so, faces a genuine great power rival.
Thank you so much. Peter Berkowitz, what next for US global influence and a rising China? As briefly as possible, please.
Briefly as possible. It seems to me that the future of freedom in our world is bound up with freedom, prosperity, and not least civic concord in the United States. And the United States working with our partners, friends, allies, partners around the world who are devoted to preserving free, open, rules-based international order. So we have to see the big picture. We have to understand what's at stake. What's at stake is China continues to be ruled by by the CCP, one-party repressive rule. The party continues to engage in economic coercion and co-optation around the world, defies international law in its own region, attempts to rewire international organizations to serve authoritarian ends. We have to understand just how much is at stake in the United States, and so we must work, as others have said, we must work with allies, friends, and partners in defense of freedom.
Thank you so much, and for being brief. Cheng Li, if I could ask you to do this in a minute, because we've only got a very few minutes to go. What next for US influence and a rising China?
Well, the rise and decline of a major power is not linear, and it's not necessarily inevitable. I think the mistake or the lessons learned from our leaders could make a huge difference. The fact is that I think that both countries will remain very, very powerful. Using Dr. Kissinger's words, this is almost equally powerful, China and United States. They're different, but they're equally powerful. So it will not unlikely that one country will defeat the other. So don't pursue a total war or total victory. I think these two countries need to find a way to work together. I think that nothing is more important than prevent a devastating war with no winner. I think this is the most important issue facing humanity and facing these two great powers.
Thank you. Richard Fontaine, US global influence and a rising China. What next for them?
Long-term competition. So you're not going to see a super coherent China bloc and American bloc the way you saw around the US and the USSR during the Cold War. Most countries around the world want some mixture of security and economic benefits from both the United States and China. So things are not going to break down along terribly clear lines. There's some areas where both countries will have an interest in cooperation, though I think for the reasons we said, that's going to be difficult. There are a lot of areas where our values diverge and our interests diverge. So what you're left with almost by process of elimination, because a war would be disastrous. A Cold War on the Cold War model isn't sort of as clean and likely as possible, is a long-term competition where both sides look across all the different domains, allies, technology, economics, military, diplomatic, for advantage over the other. And that's what you're going to see for the time being.
Thank you, Richard. Stephen Orlins, the final word from you and for this debate on US global influence and a rising China. And if you could do it in a minute, we would be very grateful.
Okay, well, Clearly, both countries need to work, both governments and businesses and the people need to work very hard to avoid the Thucydides trap, because that would be, as Cheng-Li has said, that would be a catastrophe for the world. Let me just close with one story, which a friend who is the national security advisor of China told me during the Obama administration. President Obama gets up and he's briefed on Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, Venezuela. President Xi gets up and he's briefed on Tibet, Xinjiang, Sichuan, Chengdu, a whole host of domestic issues. China sees its threats as domestic, not international, and to the extent that they are not confronted in this way, which calls into question whether the Chinese Communist Party can continue to rule, they have a different response.
Thank you so much for being brief and for your great remarks. Stephen Orlins, thank you to all of our panel. And that brings to an end our debate. Thank you once again to all of my panelists for your time and sharing your expertise with us here at the TRT World Forum. Stephen M. Walt, Charles Kupchan, Shi Ying Hong, Peter Berkowitz, Cheng-Li, Richard Fontaine and Stephen A. Orlins. Thank you, all of you, gentlemen. And to our audience, thank you. And that brings to a close the first day of the TRT World Forum 2020. Day 2 resumes tomorrow at 8:30 GMT. I'm Maria Ramos. See you soon on TRT World. Bye-bye for now. Take care.